still gets me getting a picture from bloody, just circuitry, power it on, and power is going to run through some circuitry, and that circuitry is going to correlate and present an actual working picture on the screen for you, and that still amazes me. No matter how much I understand about the whole workings of it, it's never going to stop amazing.
And it was an extremely mechanical system with a lot of gears, pulleys, and things spinning. Servo
that head spinning,
very
the head,
very moving party.
Yeah.
And very grab the tape, eat it, and stretch it, and scratch it, and other stuff, And sometimes it's not even the fault of the VHS player eating the tapes and stuff. The tapes would dry out and, get too warm, too cold, get sticky, just they weren't good technology, the tapes. You had to bang them,
the problem was,
yeah.
There were some requirements how to store those VHS tapes. If you were not storing them correctly, like just in a locker, and you have humidity changes, like seasons and stuff, they don't survive.
What's strange about metal tape is the lenses of cameras, there are coatings that we develop and put on stuff, and these bacteria or enzymes adjust and then attack and eat the coating.
Make a living inside.
There are things that even eat the metal oxides off of the tapes. VHS tapes and audio tapes. So nothing's immune apparently.
Funny if you're watching some kind of sweet, romantic sort of movie or something, and then all of a sudden the scene turns into these little buggy things start coming, absorbing into the picture. It's these little germs that are actually on the film with the tape coming through.
Well, if you wet a box of Kraft Dinner and let it dry, eventually it'll get a bunch of pinholes. And those are actually little, what do you call them, larvae that come from inside the box out. They hatch from in the noodles, in the flour. So
really, shit.
Your average little can of tomato paste has about 13 to 50 maggots in it. A little bit of extra protein, I guess.
What?
I don't really eat tomato can paste. I sort of crush my own and make it.
For 2 ounces, you have at least a dozen or more maggots.
You mean to tell me when my wife makes tomato sauce, she's cooking maggots?
In the protein, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, she doesn't need to buy cans, man. Just get some fucking fresh tomatoes and put some simple spices with it.
At the Biodome in Montreal, you can have fried rice with maggots because they sort of blend in together.
Yeah.
You can have earthworm
Lost Boys
rice.
This made me think Crocodile Dundee. You can eat it. It tastes like shit, but you can eat it.
Chocolate-covered baby bumblebees. You have all kinds of weird food.
Well, isn't yeast alive?
Pardon me?
What is yeast? Isn't yeast alive?
Yeah, yeast is a bacteria. It's mother of alcohol, they call it. Basically, if you throw yeast in sugary water, it'll form alcohol as a byproduct.
Yeah.
Which is why yeast is very expensive in prison.
No, but
you use
bread.
Just your bread. Yeah. You let your bread mold in a little bit of plastic.
Well, that's what we used to do. But
and you're good to go.
The guys in the mess hall, and they get your yeast.
Yeah, penicillin.
Cost a couple of cottons.
Yeah, it's a penicillin mold, basically, mother of alcohol.
Yeah.
But sometimes, too, they have to have an enzyme breakdown. If you're not working from sugar, if you're working from starches and, higher sugars, if you will, they have to be broken down into sugar before they can be turned into alcohol.
Well, listen, if we're going to get technical, there's little microscopic shit everywhere, right?
Yeah. Life within life within life.
So, I mean, as I'm breathing, I guess I'm eating freaking microscopic shit.
100%.
Well, we breathe in and expel dust and dirt and grime from our lungs, mucus and other stuff, fine pellets, particles.
Isn't that dust too? A regular house dust is dead skin?
About 10 or 11 kilos a year we breathe in and breathe out of actual physical mass of dirt and dust and other garbage.
Also, spiders in the sleep.
Oh my God! Please don't start. I watched the video on that.
Spiders in the sleep, I don't know. I mean, granted, I'm not awake at the time to verify that, but it's like, you know, it seems like a lot of spiders, eh?
So wait a second. So that's why I got up today and I started climbing on the freaking walls. I ate a few spiders.
You should actually change your pillows every 6 months, all of them. You know,
yeah, definitely.
Flip your mattress, like, you know, do that flipping and rotation of the mattress, partly for comfort, but your mattress gets physically heavier with time from, well, you know, flakes of skin and other stuff. And
a certain amount of people die every year from bed bugs, eh? When people said, don't let the bed bugs bite, I always took that as, just a, okay, whatever saying. But apparently they can be deadly.
Well, people who, well, you know, biologically speaking, if you take like the certain leaves and leave them hanging around under your bed and around, the trisomes, they hook and capture anything from an aphid to, you know, bed bugs. So it's a good way to keep them out of your bed, basically, and to know if there's any present. And there's no toxic chemicals or anything with that. But again, you know, these things came back and they're all over, and we have all these chemical ways of, you know, trying to treat them and stuff, and heat treatments. But, you know, there is a nature way of keeping them in control.
Yeah.
What about them futuristic movies where they go into like those time capsules to sleep? Maybe if we can get one of them. Oh shit! But then if something goes wrong, we'll suffocate and die.
Wouldn't that suck, eh? That would totally suck.
That would be my luck. I got this chamber, nice, nothing can get in, and freaking the power goes off and I suffocate.
I
your
like
first night in it too. You haven't even got a chance to really benefit from it. First night.
If you can't breathe, would you wake up?
I like the idea of the rich going underground and being trapped there, and not being able to get out. There's just something,
yeah, it sounds right. Yeah,
like a natural part of history and evolution. You know.
Listen,
stupidity.
It bothers me that just in one country, say America, every American get $100,000 and they'd still be fine, and yet they're scrabbling over $1,400 when they're telling people to stay home. Why don't everybody just unite and say enough of this bullshit? Divvy that money up with everybody if you're going to keep the whole country locked down, or open the freaking country up so we can get back to work. Oh, yeah, and back pay me for the time you kept me home for like almost a year already and counting. I got to get to a red state.
Who will have to pay you? Bill Gates?
I don't give a shit who pays me. They stop me from making money. Somebody's got to come clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's it.
He made money out of this.
Take care of me? If I tell you stay home, I got you. Then it's my responsibility to take care of you. Not to say, oh, well, I'll give you a quarter of what you made, but stay home anyway. I'm going to tell you, no, screw yourself. I'm going to work.
Just like the Globers. Believe me, I got you.
It's crazy how Globers and freaking Democrats are the same.
Hopefully, you just either one or two things is going to happen. We're going to come out of it all right, and everything's going to go back to normal, or you're going to die, and you're not going to be able to say anything anyway to anyone about what went on, because you're going to be dead.
True. Like if masks work, and you believe in them, and you're wearing it, and I'm not, you should be fine. You got yours on, right? Why are you worrying about me?
I cannot express how disgusting it is to wear a mask in the cold.
It's
it's so disgusting.
Then I need glasses for the distance, and I'm fogging them up. Yo, I get so frustrated. I went through so many masks, just ripping them off and throwing them out.
The group
It
love
really
is
does feel
overwhelming. Yeah.
like a wet, slimy diaper on your face. You go to on or off a bus and get a little temperature change. What bullshit! And again, the glass is fogging up and staying fogged longer, and it's just disgusting. And just fucking, it's got to go.
And now they're saying double up. Next week it'll be triple up. Look, they're having conniption fits with this guy opening up Texas. They were all flipping out.
Well, I think in North Dakota they made it illegal to order anyone to wear a mask.
Beautiful. Everybody should start pushing them more and more. Enough of this bullshit. And everything you say is offensive today. I'm getting tired. Really, where can I go?
How about the jabber and no jabbers? You get like NBC or whatever, MSN. The host is saying, "Well, I want everyone to get the jab, but
Yeah, they got their arms out. You know what it is? It's funny because people like I'll give you a comedian, that guy Sebastian Maniscalco. He can't go to work, and he's begging. He's got his arm out. Can't wait for that freaking vaccination to come, just so he can get back to work. Like people are so like, you're just gonna just stick your arm out and let them jab you with it. Oh my god, I don't know. People are dumb.
Well, they say the jab for women gives them all the symptoms of cancer. That's interesting.
Brilliant. And that's a statement now. We got to get shots in arms. They're chanting.
They still call it pig pus.
Anyway, what is the kill rate anyway?
In my arm.
Am I seeing things backwards? Is it 98% of people are dying, or is it 98% people recover? Which one is
even
it?
if they don't die, they don't know long term if it's going to kill off your, reproductive ability, whether it'll harm, your future ability to have children, men and women.
The COVID itself.
They don't know. Oh, you get that little pamphlet, and by the way, this might dissolve your nuts.
No, I'm not talking about the vaccine. I'm talking about the supposed virus itself. Does it kill 98% of the people, or is it a 98% recovery rate? I'm trying to figure it out.
Recovery.
What constitutes a pandemic? And what constitutes the hysteria that's been going on for the past year? I thought it was the other way around. Like if you walk outside and people are just dropping. I don't know. Maybe I'm on the wrong side.
You'd think way back when the Ebola first came out and stuff, you'd go to a dentist here, they'd say, well, have you traveled, and all this bullshit. But no one broke out masks and any garbage like that. And the SARS and all this other bullshit. Like I say,
because it's a political agenda.
Yeah. If vaccines actually eliminated viruses and diseases, why is polio back? Why are all these things that, like malaria still very much around? And we have all these vaccines. They don't apparently work.
There is a Romanian woman I read recently. She took a vaccine in Spain from Pfizer, and then after 2 weeks or that period, she went again for the second, and they gave her Moderna, but she was the number 120 in the queue, and she saw people coming out, and after some time they started feeling ill, sick, like very bad, and saying that they have pain, and she went and they gave her the vaccine, and after they showed the paper, and she saw she got the Moderna, and she said, "But I previously got the Pfizer, and it's not good to mix them. And why you do this?" And then they say they called a lot of ambulances, and they took them to hospital.
Brilliant.
Yeah. They intentionally mix, and they say it's not good to mix.
People got to unite. They're trying to kill us.
Yeah.
You think
Yeah.
I'm crazy? They're trying to bring the population down.
Yeah,
For
this
what
is
reason? I don't know.
this is
Oh, because they think
bureaucratic.
we're on a globe. That's right.
Yeah, bureaucratic error. Yeah.
That's why
Ultimately,
I think flat
though,
Earth is so
Yeah.
important. People got to realize where they are
And-
living.
And you can't.
yeah,
blame
ultimately
the
though,
vaccine
Neil.
then.
I mean, I think about this in a different way. So we've got all of these people who believe in the government. They believe everything they're told, and then there's us.
Yeah.
Who, we want to question everything. We want the evidence. We want to know
Yeah.
that what we're doing is the right course of action, regardless of what they say. Yeah. So if they start to try and control the population, they're actually going to shoot themselves in the foot in the long term, because you've got all these people who are genetically predisposed to not listening to these guys, to questioning it, and we're the ones who are going to survive and have children. So the next 3, 4, 5 generations are going to be much less compliant than these ones.
You don't think they have an answer for that?
Oh, they might do for sure, but it's certainly not going to help them. They're going to have to go all the way. If they start it, they'll have to finish it. Do you know what I mean? There's no point being the king of nobody if no one's around.
Yeah.
Well, they don't want to do that. They just want a certain percentage.
Yeah, but the people who will comply and take the vaccine are the most compliant. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. They won't be able to.
I'm not saying the
rule
vaccines
over
are
the
going to kill you. That's
non-compliant.
not what I'm saying. I'm talking about their overall outlook on the whole situation is, come on, Bill Gates said it himself, the population has to be at a certain percentage. And however they're going to do it, they're going to do it. Unless there's a unite the clans.
If we do a good job with the vaccine, we can reduce the population number. That's what he said in his TED talk.
So they're telling women in the UK. I don't know if they're saying about this in the US. They're telling women in the UK, if you're planning on having a child in the next 3 years, you shouldn't take this vaccine. But they don't say why.
Wow.
They just say, yeah, you shouldn't take it. It's obvious why, because you're going to have problems actually having a child in the first place.
That's in the face. Yeah. Why do they say on the television media that this is a conspiracy theory? Because that's what I saw in Romania, in mainstream media. They debate about these internet rumors, accusing the vaccines that they sterilize you, they microchip you, and they say, wow, it's so crazy to believe all these claims,
Look, I don't know anymore. I just think that the regular person, no matter where you're from, have to unite. We got to get together and we got to overthrow this nonsense.
I would go.
Got to be
I've been through
uniting.
one.
Forget
I've
about
been
this
through
bull
one
crap that they're
revolution.
saying.
I've been through one revolution, so
It's
I
got to be,
am.
well, maybe revolution. Listen, here's the
Yeah,
thing. Take as many people. Let's do country by country. Let's just say America's, because that's where I'm living.
yeah.
Now, you look at the taxes taken in every year.
Hmm.
What is it for? I mean, what do they do with it? You got
Yeah,
politicians that are going to
investigate.
work every
Yes,
day getting
justify.
paid.
Yeah,
Okay. Now, well,
yeah.
it fixes the streets. Well, you're taking tolls for bridges. How much does it take to take care of a bridge through the course of its life? As to how many people go over that damn bridge every single day? They're making
Yeah,
it hand over fist. I think they're full of shit with everything. You got people living freaking the life for Riley as politicians,
yeah.
lifetime jobs. There's got to be something done. I mean, if this has done anything, this lockdown
I don't
bullshit,
know.
I hope it
I
opened
don't know
eyes.
if
Yeah, I mean,
if
it's obvious
America
that the whole
is
money system. Yeah, go on.
if American system is not one of the if it's not the world's most well prepared system for everything, I don't know which country in this world would, because when you talk about the building of a bridge, there are so many architects every year coming out from United States universities. So hire them, pay them to make projects for bridges.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, it's obvious that
Yeah.
the monetary system's a complete scam, because you've
Yeah.
got all of these people who lend money to governments via central banks. But let's be honest, it's the shareholders lending the money, and then everyone else in the middle is always broke. Always, even if you've got a few hundred quid in the bank, a
Forever.
few thousand quid,
Yeah,
couple
but you
of
see
million
what's
quid,
happening in Germany?
you're broke.
You see what's happening in Germany? They're refusing to take deposits. They're telling them go elsewhere because they're going to lose money on it.
What do you mean deposit?
In Germany, they're telling people not to deposit their money in here because they're going to lose money. It's going to be reverse interest.
Oh yeah, negative. Yeah, well, it could be. But anyway, as I was saying, so you got these people lending money to governments. Then everyone else in the middle is broke, apart from the people at the other end who take all the money away. So what it seems to be, to me, is that you've got billionaires lending money that they know is going to come straight back to them anyway. And the reason they lend the money is because they know it's going to come back even more. So they're using the general population as a tool for wealth and power.
Absolutely. And that's why the general population better wake the freak up and stop begging for crumbs.
Yeah, but this information must be broadcasted on mainstream media. Otherwise, the general population will
Yeah, who
not
owns the
believe
mainstream?
it.
Come on.
Well, we have to take it over, make a big gang at night and go take
No,
it
you know
over,
how that's the wrong approach. Here's how you do it. Everybody, you need a leader, and you got to go county from your smallest town to your county, and you go up the ladder. And if everybody does that in every state, you will have a nice takeover. You got to start from your own little town, your own little block.
Well,
I was having a conversation with someone earlier. We were talking about how. Yeah, 1 second, mate. 1 second. I was having a conversation earlier. We were having a conversation about Bernie Sanders. Now, I don't know if you know, but Bernie Sanders claims to only have $2 million in wealth.
Yeah,
and I'm looking at that guy, and I'm thinking, this guy can make 20 grand a night in a speaking engagement if he wants. And you want to tell, he can go on TV anytime he likes. He can, this guy is worth at least 200 million. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, I agree. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not a socialist, but don't give me the bullshit either. Don't give me the bullshit. If you have enough money to take, you want to lock the country down. You feel that there's a killer thing out there. Fine, then do the right thing. You have not done the right thing because I'm behind on everything because you're telling me I can't go to work, and you're only going to give me not even a quarter of what I make when I work. So what the freak? Now, if everybody feels that way, take your block, take your town, take your county, take your city, and take your state. Get these son of a bitches out.
I felt it from the December 2020 when it started in China, the pandemic and stuff. And I was working in a German factory, and I had Chinese technicians that came from China to work in Germany. They were between corporation program, workforce exchange. And when I saw what's happening in China, next day I told them, hey, you know, you're not going to be leaving back to China. The borders will be closing, so you will stay here. They say, no, next month I have the airplane ticket. I have it. I said, dream on. In 2 weeks, it will be closed. And it was so, you know. And they had to stay 1 year after. Probably not even today they didn't go back to China.
I'm just freaking frustrated, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It's just very frustrating.
But
and it's not even that I can listen. It's not even that I can go and say I freak this. I can go. I could try and get some work, but there's nobody working. I'm a contractor. Yeah. There's nobody working. There's nobody doing flooring. I go reach out to all the companies I worked for. They're all shut down. What do I do? I reinvent myself? What do I got to do? Reinvent myself at 55? Come on, give me a freaking break.
Small business and medium-sized business are all closed.
It's a freaking joke, man. It's a joke. I wish I knew what I was doing with Bitcoin and stuff. Whatever little bit I have, I don't know how to do it.
Well, even now it's not late. But with the Bitcoin, I'm very skeptical at the moment. It will reach like $70,000, and they will bait the big banks of the world, you know, and government. And when they start coming in, embarking this boat, they will use Bitcoin to take down the banks system and the government. And it will be the internet and Bitcoin and this corporation.
So you're being on that?
Big tech, yeah. That's so what I foresee.
Like if I want to get Bitcoin, how do I go about that? I watched a few videos. I'm still lost in the sauce. Don't know how to do it. I heard about this Axion stuff now.
Well, there is guys here, Vlad Crypto, which can give you better details in English, explain you better than me in English. But in USA, there are Bitcoin's ATM machines, which you buy it from the machine there. So you just have to ask someone, you know, nearby you.
How do you invest in it?
Not rocket
how do you become part of Bitcoin?
Yeah. Well, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to just own some, or like is that all you want?
I want to invest in it. I want to be able to freaking look at these guys. Like, look, I just made this. I didn't do nothing. I just invested in it 5 years ago, and look what I got. I know it's kind of late to the party, but
you're late to the party and early to the party, right? The thing with Bitcoin is that it goes up and it comes down, and goes up and it comes down. So right now you're seeing its highest ever price at the moment, but that's going to come down at some point. It'll come down. I mean, it's virtually impossible to predict exactly how much, but my very rough guess would be that the next bottom will be about 10 grand.
10 grand for what?
Sorry?
10 grand for what? To get in?
For one Bitcoin. No, you can buy as much as you like.
Oh, I got
so, I mean, it's just like any other currency, right? So let's say that you wanted to buy $100 in yen, then you would just buy $100 in yen.
Right.
It wouldn't matter if if that was like 1 yen or 1,000,000 yen, it would still be $100 worth. But of course, the value of that will change versus the dollar, right? So just think of it as another currency.
Okay, so one Bitcoin costs now $10,000.
No, it's about 50 grand, I think, in dollars. I'd have to check.
Yeah.
But that's the highest price. Yeah. But I mean, that's the highest price for one Bitcoin ever, right? It's going to come down again at some point. But the next big dip, in my opinion, is going to be the last big dip. So you want to get in then, or it will be too late.
Yeah.
And what do you think the dip will be, roughly?
As I said, I think it'll be about 10, but it's virtually impossible to predict. Like, my guess is as good as any other trade.
You still need a good $50,000 to invest to even get something going.
Well, no, it depends, doesn't it? Like, it depends what you want to get out of it. So let's say you buy one Bitcoin at $10,000, and then it goes up to $250,000. Well, you just made $240,000, right? What? Let's say it goes to 10.
So my goal is get 10 grand together.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, but you.
What
can
about that
buy
Axion? So these Axion and these other ones, they're all cryptocurrency, correct?
Yes.
So they're a little cheaper, I think, to get in on. And I think that Axion is going to be the next one.
Yes, they will become famous in the future. They are still not so famous today, so it's a good thing to get on it today.
Right. Okay. So now
Ethereum, for example, also it's the second famous cryptocurrency.
Just really quickly to go off what Crypto said, because you don't actually need like $1,000 to invest in the Bitcoin, because you don't actually have to buy one Bitcoin. You can also just buy a 10.
Yeah, you can start with $100, or like every week you buy for $10. You know.
How do you start it? How do you get a Bitcoin thing going? How do you open it up? How do you if I had say $3,000, how do I go about doing it?
Well, you'll have to open a Bitcoin wallet, and this is a process very similar to creating an email address.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Identical, but pretty similar, yeah.
So I understand. Listen, if you don't take a risk, you're not going to get anything. I can't sit.
Once you have this wallet, then you go to a Bitcoin ATM machine in your city, and you will put money in that machine to buy Bitcoin. You select to buy Bitcoin, and it will give you a code, or it will ask you to show your own Bitcoin wallet, and then it has probably a scanner, something which you will have to put your phone there to scan that code.
I got you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I got to run. I'll talk to you later.
Cheers. Have a good day.
But isn't there an easier process of buying Bitcoin just by signing up to Voyager and just immediately purchasing your Bitcoins from there?
Yeah, also like this. But
It's
you
just
can use your card online to pay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I just recently have joined the.
Yeah, I heard that the other days. Yeah.
Yeah, I just recently joined, so I don't know too much about it, but I was afraid of it at first, and
it's a very good move. Don't be afraid, and no matter how much it drops, and in the future, there will be a strike against the banks, World Bank system, and the government.
Yes.
And when they will suck in the banks and the governments into the Bitcoin system, the Bitcoin will fall down like almost worthless, like the biggest scam in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how they destroy the governments and this system, the bank system. And then it will come back. Yeah.
So you're forecasting a complete fail of the system, and
yes.
for Bitcoin, you're literally holding worthless coin.
Yeah, and then it will come back.
It will come back.
Yeah.
That move being the way that they could put most of that Bitcoin into the pockets of the elite, right?
Yeah. And
well, that's a good prediction. I'm not sure whether
people will fear to buy it, you know, or treat it like something, a scam and worthless thing, you know.
Yes. Well, that would be
the house always wins at the end of the day. They create a game, people buy into the game.
Yeah.
They have the inside knowledge when the inflation, deflation, and things really will take place. They have that inside knowledge, and the house will always win.
But ultimately, you own those Bitcoins regardless of what their external worth may be. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
be very careful with those security measure, password, phrase, you know, the 25-word phrase. Keep it very, very safe. Yeah.
Yes, but right now I don't have an external wallet other than the platform on which I'm trading.
It can be also saved like literally on paper. You can write it on paper.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin's actually supposed to be safe in the sense that the passwords or the key or something that you need can't actually be backtracked. It can't be backtraced as a lot of other codes and passwords can for things. It's actually quite safe in that sense, I think.
So you're advocating, if it were to happen, you're advocating to transfer your Bitcoin into a private wallet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you see,
make it real money.
When you save it on digital devices, USB, memory sticks, these are electronic devices. They can make things like they will have some vans which move all around the city, and they are broadcasting some sort of microwave energy radiation stuff which will affect these devices, and they fry them, you know, and it's gone.
Yeah, I would always like turn things into like real money that you can sort of not have as the Bitcoin in a sense, but just play the Bitcoin as you're playing the game, but never leave it as the Bitcoin. Always like cash it into real money. Yeah.
I would think that would be the best solution because it's the safest.
It's what they do with real money as well, the banking system. They create a recession type age in a country or whatnot, or they create a time when it's a good time to borrow money, you know, interest rates are low, come on guys, come on down and borrow some money, buy yourself some new stuff. And then interest rises, like inflation rises, and all the rates like rise, and a lot of people that have borrowed big, they can't pay back what they've borrowed in a sense, and they just come along and basically own what they can't pay back. It's their way of entrapping people in debt, and even more debt, really, because to get out of debt, you need more money in a sense, and to get that money, you've just put yourself in more debt.
Well, that's why usury has always been condemned as a form of transaction between people.
Yep.
Yeah.
I feel Bitcoin. I'm not into Bitcoin. I haven't ever yet bought Bitcoin myself, but I know, I'm pretty sure that that $B sign stands for 1 billion, and if not 1 billion, then at least 1 million. So 1 Bitcoin will be worth $1 million in about 10 years.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it at all. I just see all the signs culturally towards that.
Yeah.
Way they manipulate.
Yeah.
In order to achieve their goals, you know.
the way I'm foreseeing this is by like quantifying the world's natural resources wealth, real, like all the cars, everything, all the industry, you know, the worth of everything. And Bitcoin value, the 20 million Bitcoins amount, will have to match this value, you know, to quantify the whole world.
Yes, yes, of course.
Only then it can become a global
Currency.
worldwide currency. Yeah,
I
the
agree.
main currency.
I agree. It's an interesting process to watch, the cultural evolution that they that the path that they forge for us.
Yeah. Like if you were to sell the whole USA without the people, how much is worth? You know, and you add up all the countries in the world, and this amount of money you divide it by the 19 or 20 million bitcoins that there are, and that will be the value of Bitcoin.
Absolutely. Now, my experience is that if you want to play it as you would the stock market on a day trading basis, it demands a lot of your attention and time and energy. But it can be done. I can see that. But buying and holding is I think the best way if you want to not treat it as a job.
Yeah.
As a, you know, your profession. I don't particularly like it as a profession.
I see many people who make money, good money with Bitcoin, and they spend a lot, you know, they start living very expensive, you know. And this is foolish, you know, because actually they are losing a lot.
That's right. Well, you know, the putting you into a position of having your needs met is good.
Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of people aren't even in that position right now.
Yeah.
Having their basic needs met. And so for that, it's good. People are always, you know, money is a lesson for people. Having it and not having it are both lessons.
And this system they want to bring, it's like there won't be a financial up and down in life for any man in the world. They want to make something like a standard default payment, you know, for living. Yeah. No matter you work or you don't work. Yeah. World income, you know.
To make us all equally poor.
Yeah.
It's quite a system.
Yeah, they have this utopia. They predict you will own nothing, but you will be happy. And the funny thing, when they say you will own nothing, that actually means that you will not own even your own soul. You don't own it. You know.
Oh yes, yeah. There's always been an attempt to rob you of your soul.
Yes.
Religion is the most guilty.
Yeah.
Of that. They usurp it. They tell you what it is, and that they're the only ones who can inform you about it.
They can control the narrative of it, then they can control basically everything else about it if they can convince you of the narrative. Yeah.
Yes, and then they give you rules and regulations again, and then make you feel as if you're going to be condemned for eternity if you can't follow them.
When you want to take that default income, to be paid to stay home, they will ask you things then to do vaccine, get the microchip, get in line, everything.
Yeah, what if you say, no, it's all right, I'll go to work, and all of a sudden,
you get nothing then.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. But see, the reason I happen to believe that there is such an universal attempt to rob us, not only materially, spiritually, is because they fear us. They fear us. They fear the potential. I mean, for instance, with flat Earth, all it takes is a few seconds of rational thinking, and the entire paradigm falls to the ground.
Exactly. Yeah. Once you give it that little bit of credit, just enough credit to give it credit to begin with, all else will topple. Yep.
The entire thing, like a house of dominoes, falls, and they know that.
So at the moment, they have to convince us that the Earth is in peril.
Yes,
we have to.
We're always in peril.
The
Earth is always in peril.
Hi.
Hello, Ariel.
And
yes, hello, Ariel. Yes.
At the same time, they are telling us that we are diseased. So they will turn around and say, "We have saved your lives. We have brought this these injections to you, but that comes at a great price. Now, because we saved your lives, the economy broke.
Just take this chip, yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't let you go to work because that would have killed you. So now you have to be very grateful. But going forward, it's going to be very hard."
They will create these hard times.
Sorry that your business failed. Sorry that you don't have a job, but we've got a plan. Exactly. And that plan is not. That plan is you will probably own nothing because you won't be able to get a job, but you won't be happy. How will you be happy? How can you rob a man of his ability to provide for his family or to provide just for himself? All economic activities that meant people could exchange, make deals with each other, buy and sell, that's going to be completely off the table. They won't let private businesses come back. That is not part of their plan. The middle class at the moment, they are trying to wipe out the middle classes.
Yes.
So that future looks extremely dystopian, looking from the viewpoint of the freedoms that we have just, that we are giving up every day by doing nothing.
If you look into technology, you actually see that it's not that dystopian. It's actually quite very possible.
Yes, but you won't own a car. Every vehicle will be electrical. So the freedom of, like, just going on a road trip or things that you are taking for granted right now, that will be no more. One of the states in the USA has just said that, it's California, have said that they can't open any more petrol stations. So that's off the table. You can't just fly anywhere in the world for a holiday, and in your local area you will be restricted. It is going to be the model
they'll have to watch out for the influx, say, of that they'll treat people like a herd of animals, and watching out for the influx of.
Yeah. So that horror that we've heard about that is happening in China, where people have a social score, and that social score can be impacted by you getting a parking ticket, or you going to your work late, or you buying a bottle of beer in the shop. All those
or
things.
Or not getting vaccinated.
Or not getting vaccinated. Or expressing a wrong idea. I think they will probably prohibit, the internet will be a completely different place then as well. Because they're going to have to be able to watch every single thing that you do. And if you step out of line in the real world or online, they will, they will take, your income will be decreased, your privileges will be decreased.
Yeah.
That is what we are looking at.
It is a way to really funnel the mindset of people, isn't it, into a specific form of channels of information to only.
It's interesting how we're living the very futuristic movies that at least I saw when I was younger in my 20s, that they were presenting to us of the future, of the everything is robotic, lacking soul. Everyone is completely indifferent to each other and to life.
So this is what I find highly ironic, that they dare to say, with "you will own nothing, you will be happy." It's like, yes, sir, plaster a plastic smile on my face to prove that I am happy when I'm obviously not happy.
I worked in Germany with in auto industry, and they have robots in there, which all of them, they are capable to beat me at ping pong, at tennis, at volleyball, at any sport you imagine. Those robots can beat a man.
Yeah, they've got robots that can do complex heart surgeries, man, with a higher success rate.
Exactly. Also move with mind-blowing speeds, and precision. And they
we should be educating ourselves on how to maintain these the robotic bloody society, in a sense, and that's what should be being.
But isn't the fantasy that they also say that they are attempting to create consciousness?
Yeah, mix it with the robot, you mean? Or even, create consciousness from a robot.
Yes, it's pure existentialism. That is
any factory
creates
spirit. Any auto factory in Germany is capable of, like, if they wanted to start now, produce robots instead of cars, they can do it, and they can build very, very performant robots.
It's all numeric control. There's no real intelligence involved. Everything is programmed. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. Can't be created.
But they are creating that kind of mindset that they want to convince people that it can happen, that it is possible.
Again, another fear tactic.
And fairy tale.
And then they'll come to you and say,
there are these AI programs which, for example, you train them to identify a man's face using the CCTV system in a city. And then you have a little drone which is operated by this AI, and he is going to drive that drone exactly to that person. Or any robot, like moving robot.
Yeah, but there's always a limit to their. Always have a limit in their ability to programming. Yeah.
Yes, because the secret ingredient of human consciousness is never there. That which can put together unique ideas that come from literally nowhere.
Yeah, they're not something you can just basically program, into something.
You can't simulate that.
Yeah, that was well said.
There are operators also working with that AI in a control center and stuff.
Yeah, you can put many different concepts into a program, and the AI can just derive them from the program. It can pull them all out, but it can't ever in itself actually create anything new. It can only do what it's been programmed to do.
Yes. But this automated system is so big and complex today that they can literally do this. If they produce 10,000 robots in Germany, which are capable of driving on streets with 300 kilometers an hour, believe me, they will perform like Formula One racing, you know, like the best pilots.
I reckon they've got like massive like estimation type systems going where they just compile and compact so much information that they know of in a sense, and it's a system that basically delivers all basically possibilities from anything that they wanted to know what kind of.
Yeah.
It's not that the powers of the machine are not formidable. It's the idea that what they're trying to show by implying that the machine can become conscious is to reduce us to nothing but machines.
That's it, yeah. When they speak of consciousness in that kind of sense, that's what they're really doing. We don't understand that they're pulling our conscious self basically down to that robot.
Yeah, it's propaganda to make us again insignificant. Because as I said, they fear us, that which is significant in us, and that's spirit. We are incredibly powerful, and they know it.
You cannot control that which is free, eh? And the robot's not free, but spirit is. I mean, it can be. We can realize freedom. We have that potential.
And not to be robbed by religion as well of that power.
Definitely, yeah.
Who's the supreme commander of the United States Police?
I don't know who.
Predpol, Predictive Police. It's an AI, a little AI from NASA, Google NASA.
It wouldn't surprise me. I envision a society where presidents and prime ministers are all going to be AIs. I could see that coming. Yeah.
In 2018, in January, the United Kingdom handed officially their full command and authority to United States Predpol, Predictive Police.
You know, my country was taken over by the communists, and I visited my country when they were in the deepest time of that. And when they changed to democracy again, where they were given freedom, entrepreneurial freedom, a large portion of the population could not adjust because they were enslaved for so long psychologically that they couldn't grasp the idea of what freedom is.
Like Plato's cave, eh?
Yes, they couldn't see it. They couldn't appreciate it. They couldn't. It wasn't the fiber of their experience.
Yeah, it can be more convenient to let somebody else basically do it all for you, lead it all, construct it all, maintain it all. You just do what you're told to do.
This story about the UK police handing the authority to this AI was published in The Guardian in 2008 or 2017 summer. They published a story that they plan in the next couple of months, and January 2018, they officially did it.
I wonder if the original chief of police actually was told to, you can go now, buddy. You can go and find yourself another job. We've got the AI doing it now. We don't need to pay you, basically. So as you get rid of these prime ministers and presidents and such, put some AIs in there. You people can go now. We've got the AIs doing it now. We're cutting budgets.
And there are organizations that are fighting for the removal of these facial recognition cameras, saying that it impinges on people's freedom, impinges on their rights. But there was an article that I read. Some of the councils here in the United Kingdom have been installing Chinese-bought cameras, and these cameras have the ability to gather data, not just facial recognition. More than that, it can come to conclusions about the way you move. Are you looking like nervous? Stuff like that. And when they challenged them, they said, yes, these cameras do have this capability, but we are not switching on those capabilities.
That's awesome, mate. Yeah. Yes, we could be taking the money just because we're controlling it. We're looking after it for you. We could be taking some of it, but that's not what we're doing.
So they will turn around eventually and say, well, it's either going to be hyperinflation and you're going to have to take a wheelbarrow and some cash and go to the store and try and buy bread with that. Good luck. Or it's going to be, well, we have to have a complete revolution in the way that we, see society and how things will function, because we've got 1 gazillion million billion trillion of debt.
Yeah.
And that's on you guys, you peasants, because you made us save your lives. So time to pay up. I read that so people will be given housing, but and they will be given jobs. They won't be. They will be made to contribute. And then while they are at work, other people can use where they live if they needed to have a meeting in the area or whatever. And not even your clothes, nothing in your environment will belong to you.
So just invade in every way or every aspect of just sort of, I don't know, freedoms or pleasures or just privacy in people's lives, just to topple it all upside down.
When you buy a jacket,
yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something. When you buy a jacket, how do you know that the zippers or some portion of that jacket label or stuff is actually not some synthetic textile, which is actually an LCD screen, a camera with biometric sensors and all this stuff. When you look at it, it always looks like a label or something imprinted there, like rubber,
Yeah, I think it'd be safer just to assume that is the case, not worry about it.
Yeah, you have no idea you're wearing technology already.
And I have no doubt that they will tell people that they can't breed. Or marriage is not even a thing anymore it will be some other kind of civil contract.
Well, marriage is the nucleus of society. Without a family from marriage, you don't really have a unit for society to function. Not a reliable unit, anyway.
They've already ruined marriage anyway. Marriage, the way they is proposed to be, it's already ruined. Once you sign papers and shit, that's not marriage. You shouldn't have to sign things, or no other outside entity should be pushing themselves into your business basically and verifying your marriage. You don't need that. They're not the authority to verify your bloody marriage and your love and all that kind of stuff.
And they will own your children.
What was that?
They will own your children.
Yeah. Body and soul.
Property of the state according to communism. Communism at its
That's right.
core is anti-Christian. It doesn't like the family.
Livestock.
Yeah. You won't be able to homeschool your children or opt out of the system. It's very counterintuitive from a human standpoint, isn't it? I mean,
we're getting closer to that sort of what would you call it, stalemate, where it's just getting more and more impossible. But because we're letting it get there. I mean, not to say that you know everyone get bloody worried, because what the hell are we supposed to do? But that's where it's getting to, where it's like once it gets to that point, how does it ever come back? Do we even have opportunity or chance to even take it back as
and I think the roadway, the roadmap to getting there is going to cause so much social upheaval.
Exactly. Yeah.
I just think these out of touch, freaky billionaire types, who have all this tech at their fingertips, and now this is the best that they can think up. Think up the best.
That's what I find funny. Yeah, this is the best of the best. Like if I had their like I guess authority or power, and they had the ability to
create a more equal society. But everything that they do is artificial. It's it's not in line with good health. Good psychological health. It's not it's not good for humanity. It isn't.
It's not holistic, and it's not uniting. No. It's actually everything quite the opposite, because it can't be uniting. It has to be separating, and it has to be like self-centered based, because that's what works for them.
How many ports has your device open?
What?
It's all ego at the end of the day, eh? That's what we're actually at war with, is the ego.
You have a computer or a handy smartphone, and these devices, they have many ports. How many of them are open by default?
Oh my gosh.
I try and close my apps down every so often. It says, you've got 40 or something apps running. Do you want to close them down? Well, yeah, bloody close them. 15 minutes later, you've got 25 or so apps. I haven't even opened the bloody apps. I closed them.
Yeah. People have no idea. Vast majority of people, they don't know how these things work.
Then these updates, I swear, I just put doing updates off, because every time I do an update, it just starts malfunctioning, and I swear, updates are designed to actually ruin your shit, so you go out there and buy something else,
Yeah, I factory reset and I stop the updates, and I'm perfectly fine.
That's what I do, factory reset.
Yeah.
Yep.
I install the apps I use, and I also restricted them what I don't want to use, and that's it.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, and even the Google account also in my own settings, there is a lot of shit there.
Yeah, Battle and Helio got me onto that kind of stuff, because I wasn't aware of all that kind of stuff. Like, it's always running in the background. You've actually got to go turn it all off and shit. And every time it does an update, it'll download things that you've already got things that'll come through to download itself. So they're actually interfering with one another and creating more issues.
Yes.
It's definitely a market society, isn't it? Every corner, everything that's being presented in some kind of way, as good as it sounds, it's always from a strategic marketing point of view. In a sense, it's never
monetization.
It's never actually help anyone because we really care. We want to help so much. Here's this. Look how great it is. It's always a hidden agenda.
I was looking at Facebook the other day after so long, and I'm mind blown what Facebook become. Like everything, it's just business, selling, advertising, all sort of. When I was in the 90s and see such ads, I was considering, oh my God, these are spams. These will be polluting information, Because of these things, we will not be able to find information anymore on internet. That's how I perceive them.
Definitely, especially, they'll take charge and control of the ones that are getting the mass numbers of people, and because they'll know that, that's where they need to influence their information from, like Facebook and all that. The runners of the behind the scenes and whatever the administrations and people like that of Facebook, like they're linked with areas of higher up agencies in countries and such, that they're not just everyday people, like old Jane that lives down the road, we've known her for years, kind of thing. Oh, she's a great lady. Like, they're in strategic positions of strategic sort of institutions and such, that some military based, some government based, some high corporation based, but definitely just not the everyday run of the mill.
If you go in each country's capital city and you start showing yourself as and get in contact with these kind of people, you will find that many politicians are involved into this Bitcoin stealing, and credit card cloning, and I know.
All these little tricks, little tricks and tactics that just seem to formulate and constantly be coming out and taking opportunity of all these other little things. That they move from one thing to another, and it seems to be the same sect or group of people at the upper levels of those things themselves. The lower rungians are just
In Romania,
But how was the ones that get around with the emails back in the day? That's when it sort of started for me. It started for me with the emails, when it's like, oh, hey, hun, I'm in Africa. I've got like $40-something million. I just need you. Can I send it to you? Rah, rah, rah. All I need is like $100-something for some bloody reason, It's like, oh, what?
At that time, I was selling eBay accounts.
Not selling like established eBay accounts where it had an established amount of viewers
with high rating. And, once you list an auction on an account with like 1,000, 2,000 feedback, positive feedback, you can list a car for sale or a $50 million piano, you know. And,
so is there no way to actually, if you dedicated the time, could you not formulate some kind of method to constantly create these eBay websites that would have those kind of those things that you're talking about? Even if it was a 5-year sort of time plan, when you just dedicated time to create a mass number of them, so that in 5 years you're basically going to sell those when you've been the one that's been creating that success rate yourself with a team of people.
Yeah, could have done that.
That's what I mean. Like, yeah.
Yeah. It was like a different kind of work required, you know, and this
It
thing
hasn't
I
like
was already
organically,
doing,
genuinely
like,
taken place.
yeah,
Yeah.
harvesting so much information, you know, dealing with bank cards, credit cards, cloning stuff. Yeah. But I did clone websites like Bank of America, Wells Fargo, another bank, something with W, which is very well known in the students. Most of the United States students, they have an account.
What,
It's one
Western
of the
Union?
favorite. No, not Western Union. That's something else. It's a money transfer system.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was actually literally bank. So it had many student credit cards. Some of them had good money too. You know, it's the parents, the rich parents giving money to the children, you know.
Yeah, most illegal money transactions and things are happening online, and they have been for the past 10 years. It's not the guy who runs into the bank with a shotgun and says, "Hand over the money."
And I've been to Bucharest, and there was like the second richest guy. This guy owns Ibiza, the island Ibiza. He owns it, everything on that island, and he has the top model agency here in Romania, and his photo models and these girls, they present clothing, Gucci, Armani, Versace, in Paris, Milano, you know, all these famous. And he is literally friend with all these guys from Armani, from Gucci. I went in his office. He had pictures with Gandhi, with the footballer Pele, you know, and he was.
So that just shows the mindset of people too, Bud, isn't it? Like, because it's not just these people; it's the people themselves that buy into that kind of. Oh, look, this person's got wearing this or correlating with this. Look at all those people screaming, rah rah rah. Must be a very important person. I need to I need to buy something from this person, or I need to correlate with this person because I want to be popular. I want attention, rah rah rah. And that's how easy it is, you know, just to create the illusion of it. You don't have to actually be such a person. There's people creating the illusion of living the lifestyle.
This man had the biggest hackers network. He was running, I don't know, something like 2,000, you know. Most of them were in Bucharest.
What was he extorting? Was he an extortionist hacker, or what kind of a hacker was he?
No. This one he's a very famous, but he's supporting these hackers. They work for him. And for example, I had access to information like databases sort of information, and I want to sell these accounts to these people who
yeah, got you.
use them, and materialize.
Like telephone callers and such, they actually pay good money for databases full of numbers. Yep.
He got me there, and I was selling to these guys, to his team, and what I did, I went to those computer clubs where his men were usually going, and I virused all the computers.
That's awesome.
I got all the emails from all the hackers, and I saw what they are working on and how they do it and what they do, and like all this information which I had, it exponentially increased suddenly, so.
Well, I used to work for just a small, lower level bunch of people that were they were playing that kind of game, and my mate didn't tell me that it was just a bullshit thing at first. He told me that.
And there was involved politician, like the boss from this bodyguards, presidential security guards, this boss from those guys, he was also in this involved. Was doing credit loaning, internet scams.
Yeah, we can't sort of blame them, I guess. I mean, if the incentive's there, somebody's going to take opportunity of it if it's there.
Yeah. Barely, I went in and out like, I don't know. I had a friend, and they never knew which one of us is the supplier, real supplier. Then we pose also as some sort of intermediaries, to them. But they needed us.
Yeah.
Then I just told him, the bag is empty now, gotta go.
As I was saying, I've tried doing a bit of like lower rung, whatever it is, I guess, back in the day, but it just didn't really sit right with me because I was trying to sell to basically big companies. I couldn't do it to like little businesses, in a sense, trying to sell them advertising space in a bullshit magazine that I realised to be a bullshit magazine, like titled like some police magazine, and there really was a magazine that you could send out to the people that brought advertising space in it. But the magazine didn't in any way go out to the number of people anywhere that you tell them that it did. I thought it did at first because my mate got me into the job, and I thought it was legit, and then I'm realising that it's not. And I'm just thinking, I just can't do this,
Many companies also did a lot of things,
Yeah, but there's so much money to be made if you just didn't have that conscience, Because I remember thinking, if I didn't give a shit, I mean, I could fucking make so much money, just like, I could do that, like I could lie and sell shit to somebody that didn't need to buy it, like make up reasons for it to make it sound better. I could do all that, but I couldn't even be a car salesman because I'd always ask the other person what's in their best interest, in a sense, because I wouldn't want them to be, don't you want to do what's best for you, in a sense? But that's not what you can do as a salesman. You can't be a salesman and do what's best for the person you're selling to. That's not how you make money as a salesman, it seems.
Well, being young, seduced, financial stuff, for me it was a computer and just some number lists.
If it was something like that, if you were just taking like basically information and selling that to groups that whatever, because to me, I think somebody calls me up on my phone and it's like, who are you? Oh, bloody telemarketer. Well, whatever. I just don't answer a number that I don't know. It's all good. It's not hard. I actually like playing with some telemarketers sometimes, and I like it. I love it when I say, "Can you go get your manager?" Oh, I am the manager. How are you now?
And they hear you sound young.
Hey.
They hear you sound young, a young manager.
Yeah.
They still bite it.
Well, you just keep it talking. I like letting them do their spiel, maybe interrupting them every so often so they restart it. I love it when they don't even acknowledge the fact that you've just made a statement that's showing that this is all bullshit. There's no bother to trying, but they just keep going. It's like, no, just keep going. That's probably in their little workshop, their selling marketing little workshops. It's like, just keep going, stay the course,
I know very well what it means to send like 100,000 emails in 3 hours,
So we're all going to be peasants doing the will of our new feudal overlords.
I'm already pretty much a peasant. I don't have a lot of money anyway, so it's not really going to change too much in my life, I don't think.
The money is not important. Important is to know what is going on, how to react.
Exactly, yeah. So I was saying earlier, if you're being oppressed, lied to, whatever, it doesn't mean you try and deny it.
Yeah.
That's not what you do. You know what's happening, accept what's bloody well happening, but you don't pretend not to know it, or especially not want to know it.
Yeah. They will not.
It's like a child closing their eyes, to try and hide from the boogeyman. I'll just close my eyes, and it won't be true.
Yeah.
That lady that's talking, you're from America, I'm guessing, because that'd be, to me, I'd say probably one of the worst sort of places, maybe around this point in time.
Ariel, she's from UK.
Oh, UK.
Or Ildiko.
Yeah.
South African.
Oh, South African. Okay. Well, that might actually be one of the best sort of places. Yeah. Is South Africa pretty cool?
No, I'm in the UK, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, UK, I think you at least get together. I mean, in a sense, more so than it seems. In America, it just seems like they're either one way or the other. I guess I can't fathom or believe how many of these young people are Trump supporters and such. Where did this mindset come from? But I've seen many protests and such in the UK of people basically even standing right outside the Queen's palace. Basically saying this chicken here eats babies, basically, and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know what she's doing, bro, but yeah, we should be questioning her. She's definitely sus. Let's go and have a look.
Yes, but don't you think that through this time, what this whole Orange Man bad narrative has shown us is that the ruling elite and their media are sock puppets. They are completely unaware of what the public feeling really is about what is going on in the world.
Well, they don't care. They don't empathize.
I think it's like Hitler's thing, just say something and just keep saying it. That's what they adhere to, I think. It doesn't matter what people's beliefs are, or whether they are this or that, as long as they pick a narrative and they stay the course to that narrative, like the old telemarketer person, just drum it in there and keep drumming it. Because it's more about the kids, I think, more so than the adults themselves. We've been brought up in our indoctrinations, but it's about ensuring the kids always have that indoctrinations growing up, whether it's a subtlety in the background or a blatant thing happening. But always to ensure the indoctrination in the kids, so that when they get older, they just sort of do as a lot of us tend to do. You know, like even us as truthers, as much of a truther we could be, most times the most that we can ever really do is understand and know truth itself, help other people to do so too, but what can we actually do with that understanding and knowledge of the truth itself?
You know what? When I lived in the communism, I went to this shop where they have in fact it was a shop, and they sold bread and tin cans and meat and stuff, but on one side there was this place where they were selling sweets, candies, chocolate and stuff. And when I was going there were some cakes, which you can also buy, but the candies, there was these big boxes, and they weren't even covered or in bags or something like that. You just ask these candies for this much money, and the lady then takes with a shovel and pours it in an envelope, wakes it, and she gives it to you.
Yeah, I remember those
Today,
days. Yeah.
when you go in a shop, there are so many brands, and they have all these packings and all colors and clowns and animals and
even wrappers within wrappers,
whatever.
like wrapped candy within wrapped candy.
They are eye-catching, When a child enters the shop, he's like, wow, he doesn't know what to choose anymore, he will shout to his mother, he wants this, he wants that, he wants that, I've seen mothers, children in the shops struggling to negotiate with the child, Yeah, but in my times there was
You
no
would have had
such
half-cent candies, in your day, like
I
half
had
a cent.
like three different types of candies, and that's it.
Yeah. But I remember you could buy for like half of a cent. Half of a cent for a candy, and that's why I just weigh them, I'd just scoop it, weigh it, and a good candy store person wouldn't be a stickler, they'd like put it on the weighing machine. If it's a bit over, no worries. Yeah.
Oh, I got those only after the 90s, But in the communism, there was no such thing. And also, we had the chocolate factory, and the packing of the chocolate was brown, and the brand name, and this, when you tie something with a rope and you make those circles. Yeah, a sign drawn.
Yeah. But you wonder how much that would cost, if they just eradicated it. Don't worry about that, guys. Just give me the, just chuck it in a paper bag and give it to me. How much less would it cost for that?
Well, it was quite cheap, I'd say. Like, people used to have like 1,600 lei. A whole month.
But in today's standard of money, with the inflation of money today, what do you reckon that would cost?
God, the Romanian leu today, €1 is 4.8 lei, almost 5 lei for €1. And the dollar is probably about 4 lei. But
and you said it cost about 1,000, did you?
No, it cost like 25 cents or 30.
Okay, yeah, I got you now. Yeah.
It was very cheap. But this chocolate, they were exporting it to Germany, and it was.
Germany makes some good candies.
They like it very much, yeah. It was very good quality chocolate.
And stuff was made from stuff as time goes on. It's just like less and it's tainted with more and more like
Yes,
it's not original, it's not organic. It's like back in the day they couldn't taint shit with shit that's not real shit because it wasn't around.
Yeah.
They couldn't do that, but now they can.
know
They've got all these
that
little tricks and tactics.
That chocolate, when I was eating it, it had that chocolate taste and sweet. But if you buy today, for example, Milka, the well-known brand, German brand, it's very, very sweet compared to, like, extremely sweet. And the chocolate flavor, it feels different, you know.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
And they get smaller too, don't they? They shave something here and there. They like make it smaller and smaller, but the price doesn't go down. But the candies do.
The size, like surface, it's pretty much the same, but this one was much thicker, you know, the Romanian one.
Yeah, I remember like milk bottle. I don't know if you had them. They were like little milk bottle looking lollies back in the day, and they had that nice like Milko type taste. That's how I describe it, I guess. But today you eat them and it's just so bland. You don't taste anything like that.
Also,
And I mean,
sweets are...
if you look at hydroponics, you don't even need like surface area of actual land to grow food. You can,
yes.
You can have massive crop yields with very little risk, because if you do it, you know, with hydroponic, you don't have to worry about pests. You don't have to spray the stuff. You know, everything can be controlled.
Exactly.
You can have massive
if you keep clean.
So this whole scarcity, you know, people can't afford to buy food. I mean, society definitely is not functioning as well as it should, considering that we have the intelligence, we have the technology.
Because they've taken everything and the resource and whatnot, and they're getting it from thousands of whatever away. That's why there's some kind of scarcity, like a tactic happening. It's like scarce cultures and always had their resources nearby and around them. We're amongst it basically, and existed with nature itself, you know. But they take all of this far away, so that we rely on some kind of transport system and, you know, all that kind of stuff to bring it to us. It's just counterproductive. Like aquafarming as well, what you're saying with horticulture, like, you know, like, I like the idea of aquafarming and stuff, and these urban farmers that they've shown that you can turn the smallest amount of land into a massive production of, like, just for your personal, or you can even sell some of it if you want to. And what is it, the one that uses so very little water these days, aeroponics or something like that. It works off a specific timing of these things that will specifically spray and manage water. Yeah.
You know, one funny thing I notice it's missing is this. When I was going out city, I always had a person to me asking me, where is the street X? Where is that street? And I was giving directions, you know. And today it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I hate it when somebody does that to you, and it is your neighborhood. You should really actually know, especially if it's the next street from your street that you live on. But you're like an idiot. Oh, I don't know. You might want to Google it.
Well, as a child, I was running all the streets in my city. I knew my whole city, like in my hand. But today, they changed the name of many streets, and now, as I'm using the older names, people don't understand me, but I'm still hooked to those. I still didn't learn the new ones. Funny.
And people will still go and think, yes, we'll vote. The next government will be better. So,
yeah, it's just that what's his name that's in charge at the moment. Like he's just not good enough, you know.
The next one will be better.
Yeah. I mean, it's not us, you know, and it's not the system. It's definitely that one person that's standing behind that podium right there. There he is. Bloody idiot. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, the mayor of London, there should have been an election last year to elect a new mayor. So that didn't happen because of you know what. And so now he's like, he complained bitterly that the Prime Minister hasn't met with him or hasn't, you know, called him to some meeting for the longest time. So even that, I mean, catch you later, gets. And
so that's his biggest problem, is it? You know.
So you know, for this time, when last year before I got kicked off of YouTube, I was kicked off of Twitter a long time ago.
You got kicked off YouTube. What for?
Yes. Possibly for making comments of a certain nature.
It wasn't the one you were making the comments to. It was the comments themselves, or
no, it was on various, like it had to do with the you know what disease. And,
yeah.
And then later on, when I realized that the Earth was flat, which was last year, then I started looking at all the NASA stuff, and I can remember one of the last comments that I made was regarding the bad quality of the photographs and stuff. I don't know. If
that can't have been why they kicked you off, because I've been trolling those kind of servers, and so I've been trolling those channels and putting my link to my shitty, but I find funny songs. Basically, they do get a bit, you know, like basically, you know, I won't get into. It's not harsh lyrics and all, but it's childish. But it's definitely a lot worse than what you just said and says. And I've trolled their like channels, and one of them's got like over 1,000 views, and it mostly Globers, definitely not flat earthers. And I know they hate it.
Yes,
it definitely
they
got
do.
attention. Yeah.
But I made quite a few comments on our national broadcasting services clips on YouTube when they were talking about the virus. I was highlighting certain things. Anomalies.
That's a definite no. Yeah, I haven't gambled with that one. Yeah.
And so now that I can't comment on anything, and then I completely de-googled my Android phone. I completely got rid of anything that I you know, if I replace this phone now, I will get a Linux phone. There's a Pine phone that I've been looking at, and just one day, when I wanted to make a comment about something on a YouTube thing, and then it said, you can't use this Google service anymore.
It's flagged you.
Yes, somebody must have reported me. But we know for a fact here in the UK there's something called the 77th Brigade, and they are active on the internet. They are ex-military. And they are active on the internet. They are spreading misinformation, and not only that, they are reinforcing the current official narrative.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I remember seeing a news report that was actually showing, like, different military personnel rooms just full of people in uniforms and such, even, and their job was said to be to go on blog sites and just create arguments and comment on pages and such, just for various reasons. It's totally 1984 stuff.
Yes, No, that's very real. That's very real. And you can recognize them. They're a bunch of boomers. You know, they say the same things. You can spot them. Well, I can, and I can see now when I go to these same programs and things that the people that used to agree with me, because you would find that there were like certain people who would agree with you, and there were many people who were completely awake and could see, you know, what was truth and what wasn't. And those people have all gone. That actor, James Woods, that American actor, he's a
Yeah, that name's familiar. I can't correlate him with anyone, but what movies was he in?
Oh my gosh, he's quite an old guy, but he was in many great movies. Just Google him.
I know I'll know him when you mention a movie. Yeah, I know I'll know him.
I can't think offhand. And so he said he lost, almost overnight, he lost 350,000 of his followers. And he was all about, you know, Trump and conservatism and against the liberal narrative. They actually did ban him for a while on Twitter, and then they gave him his account back. And recently I read on Zero Hedge where he said that. So you can see that they acted to stymie like the free flow of information between people. They are demonizing conservative viewpoints. The counter narrative must be stopped at all cost. But I just think they were a bit late to the party. You know, they couldn't quite stop everything and shut everybody up all at the same time. And I think the longer this goes on, the more people are going to turn away from it and say, you know, all trust is lost.
Yeah, I think that might even be a part of it. I think to even use what they can't sort of control in a sense to their advantage in a way of letting, you know, it's a basically when you look at it and you know it's not going to do anything anyway. I mean, it can be absolute truth, as absolute as truth can be, and it can be right in your face, and it can be totally clear, and it's right there, hands in the cookie jar, and you're looking at it just knowing it's not going to change anything. Nobody's going to do anything, and that would be a sign of defeat. Basically, it's like it have to be defeating, really. They do tend to seem to like showing those kind of things to truthers that they know will see them, and whether they're doing so for a bit of smugness, you know, whatever their reasoning is, I don't know, but they seem to show certain things that just make you think, you know, what are you being a bloody smart ass or something? You know, we could see that.
Yeah, we are being deceived by despicable people. They are really vile. Someone did say, though, and I think there are signs that it's happening in the USA, that eventually the left will eat itself. You know, with its insistence that everything must be fair, nobody must speak harsh words, you know, everything must be allowed. That is just that's a dead-end road as far as I'm concerned. Now they're demonizing the white man, the white race. Who would have thought that we would see these things?
No, the white race did that shit to themselves. Sorry.
Well, it's largely middle-class white liberals who are on this bandwagon, you know. that the white race should be, well, the white race is already the minority as far as the world population demographic is concerned.
Yeah, but that means nothing. That's like saying, what do you call I mean, that's like saying a lion is a minority in a group of gazelle. You know.
Well,
you have to understand that the white race holds all the power. They have all the cards. So being the minority doesn't mean anything because they have all the power. So who cares if you're the minority?
Yeah, but that's not really what the narrative is. They're actually telling small children in school to, to come to terms with the fact that they belong to an oppressive white race that has benefited in X, Y, and Z ways, and that they should somehow feel ashamed of, who and
Well, I mean, that's an agenda. Let's put it this way: if the white race from the beginning of, let's say, the birth of America had done things the proper way in the U.S., you wouldn't have the issues we have in the U.S. I don't know about the rest of the country, but for the U.S., had they not destroyed the Indians and enslaved people, then you wouldn't have the issues we have here in this country. But, that's in the past. You can't change that. And even, let's say they did all that and they tried to make amends for what they had done, but they didn't do that either. So.
Well, yeah, knowing that somebody, I mean, it's like, obviously it's horrific. That's not what you do, is it? But anyone that's white in a country or a place where their fathers or their forefathers did horrific shit like that, and that wasn't them, you don't have nothing to feel ashamed about or bad about. You're not your forefathers or fathers' bloody actions or mistakes.
But yeah, but the thing is, though, it's if you haven't done anything to bridge the wrongs that your forefathers have done from the forefathers' time up until the time like the present, then you're going to have the repercussions that the U.S. is having.
Oh yeah, I got you totally. Yep. Yeah, wouldn't you want to basically acknowledge and intervene with these people in a sense to say, fucking hell, I'm sorry about the way my bloody crazy dad's acting. He's just crazy. I guess that's not me though.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But once everything was like, once you freed slaves, once you did all that, they should have made a path to reconciliation amongst the races. And that never really happened. So that's the problem that this country's having now. Is so the Democrats in the country, they're just as culpable and just as bad as the other side. So it's not like they're both not racist. It's not like all of a sudden one
exactly,
side.
Yeah. All races need to understand that all races have oppressed one another and each other throughout history. That seems to be the case. It doesn't matter whether you're black, white, whatever. Yeah, we've all oppressed our own and we've all oppressed others. But yeah, as you're saying, like what you're saying, like here, we certainly should acknowledge what's happened in the past and history and such, and agree with one another. It's just not us, that's not what we're doing now. They were idiots. We don't have to be. But yeah, we can't forget the fact that it's not just specifically a white thing. It's not just specifically a black thing. It's a human thing. It's an ego thing. And ego has no races. It's everywhere in all humans. It's basically in all animals, even like the lowest form of ego is in. Or I'm not saying the lowest form of ego is in like animals are lesser or anything like that than humans, or to be considered such a way. I'm just saying like the mindset of the animal sort of nature. That humans have a potential or ability to think beyond reasoning that animals instinctually don't need to have things like forgiveness or anything like that in a sense, because it doesn't really correlate. It's not really a part of their society, I guess, but humans, we can actually apply things like this, forgiveness and things.
You got to look at it like this. If we were the people of the past, the world would not be the way it is today. You understand? So, imagine
Totally.
like us going back to that time, we would have never done those things. You know what I'm saying? Never. So, I mean,
Yeah.
so
Even
now
when the king and that comes out of saying, it's like, oh, this is happening, we've got to go bloody slaughter and murder, rape and pillage. No, what? No, we don't.
No, exactly.
I disagree, because look at all the shit that's going on today and we still can't change it.
I'm talking about us here in this room. Like, I'm not talking about the rest of them. Those people,
okay.
Those people are a product of what has happened from the past. You understand? If you have the people like in this room that come into this server, if we were the ones to build society, we would not do what those people did. You understand? We are all different races, and that's the beauty of it. In this room, we're all different races. We come in here, we collect our thoughts, we share our thoughts, we bounce ideas off each other. That's how the world's supposed to be, And we might disagree, but we're not going to go kill somebody's family. So it's like,
yeah, but I mean, I think when we say like a whole race, it's just far too general, because like back in the days, it was just like today. It was the same 1% of the 1% controlling all the money. They owned all the slaves, and you look at the horrific things these people do today, like wars and stuff. In 100 years, we could say, oh, if we were back then, we wouldn't have gone to war in Iraq or whatever, but we don't have a choice.
That's what he's trying to say, the people that are in this room, in a sense, but because those ones back in those days, they come from the lineage of the same people that you're talking about today that will go and support that same system.
Yeah.
They're not broken out of that. But if we actually went back in those days and we consisted of the majority of people, in a sense, just theoretically, that's just not what we would adhere to, is it? Like, we wouldn't want that to happen. And we'd still be doing things like getting jealous over things, or getting, I'd be the best looking person in the crowd, you'd all be like, oh, I wish I looked as hot as that guy, jealousy would still be around, but I'm sure we wouldn't be like, I'm going to, as Old Matty said, we're going to murder whole families and such, simply because of our offended or whatever jealousy or need and desires for more and all that kind of shit.
We are aware of better ways to support ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to use all these destructive fossil fuels that these people use, and all these people care about is power and controlling people so they can remain in power. That's not how the world's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's not what.
That's why they got rid of weed. Yeah, that's why they got rid of fucking hemp from society. Basically, hemp has so many positive uses, and especially.
Like all this knowledge that we're now finding out. Look how much stuff has been suppressed. So they know about this stuff. They know this stuff.
Yeah, what I was saying is like hemp in itself, right? And from a fuel point of view, or from a material point of view, look at how much construction and fuel mining, like fossil fuel mining, has taken place when it could have been done so differently, not required in that sense. If we kept hemp around, but they talk about hemp like smoke some weed and little Johnny goes and kills his whole family. Oh, does little Johnny? Well, I've smoked weed all my bloody since I was like a teenager and all. I might get a bit lazy here and there and all, but I get me work done. I do me shit. I don't think about doing that kind of stuff. In fact, even if I did want to do that kind of stuff, once I'd smoke some weed, I'd be like, oh, I might get to it tomorrow. It certainly won't be happening while.
Did you see that movie Reefer Madness?
Yeah. Just absolutely ridiculous, but isn't it? And it's like that's what the lengths they have to go to get rid of something, so that they can take control of the industry itself and say we need fuel, we need things to make clothes or whatnot, and so we need to. We own this land, we're going to grow cotton or whatnot on it, you're going to farm it all for us. No, you can't grow your own hemp. That's illegal now. No, nobody can grow hemp, all right? But we can. It's everywhere. No, it's not. We're getting rid of it. It's fucking illegal. But it's natural. First car was an electric car, yeah? First car that Ford dude made, the body of it was made out of hemp, stronger than material, more durable and workable bloody metal, I mean. Obviously it had to be thicker than the metal itself and all, but more durable, more workable than metal, more productive.
Well, apparently a similar thing happened with alcohol, during the Prohibition in America. There's a theory that people were using alcohol to power the cars. So they just banned alcohol.
They were just making moonshine back in those days, weren't they? It was definitely strong alcohol, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, beer was banned. All alcohol was banned, bars, everything. It was a completely illegal enterprise.
Is that because people were making their own alcohol, but was banned for an amount of time until they could actually pass laws where only certain people are allowed to be the ones that make the alcohol and sell the alcohol, in a sense, legally. Just like gambling, gambling's banned. You're not allowed to do it. But now you can pay whatever to get your gambling license, and so we get our cut of the money. That's the only way you're going to be able to do it. The mafia, even the council that council stuff around your neighbourhood. If you buy a house around here, that very section just outside your fence line, if you've got a house that's got a fence and then a bit of patch of grass till it gets to the road, even though that is your land, that's you've got to maintain it, it's on your property lease, that it is yours, all that kind of stuff, but you can't do anything on that area unless you go to the council, and if they allow you to, give them a sum of money, now you can do something, as long as they get their cut.
We have that HOA, homeowners associations, groups here in the United States. That I know two people who are just absolutely embroiled. They've taken their house, they've charged them fees illegally. HOA, homeowners associations, you ever heard of that one?
No, but it sounds like the same kind of deal, yeah.
It's these little formed groups where they control the housing. Well, they have bylaws, and you have to sign off and buy into it, and this and that and the other thing. And next thing you know, you're getting fined. My friend got fined for not cutting her lawn or some such thing, and they ended up taking her house.
What?
Homeowners associations, HOA.
Jesus, that is, that's shocking, man. Please tell me that they didn't take a house over, I don't know, something simple, or just basically taking advantage of a regulation, some kind of just simplistic type thing where they just took advantage of it, where I don't know.
Oh, they're brutal. They're outright too. Like 1 month, the fee was due. I forgot how this worked. Okay, the fee was due like February 28th. Well, they changed it to January 28th and didn't notify anybody. And now they had a whole slew of late payments.
Yeah. Bloody, cheeky, eh?
I find the medical industry especially shocking because we're relying on companies to, they're never going to want to cure anything because they're getting rid of their own customers.
Why would you cure anything? Oh my God!
Why would you cure anything? Yeah, exactly. Like you've got once you've cured a disease, you've got no customers. It's like relying on an oil company to get you to stop using oil. It's insanity.
Oh my God! Just ask the surgeon if you need surgery. Just do that. I'm being stupid.
It's not like when you say, because they understand that the medication or whatnot in all these instances, it's not the cure. They understand it's to help and disguise and I guess maintain and all, but it's like they just act like you can't find a cure. Like it's impossible because they know, because they are the ones that are in the fields trying to find it. Apparently, but it's been like, how long's it been? And you just realize all these things, and it's like you're telling me that these absolute geniuses, because that's what some of these people are, they're just fucking geniuses, they're some very smart people, and you're telling me that they'll just never come across something that is an actual cure, or could it be the case that it's been suppressed?
It's all true. What you're saying is all true. It's true. They got these doctors on the dark side somehow.
Oh, for money, man. Yeah, like it is actually very hard to really care about another person, especially outside your family and your own loved one. Well, for me, I don't know. That's just because I'm honest enough. I guess we're trying to reform, narcissistic psychopath.
Like, could you imagine if one of these companies found a cure for cancer, which I'm sure they already have, they'd just kill $1 trillion industry overnight. They're never going to do that, and these are the people doing the cancer cure research.
Exactly, and, yeah. And we don't realise how horrific that actually is until you actually are involved in that, and imagine your closest loved one, or even you yourself, basically catching it, dying from it, or somebody else that you truly love and that doing so, and then you find out such a thing as that. Would you not want to go and rip somebody's head off?
I've already seen that.
Well, this is how obvious that the cure is already out there. You don't see members of royal families or elite politicians. Not that I've ever seen. You don't see them getting cancer. You don't see the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers of this world. They don't get cancer. But we're expected to get it at a ratio of 1 in every 2 people now. Eventually,
it's everything they touch, see, and deal with. I mean, I just discovered recently that if you take boron, an essential salt that's in our soil that's been removed, all you got to do is take a little tiny bit of boron every day, and you won't have any rheumatism. So you won't have any osteoarthritis, gout, and arthritis if you just take boron every day. And it's true, my gout's gone.
It would have definitely moved the nature of people from nature itself, where we would have been getting all these things that naturally were basically got throughout our lifestyle that we were living for how many thousands of years, put us into a society, a concrete society. We're just not living with nature in a sense. We're not getting that natural nature, and it's obviously there's got to be some kind of cause there. I haven't done no scientific experiment on it, but it just seems to be quite obvious.
But like they've gone through all of our agriculture, and they've removed all the boron. I'm kind of
just evil bastards, aren't they? And they tell us like the average age used to be like 30 years old when you die.
Yeah.
Like 100 years ago, and it's such nonsense. Like people were living well into the 90s, 80s. This is like
look at people from old school, just our grandfathers and grandmothers and that, eh? Like these people they could smoke cigarettes all their lives, and how many of those people lived to their like 80s to late 90s and such, eh? And I think the death rate, and just this generation, I think it's definitely 80s and below, more so than above, I'm pretty sure.
Well, do you know where they got that number from? From about people dying in their 30s? It's technically, it is correct. Like technically, on average, is correct because you were way more likely to die in your first year of life. But people had like 10 kids or whatever because there was no heating and things like that in the houses. Like it was much colder in the winter, etc. You were way more likely to die in your first year. But if you survived your first year, you're probably going to live to your 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s. But the average them out.
About it like that, but that makes a lot of sense, man.
They average it out, so an average life expectancy of 30. But it's just not true, because if you can imagine being born into the 19th century where you had maybe one coal fire in your house, like your chance of survival increased if you was born in spring, because it gave your baby a chance to put on some fat over the summer and then survive the winter and get through that first year. So you're way more likely to die during childbirth in those times.
Wow, and what's in our baby formulas here in the U.S.? Soybean.
Is that what's in it now? Jesus. But like on the £50 note in the UK, the £50 banknote, there's two people on the back, and it tells you the dates that they were born and died, and they both lived into the 70s. And this was back in the 18th century, so like 17 something. And it just proves people did live that long, and this is before antibiotics. You know, before we knew that. Well, I think it's before we knew that boiling stuff, you know, killed germs.
Before the age where doctors were said, here's a bunch of stuff that correlates with somebody comes in with it, just give it to them. It's not about any of this stuff. Well, it is, you know, this is making money in itself, but it's about getting paid, keeping it going, keeping production line going. Here's the stuff. They come in, give it to them. They'll keep coming back because it's not going to cure anything. It's just some of it's placebo shit, some of it's disguised shit. It's just basically a drug
farmer, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we had other ways, like, do you know when you see a barber's and you see that red and white on the outside? The red and white is symbolic of something called bloodletting, where if you were sick, they'd come and drain the blood from your body, and it was something your barbers would offer. So when you see the red and white stripes outside a barber, that's what it means. So we did other stuff.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I found it funny what I think it was Matt Powland was one that pointed out that I've seen. He's like, you know, isn't it funny like the symbol of health or something that they use in the health organisations around the world is like a snake wrapping around a bloody dagger or whatever it is. It's like, yeah, that's what I think about when I think of health. It's a snake, you know, wrapping around a dagger.
So true.
Yes, soy is such a low quality, but that's what they do. They want to push the lowest quality thing on us. Look at canola oil. It comes from, Canada? It's rapeseed oil. There's not even much value for. Actually, maybe Jimbo, he's not around. It has like an extra carbon molecule or something. We're not even supposed to consume canola oil.
No, definitely not.
They're really pushing soy these days, aren't they? Like, I've been into 2 coffee shops in the last few months where they don't have real milk. They only have soy milk or oat milk, you know. And it's really annoying. Just put some fucking real milk in just for the people who want real milk, but they won't do it.
Palm oil. Someone brought up palm. That's interesting. I mean, I've discovered the coconut oil. In the morning, you rinse your mouth out with it. You know that one?
Yeah, coconut oil is good. Yeah, for that.
Amazing. It does. You can feel a bunch of junk come out of your skin, your salivary glands, your gums, and then you spit it out. You have to spit that out, obviously. Then you rinse it with water, and it does it. It cleans out all your organisms in your mouth and throat. It's all. You can feel it. It
feels stronger, doesn't it? Yeah. If you've got like a feeling of like weak gums or weak teeth in a sense, yeah, definitely do that, and you just feel it even after the first time you do it. But do it regularly.
I've not tried them.
Oh yeah,
it's hard to do it for a long time, but if you can, like, just keep swooshing it. You know, not like crazy. You know, you don't want to wear yourself out and all, but swoosh it for a good 20 minutes if you can, 15-20 minutes, and.
Honestly, I can't last more than a few minutes, and that might be enough. You might have to work up to it, etc. Never swallow the coconut oil that you've had in your mouth. It's called pulling. So never swallow the coconut oil that you've been pulling with.
Or really any of it, even if it's safe oil to swallow, because once you've been doing it, yeah, it's pulling, bad stuff basically from your gums. You know, like any kind of porous holes or whatnot that are around through your teeth, integral spots that'll pull stuff from there. It's a good cleaning. That's why your mouth feels stronger, because it's gotten rid of the gunk and shit that's actually creating and causing issues.
You notice it in your health too. You feel better and stuff. I didn't realize our mouth has such control over,
That's where apparently a lot of our problems start. From the mouth itself, and I think that's why, I don't know about in other countries and all, but definitely in Australia, healthcare and all, it's relatively easy and such. It's not, but dental care, it's never on a healthcare plan. It's like you got to go get a private thing for that, and it's definitely more costly. Why don't they make dental care like the main focal point in a sense? If a lot of things derive from shit getting into your gums, and that's how it gets into your, basically flows into your bloodstream and travels through to different parts and organs and whatnot, and taints things and grows from there. Because how does it get in there to begin with? It's got to either get there through the stomach or be presented through some kind of accident, bloody cuts or whatever, or through your gums and such. And through your gums is how it gets there. I'd say definitely over 60 or so percent of the time in all circumstances in that sense. Because how else does it get in there unless it's a genetic thing itself? It was already deemed to going to grow in there eventually.
That's interesting what PMAC put there. It looks like someone's trying to mix coconut oil in with just something else that's bad, but I happen to know coconut oil is very good. I don't think coconut oil can have cholesterol. It's not an animal product. That's interesting, all this flying around information.
I just wanted to add something on to what you said about your teeth. One observation I've made is, with all these like royal families and these billionaires and stuff like that, almost all of them, they have their original teeth. They don't get them whitened. Like, you look at the royal family of the UK and there are these dirty yellow teeth, but their original teeth all intact. They don't fuck about with them, They're not getting fake teeth in. They're not getting whitenings. They're keeping it all intact.
I've been able to save a tooth. I had a tooth that was getting really bad, and I put that one health supplement I like. I started using that on it, and it healed it. So there's even more to the dental aspect too.
Yeah, I'd say what those royals and that are dealing with is they've got teams of people that they just throw bloody hotels out, throw whole countries out. Here's a country for you. Just make sure you do everything that we want to be done, and that is we want everything to be the best it could possibly be. Okay, and if somebody else comes along and shows that it can be better, and you didn't do your job right, you're bloody off with your head kind of deal. That's the kind of people that are probably working for. But,
I believe it.
Yeah, they get the best cuts of meat, the best everything, the best ways of living. They understand the best ways of living. They don't participate in what they give us to bloody participate in.
There seems to be a sinister side too.
Well, yeah, a few years ago there was a nurse that she got in the papers, and she was like working directly with either, I think it was the Queen or I can't remember who it was, right? But she spoke out to the media about something that happened in the hospital, and it was really minor. But she died, like literally, like within weeks or within days of that happening, she was dead, suicide or whatever. Like, it is like a gang.
Well, she wasn't one of those strangled herself in a closet or something.
Yeah, she was something like that. Yeah. She
classic case.
She hung herself with toilet paper. Yeah.
I can't remember the exact story, and I'm kind of murdering it, but she did speak out, and she died really soon after. Like
a lot of people with 9/11, a lot of people like fire type chief people and 9/11 type stuff. Yeah, just amazingly. I remember a reporter talking to a lady, and he specifically said at the end of the report, because there were so many of these people suicide dying, strangulation by in their homes or whatnot by suicide. And he specifically said to her, "Now you're not going to go, committing suicide over the next few weeks or something, eh?" And she had a bit of a chuckle about it, like, "No, definitely not." Well, apparently she did die, of suicide.
All right, I remember the story now. This is how bad it was, right? This nurse was working at a hospital where some royal family member was. I think it was the Queen, right? And this reporter called up the hospital and pretended to be working with the royal family or something like that, and tricked the nurse into putting the call through. And that was it. That's all she'd done. Within a week, she was dead or whatever. She just got tricked into putting a reporter through to the Queen, and then got shamed in the papers for it.
Well, it is the Queen, remember? Yeah, that's the big difference between just everyday people and the Queen. Well, these are very different people, man. Ego is just beyond what we can fathom as people,
Like, if you look at the Queen and her husband, they're the ages of, I think, 94 and 96. Still going strong. Like, the Queen was horse riding last year, 94.
Fucking horse riding.
Horse riding. When do you see a 94-year-old horse riding?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be like I don't think I'm going to even be walking by my 80s if I'm alive and all. But yeah, crazy.
Keep drinking the distilled water.
Oh yeah, I try and do those things as best I can these days. I definitely adhere to those things. I don't just keep going with how I was and all. But you know, I've had like we had a friend of the family who was like in his late 80s. And he came down and he was helping us build the fence around the house, you know. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was a kid, but when I look back on it and just think, this was a dude that's in his late 80s, and yeah.
Yeah, my great granddad, he died at 94, and he moved to Australia and just sat out in the sun all day and drinking whiskey and smoking cigs. That's all he did.
God bless him.
Yeah, he was a really lucky guy. He won the equivalent of the lottery before we had the lottery, and just moved to Australia and retired when he was like in his 50s. And then the guy remarried in his 80s, so I guess he was really blessed. But yeah, 94, smoking and drinking whiskey.
Yeah, definitely sounds like a good way to live your last few years, definitely, eh?
Mm.
I'd like to do a lot more of that right now, you know, if I could. You know, but they want me to go do shit. They're like, oh, you've got to be here at this. Are you up? Set your alarm. You got to get up. You got to do this. All right. I do love my job though. I do love actually, like, you know, doing my job and all. I mean, I could sit around and do nothing if I had the money to do so and all. I could very happily just do that, but I do love doing my work as well.
Yeah, work you like.
Yeah. Well, people are good too, but it keeps me fit as well. Yeah, it's exercise, you know. That's how I see it. If it was a desk job or something like that, I wouldn't really love it as much, because the thing I love about it is, to me, I'm getting me exercise. I'm doing something, you know, a bit of hard labour and all. The money's not the greatest. The people are cool, and the boss is awesome. He's like the best boss I've ever had in my life. So.
Well, it's that saying, isn't there? Work cleanses the soul. And it's like so true. You feel better after you've been doing work.
Yeah, definitely.
Work that you like.
Work like you like.
Yeah. Well, what do you call it? When you just go and do stuff for somebody, you're not getting paid for it. Just I volunteered. I volunteered at a place called the Family Centre, 2 days of the week. When I had this part-time job, it wasn't full-time, and I was there like they didn't want me to be there too long throughout each of those days, but I'd stay around to like 6 hours minimum, even 8 if they needed it, because it was a area of work that there was actually a help for people, you know, like maybe cooking something for the homeless one time, driving somebody somewhere another time, you know, just all these different things that were actually doing things for people that were in need of help. And that kind of work, you know, to even get paid for it. I mean, I could have done my course and all and kept going with that kind of work, but the thing I respect about those people is there are dickheads in those areas that actually don't give a shit. They're only there for the money, because it is good money in there, but you got to have a strong sort of strong, I guess, heart or something about yourself, you know, a big heart, but also a strong one, because there's situations where sometimes you just want to grab someone and throttle them, or you just want to go to some like person's house where you just want to throttle either the mother or the father or something, but you can't do that if you can't put your own emotion into it. And I know that I wouldn't be able to prevent myself from doing that, because there were certain situations that came up that I just realised if that's what I would have to eventually have to deal with, I don't think I could ever do that. And I totally respect people that do.
You guys are great. Have a good one.
You too, man.
See ya.
I was listening to the Flat Earth radio room earlier today, so it was awesome sitting in there, listening to some of the songs that Flat Earth has been making.
Yeah, there's a lot of Flat Earth music that's getting made, isn't there, at the moment?
Yeah.
I was thinking about making some Flat Earth memes, you know, for the YouTube Shorts, but I'm kind of undecided yet. Because there's just so much stuff you can meme out of. Like I've got a video that's 6 hours long of just NASA, you know, getting caught. There's just so much of it, and that's like the tip of the iceberg.
That's it, yeah. Like yeah, I thank these people, that just took the time to do all that kind of stuff, because yeah, when you just look at it on that magnitude, it's awesome when you watch those videos. It's like, here's this, here's this, here's this.
Yeah. I was thinking I could make some memes quite easily using the either the shot on iPhone music, I don't know if you've seen that on the memes, or the one from Curb Your Enthusiasm about music. There's quite a lot of memes going around. Like there is a meme going.
If you want a music fan, you can make. Yeah, I can make heaps of music on Music Apps and all. Like if you're worried about bloody copyright for music.
Oh yeah, thanks for that. But it's all right. Just because that's popular meme music. Like there's a video that keeps getting promoted to me on YouTube called "Curb Your Flat Earth," where they've turned flat earthers into a meme, and it's had like 7 million views or whatever. But I won't even bring myself to watch it because they've just brought some crackhead in out of the street and then asked him a load of tough questions while he's off his face, and then just turned it into a generalization of all flat earthers.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look at it, but well, yeah, we know that's the best they've got is nothing. They haven't got shit, so we can't expect to really see much else. But best I've seen good Glober memes towards the Flat Earth, but I'm not actually sure whether they were even made by Globers. They might have even been made by Flat Earthers.
Yeah, all they seem to have is mockery.
Yeah,
mockery, and
a lot of it's not just. Yeah, it's not like a lot of Flat Earth memes and such. Definitely mockery in a sense, but it's not trying to be harsh. It's not trying to really degrade or belittle in a sense.
Yeah.
Point out the ridiculousness of the point. Yeah.
Well, that's it. The ones that are made by Flat Earthers, they're just pointing out how ridiculous it is. But the ones that are made attacking Flat Earthers, they're literally attacking the person, not the point.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
You know, he's a flatard, he's got a flat brain, or whatever.
Yeah, and they'll do that for basically anyone that is a flatty. That's what they're saying that to. But when I say Glober, I'm only talking to actually a very small, specific bunch of people, I'm sure, because I'm certainly not talking to anyone that adheres to the heliocentric model. I don't care about those people. They're not the ones that I call Glober in a sense.
Yeah.
If they come and start asserting their model and start speaking bullshit, well, then they start turning into a Glober. But until then, they're all good. I can very easily also just agree to disagree with a Glober. I've met a few Globers over my time, being on Discord and such and other servers that I've befriended, and they're cool as, and I respect them. They don't want to, they're not into. That's not their thing at the moment. I mean, they are basically teasing that they're only 17 and all, so I can totally understand it from their point of view. But they also show that they understand that there's something to what the Flat Earth community is actually talking about. Maybe they're absorbing it in their own way and all, but they certainly don't want to get into and address the debate itself and get into it on that level. And so they always call themselves a Glober. They never show that they're any other thing, but they don't ever push anything on me. I don't push anything on them. They don't ever like speak down about flat earthers or anything like that. They'll treat everyone the same. And I respect Globers like that, but the majority of them can't even do that. If you don't agree with one,
they can't agree to disagree.
Exactly. Yep.
You just can't do that. It's like attack.
These are kids able to do.
The person. Yeah, that's good that they're able to do that.
For them, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever. This might sound counterintuitive, but at the end of the day, they are really about mind control and thought control. All they care about is what you're allowed and not allowed to think.
Yep, exactly, man. Yep. And Globers themselves, they also don't give a shit about the shape of the Earth or any of that. Because where were they before Flat Earthers? Why all of a sudden a bunch of Globers are acting like they give a shit about a model that they didn't care about enough before to, I don't know, get into a field? And most of them wouldn't have even been in a field that correlates with anything to do with the model in a sense. But you've got a bunch of them just carrying on about it like it's the biggest thing, and, and you're fucking ruining, science or whatnot, as though they even gave a shit before that. Flat Earthers should be actually thanked for getting a bunch of people on board to apparently caring about something where they never did before and knowing things about things that they didn't before. Surely a lot of Globers know more about their model than they ever did.
Yeah, it's like a completely illogical reaction. It's almost like it's been programmed into them. Like, how can you hate someone because of their view on the shape of something? Like, there's no reason to hate someone or attack someone, but that's what they automatically do.
Because they internally know that the Flat Earthers are right with what they're actually asserting, to even be questioning the thing to begin with, because they know something inside them telling them that the difference between belief and known, and you can't lie to yourself. If you know you don't know something, you can pretend that you know all you like. There's this hollowness or something inside you basically telling you that you don't bloody well know. You can pretend you do, whatever, but no.
Maybe that's why they get so angry, I think, because it's from a place of frustration, maybe, where they don't have the answer to what you're saying, but also, they can't change their belief because that's what they know or believe already. So it puts them in a place of frustration, maybe, where they lash out. It makes them feel better just to ridicule and put the Flat Earther down.
Look how many are also... they correlate with basically being atheists in a sense as well. Like they're at some war against religion, religion and their stupid gods and their stories and such. We're atheists. We've got science. We know so much better. I mean, that in itself seems to be another contributing factor when you point out their belief system, and they would have to realise that these religions that they were carrying on about, they're actually no better than. And in fact, if you want to go a step further, these religions have more substance to their proof. Their belief systems than any of these Globers. They've got no substance to what they believe in, other than they were shown and told to believe in it.
Yeah, definitely. I've had a few conversations with atheists where, I've just mentioned that atheism is a belief, and it's been enough to, have them raging.
You say to anyone that says God's not real, or you say, if they say, oh, God's not true, you say, how do you know that?
That's it.
They can't say shit. How do you know God's not real? How can you verify it is? How can you verify it isn't? But you cannot say it isn't. That's not proof, is it? But that's atheism for you, isn't it? Where did this atheism come from, where they were allowed to have that kind of arrogance and basically assert that?
Yeah, I mean, also, like, how arrogant is it to be 100% certain that when you die, it's just nothing and darkness? Like, I don't know what happens when you die, but I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that if something does happen when I die, that I'm going to the right place. Like these atheists, they're 100% certain with no proof whatsoever that as soon as you die, that's it, it's over, darkness. And if that's not the case, they're fucked. Like,
well, they don't know what happens when you die, but yet they assert what happens when you die. Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing happens. That's where I think some people can go with something as simple as like that. I guess the concept of the miracle. They don't need to delve into it further than understanding there's something amazing. We'll call it a miracle. And other people, they just need something that the miracle's just not going to cut it. It's like, well, what is it? I want to know all about it. How does it work? Where did it come from? It's a bloody miracle. You know? It's like, how do you verify a miracle? You know, you can verify that it's happening and it's definitely a miracle. But what do you mean? You want to verify everything about it, where it come from, how it started? I mean, that's why it's a miracle, you know?
Well, I mean, I guess it is wanting to verify where it came from, but also I think they just want to hear it from the voice of authority where it came from. They don't. A lot of the times they don't want to know the ins and outs. They just want the authority to tell them what happened.
And that's definitely not within their own self, is it? Like, that's always on the TV, in a magazine, fucking, where even, I don't want to get into like the religious side of things, but if you're a religious person just adhering to the book simply because the book says so, without actually delving into it, looking into it, why does it say so? You know, how did these people formulate and correlate such things? Yeah, like, it's within, you know, and it can be found within. That's where the authority is. It's not our own authority to just say, oh yeah, it is like that because I say so. It's just something when we let go of our mind, basically our mind of beliefs. The mind is basically like a box of beliefs in a sense. We have to release the bloody mind and be free of that system in order to experience something that isn't of beliefs. It's just something that is what it is. That's where we realised, I think, the people that wrote these religions realised. Something that they themselves did not create. None of us created it, and none of us actually know it to be a creation in a sense, because we know life started, we know we started, and we know that, you know, trees grow and all, and we can assert that the world itself seems to have started, you know, from something and all. But how do you get to a point where you've got nothing? Basically, there is nothing to actually point at or correlate with and say, oh, this began from this, that began from that. Is there a moment where there can be such a nothing in a sense, as much as nothing can be, where one could actually realise there never is any such thing as nothing, but also that there's something else that always was, is, and will be here, if we actually let it, you know, listen to it. Can be quiet and still, I guess, long enough to do so. But we're born and we do our shit in our lives. We're told to do this, we're told to do that, we're told to think this and told to think that. Nobody ever gives time to those kind of thoughts, whereas ancient cultures, that seemed to be their way of doing things. Like, seemed to be what they were into.
Yeah, the ancient cultures, it feels like they were much more in tune with their self and how they inherently knew what was right and wrong instead of being told what's right and wrong.
Well, like Plato, was it Plato or the other guy that just said, like, I'm wise not because I know everything, I'm wise because I realised I know nothing. And that's how we become... that's how we develop real knowledge. As we grow up and get older, we've got to realise at some point that we actually know nothing. We've been told a lot of things, sure, but what is it in regards to actual knowledge itself, you know, like in truth itself? Like, is it something that's just going to fill in the time, you know, whatever? Or is it something that actually is everlasting, you know, unchangeable, absolute in its sense, all-encompassing as well? Like, wouldn't that be truth, something that is all-encompassing? Because if you say truth itself is something that is only this for this and then that for that, well, that's two things. You can't have two things. If two things are truth, then the truth has to be something that actually encompasses those two things and abbreviates those two things in the wording of the truth itself. But some people would adhere to this and some people will adhere to that, and both of them will call what they adhere to as the truth, when the truth might be something actually that encompasses both of those things, like right and wrong that we consider in our society or world. We have these ideas of right and wrong, that these are contextually true, yeah, but what about ultimately when we're talking about unchangeable truth and absolute truth? Are they actually true in those kind of terms?
Self-evident is what the founder said.
That's a good way to put it. Definitely, yes, self-evident, yeah.
It's true even if you don't believe it or don't want it to be true. This statement is true. It needs no proof. It's self-evident.
Yep, that's perfect, man. Yep, you just summarised that perfectly. Awesome. I mean, that's what I was trying to get at before with the nothing as much as nothing can be. There is no nothing. You can look for nothing all you like, but you'll realise that who are you, for one? But doesn't need us to speak its words or, be worried about, oh, am I just going crazy? Because, truth itself, self-evident, as old matey said. It's just undeniable.
Well, there's nothing self-evident about the globe model. I'm trying to think of something that is self-evident about the whole globe model, but I can't.
That there is no globe model, there is no curvature.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, that's self-evident in relation to what they say. So, like I say, the curve isn't self-evident because we can't see it. The fact that we're moving isn't self-evident. The fact that the stars are millions of light years away, that's not self-evident because we can look at them and see them moving around and stuff. Nothing's self-evident with the whole model.
So it's definitely interesting, say what you want about it, but it's definitely an interesting. If you were watching all of this as a movie, you can't say that you'd be like, when you're in it, it's like you can't sort of see it so carefree, I guess. But it definitely is quite interesting when you think about how this has been presented and portrayed and managed, and how hard it is for some of these globers to actually see it as well. I mean, that's something I try and always keep in mind. I certainly don't think I'm smarter or anything like that simply because I know something ever, but it just astounds me how these people that I know have a higher, they're very intelligent in areas and such. I just understand that, and it just astounds me why they can't grasp the simple concept. Do you understand you either believe something or you know something? Which one do you think you do? Be honest with yourself. And they just can't bring themselves to do that. It just seems like truth itself has really been turned into some kind of bloody disease or something, like love itself in a sense. It's to be sort of laughed at, sort of, it's like a weaker type thing. Oh yeah, Nancy Pantsy type shit and all. But that's what they're doing. They're trying to shit all over these kind of things. Eradicate them from our sort of our culture and being, and get rid of truth and love and things like that, all that is good and uniting, and leave us with bullshit. That wasn't a pun, by the way, when I said bullshit, but I guess it turned out to be one.
I mean, I think intelligence is the wrong word. When we're describing these people like doctors and stuff like that, because it's not intelligence, because they're just doing well on tests. Like they're putting the work in, they're remembering stuff and repeating it again. It's like if I knew more about, let's say, Game of Thrones, I knew more about Game of Thrones than you knew about Game of Thrones. Does that make me more intelligent than you?
Yeah,
No.
I guess cognitive function, I guess, maybe, or ability. They have higher cognitive, skills, I guess, to process or remember more, maybe something like that.
I don't think it is that. It's just the work you've put in. Like, plus you don't know what kind of childhood these people are getting. You might have parents that are forcing them to do the homework or checking the homework and, making sure they do well on the tests, putting them under pressure.
It could definitely be a denominator, because I don't remember even ever doing homework at my school. I wasn't in the smartest classes and shit, but yeah, it just wasn't my forte.
Well, that's it. Like, I knew people who, you see one end of the spectrum at my school where the parents would be really pushing them to do well in the class. They'd be checking the homework, making them redo it. And then you'd see the other end of the spectrum where the parents, they were like, yeah, you're sending you to school and you're coming home from school and that's it.
Yeah. And my mum was kind of a lady that would, always show love and all that kind of stuff, but let me make my own mistakes and let me walk my own kind of path, I guess. I don't consider it sort of bad parenting. To me, I think.
Well, how else can you learn?
Sorry, what?
I said, how else can you learn unless you make those mistakes? Unless you've got some
exactly.
mentor.
Yeah.
Well.
But always be there to pick you up or whatnot, eh? But yeah, just definitely let you make those mistakes. Could have been some advice situations where old mumsy might have, you could have dropped a bit of advice in there, mum. That would have been nice and all. But yeah, I love my mum. She's awesome. So. Sister was cool too. Probably best that she also got rid of me dad when I was young and all, and I never really held that against her, as some kids seem to do. Like, it's like, where's my dad? I need a dad. Like, so some of my mates' dads, it's like, if that's what a bloody dad is, if that's what my dad was, like, I'm glad he's not around. I understood why she got rid of him, not because there was any big problem, but he was just a bit too young still. He wanted to hang out with his friends and party and all, so yeah, mum just did the responsible thing, and they separated and all, but not over bad terms or whatnot. As I had to realise later in life, though, I sort of got myself into trouble quite often by thinking I could sort of, act in the same kind of way as sort of mum did and does, thinking that I won't suffer the same kind of, or I'll get the same kind of treatment, I guess, as mum gets, because not thinking that all mums are a woman, you just don't do that. If you're a guy, thinking that you can just sort of open your mouth and say what you want, whenever you want, however you want, you might get, punched in the mouth by other guys because they don't like it.
Yep. But I always seem to think, like, instead of going to school, if I had, like, someone pull me or pull anyone out of school at, say, like 10 or whatever, and you just had an adult role model just showing you how to be an adult all the way until you're 18, like, I think you'd be a much better person. Like, because from what I've noticed is you just turn 18 or 16 and you're still a child trying to figure out how to be an adult. And if you've not had that mentoring from an adult or been around adults a lot, you're just like a spazzy kid going into your 20s, trying to figure stuff out for yourself.
Are you telling me life story, are you, bro? Yeah. Just yeah. 20s? Oh, I could have kept going for my 30s, man. I nearly did.
Yeah, me too, mate. I'm the story you described is literally the same story as myself, and it took me until I was about 30 to kind of fucking grow up, realize stuff.
Yeah, definitely. But also never lose the child. Yeah, like keep. We've got to stay young in the sense by keeping that child, keep something about the child experience, and because that's what makes life. Life's got to always be awesome. If life's not awesome, there's obviously something wrong, because life should be awesome. Not to say that it's perfect, and not to say that there's not always going to be some kind of death itself is certainly not a great thing. It's let's all jump and party. Somebody just died. Yeah, awesome. But if we're not having fun throughout our lives and enjoying it, we should really stop at that point and change something, not just keep going. And that denial thing that a lot of us do, try and just keep persevering and deny all of that, pile it all up, let it all pile up as we go along.
Well, I try and keep an inquisitive mind like a child and have fun like I'm still a child, but with a level of maturity with my decision making, if you know what I mean. So I'm still having fun, trusting people, making friends, things like that. But my decision making's like an adult in life as such.
Well, yeah, what you just said then, that would have been the key point, and I had to realise that I needed to start doing more so for myself, because even getting into my 30s, not to say that I couldn't find my own places, find my own jobs, whatever, but just certain things I wasn't realising were sort of, picked up in a sense and pointed out or I was helped out with by the people around me, not just my family, but other friends that just knew, it's just the way he is. He's like a great guy. He gets this done, pays his bills, does his work, rah rah. But he just needs a bit of that help around here, kind of thing. He's just doesn't seem to have the mind to acknowledge him. He just does his own thing. Doesn't realise that if we weren't all doing these little things around him every so often, his life wouldn't be so easy as it is. So I had to realise that I've got to be a bit more responsible for my own stuff in those kind of ways, just as you were saying.
Yeah, definitely. It took for me to as soon as I live in London, and as soon as I moved out from other places, I moved to London, came and lived on my own in London, and I became responsible almost instantly. Instead of living with friends in shared houses and stuff like that. You've really got to look after yourself, and you see all the homeless people on the streets and you think, I don't want to be like that, and I don't want to live like a scruff or anything.
Yeah, but the homeless are usually, they have mental problems. So most of the time we don't, you know what I'm saying? Someone who can actually work is, I have a part in my heart. I'm like, I wish I could help them, but a lot of them are addicts or they have some mental issues, so it's like there's not much you can do unless they want help, So, for us, someone like us, we could never go homeless because we'd always find a way to work. But for some reason, they can't work. I don't know how to help them.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. But I just think, I'm on the edge where something bad could happen in your life, and then you could just go on that slippery slope of drinking every day or something like that. And then decide to...
That's true. You can fall into a rut. We can't really say we're above circumstance itself that can actually topple and change everything. You can't call somebody weak, I guess, or something just because they fell into that rut and couldn't get out of it. Because it is hard to get out of a fucking rut if you're in that rut. And especially if you're a stubborn person, and you don't want other people's help, because I hate help. I don't like other people's help in a sense. I don't mind it if it's happening in the background, where I'm not aware that people are doing it for me and making me look like a retard in a sense. But if I know that I don't like help, I don't like feeling that I need help, and I would be a hopeless homeless person or a hopeless person that was in need of going to a centre to actually receive help. Hey, it has to be a hard thing. Surely not all of these people find it easy to do.
Well, I noticed that it seems to go hand in hand, like you said, fraud. It is a lot of mental health problems when you speak to the homeless, but there's also usually like an underlying addiction that runs with it. Like I don't think, I very rarely will see a homeless person who I don't think's addicted to either alcohol or something else. The ones around here, I think, usually alcohol. is their drug of choice. And I don't know what it is that just made them give up.
Well, I mean, let's do. Sorry, are victims of some type of abuse when they were a child, you know?
Yeah, that's what I think, definitely. They've had something horrific happen to them.
Can't be the addiction itself, if they just want to keep going with the addiction, and they can't do that if they're, spending or having to go even work, basically. If they have to go get a job, they can't sit around drinking. So if they can manage to get that check every week or whatnot that they know they'll get for free, if they just be homeless, get that check, spend it on alcohol, whatever they need to do to survive, that seems to be the adhered to choice for them, rather than working because they can't drink while they're at work, and paying bills, because paying bills for a house, to live in a house and whatnot, well, that's money that you could be spending on alcohol. The addiction itself seems to just surpass all of that stuff.
I think that maybe the borderline suicidal, and it's just like, you don't want to commit suicide, but life's not worth living, I might as well just keep drinking.
Exactly. Yeah. It's definitely suicidal. Yeah. But nobody really so much wants to die. I don't adhere to calling people that do commit suicide weak, because to me that's not a weak act. Like, nobody really wants to die in a sense, and if people did it so frivolously and so freely, like it just meant nothing, then I don't know what was going on there, but they were obviously either in some serious pain or just like, something spazzing out. But people that have a mind for themselves, don't want to die.
Well, one of the big reasons there's so many homeless now in the UK, or there was last year anyway, I'm not sure where they've all gone, is a couple of years ago the government changed the benefit system. So they used to pay your rent directly to your landlord, right? But they changed it a couple of years ago, so they pay your rent directly to this drug addict and go, make sure you pay your rent on time, and what? They don't. That's what they do. Yeah, so they changed the way the benefits were paid in the UK a couple of years ago. So if you was a so-called homeless person now and you had a home, the government would pay your rent directly to the landlord. If you understand what I mean, you wouldn't see the money, and then they changed it, and so they pay the rent directly to the homeless person.
I got you, yeah.
And say make sure you pay your rent on time to a heroin addict.
Yeah, I got you, yeah.
So they all end up homeless. It's crazy.
It is crazy, yeah. Why would you think you could? Why would they do that? Like, how could you think you could trust the person that is obviously going to spend that money elsewhere, not on the rent?
But there must have been a reason for doing that. Like, I don't know what it is. There must have been some reason they did that, and that applied across the whole country.
It definitely doesn't seem like a responsible thing, eh? You would have thought the government, of all people, that is supposed. I thought they were the pinnacle of creating regulations and all that kind of stuff that address responsibilities. And as a nation, as a community, this is how we need to do it. And then yet do something like that is just blatantly irresponsible.
I guess it'd be one way of getting rid of all these really poor people in places like London, where the government's putting you up in like really expensive apartments and things. I don't know. I just can't.
What else could you derive from it, eh? But that would be a conspiracy, obviously. If you told that to a lot of people, it'd be, oh, you're crazy. No. Definitely.
There must have been some logic behind it, though.
Yeah.
Whatever that was, I don't know.
So they certainly don't care about the money. It's not about the money. But you just would have thought, like, to blatantly do something like that, where everyone just blatantly sees they're trusting ones with the money, that they could have just very easily continued doing what should have always been done with the money. Because how could you trust somebody that you know is going to just go and spend that money frivolously? And apparently the people seeing that are supposed to be thinking, I do a 9 to 5 bloody job, you know, I pay taxes and shit. Isn't that money coming from my hard labour and all, and you're just giving it to them to go buy their drugs with, like, you know, what's going on here?
Well, I guess once the homeless people have been kicked out of their apartments because they're not paying the rent, where do they go from there? Like, because the homeless are, a lot of them seem gone now out of London. Like, after COVID, they've just disappeared because there's no one to beg off on the streets around the city and things. So I wonder where they all went.
Yeah, they have been pushed out of towns. I noticed that. We didn't have a lot of them around the towns that I'm in, but there were always like a few here and there, but they, over the last, like, I don't know, 10 years, just haven't really seen them. They seem to have been pushed somewhere. They probably turned them into bloody, like, unknown nomadic type people. They seem to just correlate around in a circuit. They'll probably come back to the spot one day, you go, oh, there they are, be there for a bit and then gone again.
I really don't know.
If I was rich as though, I'd have no problem, like, basically, like, hanging out with, like, decent homeless people, not the fucking scary ones and whatnot, the bloody heroin addicts or whatnot. But, you know, there's good homeless people, you know, and I'd have no worries just sort of spending time with them, hanging out with them. Like, I've got no issue with looking poor, living poor, whatnot, things like that, as long as I knew I wasn't poor. You know, as long as I knew I could go and do this anytime I wanted. But if it's not like that, I certainly don't want to just do it for that reason. I mean, the shower, the nice bed, and just a roof over my head and all that to me really is an important thing. You know, don't care about money so much or having lush things or all that, but I definitely do care about just having those kind of luxuries, I guess. I like having those. Don't take them for granted.
You're in Australia?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought there'd be a lot of homeless people, you know, because it's so warm outside. It's kind of silly logic, but, like, you could just camp and have a gym membership where you go for a shower.
It's not bad logic, I guess. I can understand that logic.
Just because I noticed in London we usually have more homeless around the summer. Because, like, you can just sleep on the street and it's nice and warm.
I think the big cities, like in Australia, when it comes to big city areas, I think you're going to have a homeless sort of crew of population there. The bigger the city area, the bigger the homeless population will be. But in Australia, it's like, for the size of the country, I mean, there's so much area that's just, like, not cities. It's not, I mean, even if it's communities, it's not like they're massive, big populations. There's just so much space.
Yeah, that's what I didn't like about Australia. Like, when I've been there, is I can't just walk from a house to where I want to go. Like, in England, it's easy. Like, you've got a shop 5 minutes away everywhere, especially in London and stuff. You can just walk everywhere. Whereas in Australia, you can't. If you live out in the suburbs or something like that.
Yeah. If you live in go more west or something, like you want to walk across somebody's farmland, yeah, sometimes it could take you like 2 days to walk across their farmland.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Have you ever heard of a comedian called Steve Hughes?
No, I don't think so.
He's an Aussie one. I liked when he's talking about, like, the homeless people and all. And you know, he'd say, yeah, he'll give money to homeless people, give them some money. And some people would be like, or there'd be slogans like, would you give a homeless person £1 for drugs? He's like, fuck yeah, pound. Fuck yeah, I'll give him a $5. He can go stock up. You know, but it's like this misconception of people. It's like, you're giving your money to homeless people. Oh no, don't do that. No, they'll just go spend it on booze and alcohol. And Steve's like, well, what the fuck do you think I'll do with my money? That's like, I'll pay me bills and shit, sure. But what's left over? Yeah, buy some fucking beers, get some smokes, like.
Yeah, it's true.
Smokes. But then they're talking about taking the high road, because they only donate to trusted charities, like regulated charities, and that way they know where their money's going. He's pointing out, no, you fucking don't. He knows where his money's going. He's giving it to the homeless person, but they don't know where the fuck their money's going.
Yeah, that's exactly right, isn't it?
It is. The bigger the charity, the bigger the cut of the money that has to be taken from all of the money that comes into the charity to pay for the workers and all, even though there's volunteers and all, but they're not all volunteers, and the rent's not free, and the slogan's not free, and the signage isn't free, and the TV advertisements isn't free. That's not all free.
Oh yeah, there's so many charities that are just a massive scam now. I see them all the time in the UK where people are asking for money on the street, and this is my understanding of how it works. Maybe not the biggest ones, but on a lot of the smaller ones, you start a non-profit organisation as a charity, and then you pay yourself a salary as the managing director of that charity, which can be whatever amount you want.
Yeah, I don't know if it's whatever amount you want at all, but I definitely know there was a time when it has to be, you have to actually give, I think, 30%, or it might have been just over 30%, could have even been 33, I don't know, to be fucking coincidental. I'm sure like that back in those days, but I think it's, you have to give that amount away, but you can actually keep the rest as long as you give that amount away out of every dollar, that amount, and you keep the rest. And fuck yeah, that's a good gig, because people want to help people want to do nice things, so you're telling people, I'm going to help people, you just give me money here, I'm going to help these people, I'm going to help those people, I'm going to throw money at them, but all you're ever going to do is throw 33% of that money at them and keep the rest. I mean, I wish I had thought of that gig back in the day. It just seems like there's too many people doing it now, I guess, because if you're going to cash in on something, like, why wouldn't you at least cash in on something where you are actually benefiting people, The money you are giving away is going to a good cause. I'd give away more than 30. I'd actually probably keep, let's say, depending on how much I was getting, but if I was some of these charities, like over here we've got St. John's or whatnot, St. Paul's or whatnot, they love using their, St. Paul's or St. John's, saints, it's all about that. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, they can be trusted, obviously. But yeah, if I had these kind of charities with that, they must be raking in millions a year, definitely millions. Yeah, I'll just keep a good, give me a good 100,000, I guess, a year. I'll take the 100,000, give the rest away. I don't give a shit. 100,000 a year, that's more than twice what I earn at the moment.
Like, I think there's a few here in London where it's just a massive giveaway because their head office or whatever the fuck building it is, it's a building that's worth millions and millions because it's right in the centre of, prime real estate, right in the centre of London. Like, if they really cared, sell that building and move your head office somewhere else where it's cheap. Like,
yeah, that's it, eh? Like, how can you afford that kind of head office when you're a charity, eh? So you must be doing pretty bloody good.
Like I saw one, and I forget which one it was. It's like a children's one, but it's in a place where a one-bedroom apartment costs £1 million, and they've got this building that's fucking ginormous, and it's bigger than all the Starbucks that are around it and stuff, like 3 times. It's just a massive building, and they've got that right in the centre. And it must be worth, like, I don't know, at least 50 million or something. And I'm thinking, why did they need that building?
Well, I actually had a thought one time as well. I'm sure this is what, if they're not doing it, they're idiots, you know. But this is definitely what I'd say these big ones are doing. They're raking it in, and they are putting it in high interest value accounts, and the interest that they're gaining, that they'll be making from when you get up to 50 million in a high interest account yearly, you know, money that you've never, the only thing you've actually worked on to do to attain is to get volunteers to come and volunteer to go out and collect it for you and advertise collection things for you, and establish a line of collections, so you can just, oh, now here I am established after 3 years of this charity, I'm raking in 50 million a year or some shit, like, and putting it in bank accounts and getting that interest rate off it, giving away shit here and there, calling the paper up, come and take a picture of me, let them all see me giving this shit away to these people. People are like, fuck yeah, this charity's doing shit. You know, just a big scam to me.
Yeah. I think what they also do is have contracts with other companies that they have, that they benefit from. So say, for example, one's supplying food to Africa or something, and then they'll have some sort of interest in that company that provides the food, or provides the water, or provides the medical equipment, or whatever, or provides the housing.
Yeah. Why just have control of one portion of the thing when you can control all aspects of it?
Yeah, they can control the dissemination of the money through different, corporate entities or whatever.
And that, to me, that just shouldn't be allowed. I mean, it's normal. It is allowed. People are allowed to do it. I mean, that's apparently the why you're free. You're free to make millions if you can, and people can do that. It's not just for. I mean, the elite type wealth. That's a wealth that's just unattainable. But you can attain wealth. You could have that if you took the time to do it and all. You sort of got to forget about your fellow man or neighbour in order to. The more wealthier you want to be. But that game in itself, allowing that to be and happen, it's just so obvious that it's detrimental. That shouldn't be allowed. Even real estate and all. Everyone should have the right to have their own house. Everyone. If you're born and you're here, you deserve a house, a place to live. But nobody should really be able to monopolise on owning everyone else's house and profiting from shit like that. You got private companies that are even allowed to buy things that you would think, what do you? This isn't a business, is it? These private companies own this toll booth now. You're allowed to actually buy a toll booth and make money from that toll booth. That the citizens of the community basically paid for that toll booth with their tax money. They pay the tolls for the toll booth with their working money. The money that goes in the toll booth is supposed to go back into the infrastructure of the roads and shit. But no, private entities or enterprises, even overseas ones, are allowed to buy these kind of infrastructures in other countries and profit from them and shit. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? And healthcares, like healthcare type things, like private entities. This shit should always be regulated and run by what we're calling the government and shit. Not the government we know the government to be, because obviously these people are like fucking leeches, but that would be in a sane sort of society. That's how it should sort of be. These people are the ones that should be always maintaining control and regulating those things, or at least the community itself should be in charge of doing such a thing for each community. For me, I'd be happy just going and mowing people's lawns and shit. If everyone had to do a job, even though I'd love my job now, but if it was a society where everyone's bickering about, these people are doing this, these people are doing, rah, that shouldn't really matter, because the only people that should be earning more money in any society are the people that are truly actually benefiting the society itself in some way. And presidents and shit like that, they're not these people. Like CEOs of big companies, they're not these people. Like, people like actual real scientists, actual real like engineer type people, actual people that present ways in which everyone else can learn from their knowledge and work under their understanding and create things that are awesome in society to benefit society as a whole. These people should get fucking the good shit, you know, the best house on the hill and shit. But basically everyone else should have the same pay. That's why I'll go mow lawns. I don't give a shit, because I should be getting the same amount of money as the person running the president of the country. Why should their job demand more money? They actually do less work. It should be a lot easier, their job, because all their job is to listen to somebody run to them and go, this isn't working, boss, because of this. And you'd be like, well, why the fuck are you in the position you're in? Why are you coming and telling me about this? You know, take care of it, basically. You know, the boss's job is always supposed to be the easiest job. That's why you're supposed to be, or the owner at least. President should be considered as the owner of the business. I find it much easier to tell other people, or make sure that other people are who they say they are and can do what they do, and that they do what they do, rather than be those other people, because that's where the work comes in. If you have to be those other people, then you have to put in effort, much more effort and work. The easier job is to be the one that's
I'm not so sure. It's not that straightforward, is it? What one might be an easier job, say physically or time-wise, but another one might have more stress attached to it. You know, if you've got any experience of managing people, you can seem like you're doing less work, but it's much more stressful. You're not just doing the job. I guess from my point of view, nice and happy. You've got to think about the 100 people you're managing.
Yeah, I guess from my point of view, the reason I'm saying that is because I know it would either be a my way or the highway position for me. The people either have me there or get me the fuck out. It'd be one of the two. But if I'm there, I'll be doing it how I see fit. And otherwise, because if I do it how I see fit, then I don't complain and can't complain about things that go on and take place, because that's just how it is, and I've got to deal with that bit. If I'm not allowed to do it how I see fit, then I've got to follow some other kind of policy or regulation and whatnot that's actually interrupting or interfering with how I see fit in doing things. That's when I'm not going to like it. It's going to ask somebody else come and do this shit. I'll go mow lawns. Otherwise, I'm either a dictator, I guess is what it is. Let me dictate. Otherwise, yeah, get somebody else. Because dictator doesn't have to mean necessarily I'm going to dominate, rule and control with an iron fist tyrant. It just means, you either trust me to do me shit, otherwise, get somebody else. It's one of those two options. There's no middle ground for me, I don't think, in those terms. That's why I don't like being supervisors or anything like that in the sense in jobs. I'd much prefer to just either be the worker or be the owner, I guess, because if I'm the owner, I can hire and fire people as I see fit in a sense, and just till I get the group of people that I feel I can trust and have, and these are the ones and that can do it for me. Give them as best as I can give them and all, but I don't like being anywhere sort of in between those two things, because that's the more stressful place I find, if you're in between those two things. When you're the worker, sure, you got your boss or whatnot getting on your case, rah, things aren't happening. But as long as you know that you're doing the job as best as you can do, and the best that it really can also be done. Anyone else in the job's not doing it any better or faster, or even if you are doing it better and faster especially, you've got nothing to worry about. Doesn't matter what the fuck the boss says and shit. The boss is obviously going on about shit because their boss is going on about shit, and their boss is going on about shit. It's got nothing to do with me. That's all I try and do in any job, is, I try and find out how the job works, what other people are doing there, the level of workload, and I'll just, as long as I feel that I'm doing that level and that workload, the boss has got no reason to fucking get on my case. But I've never been afraid of throwing a job in if I didn't like a situation either. If I thought, I'm not bloody well listening to this. I don't mind if I've done something wrong and all. Get it out, I guess. Release. But yeah, if I'm at a standpoint where it's like, you're the dick here, and I'm not going to put up with that, I'll just fucking leave. Because nobody's ever held me under that. You need your job. So, well, I do need the job. But it's not like I can't find another one. It might take me a week or two, but I'll find one. Although that's changing. I don't know if things are like that where you are, but jobs these days, it seems, is turning into it's like a dating app. Going and gone are the days where you actually can talk to somebody, meet them, in a sense, face to face, have a chat. They want you to go on their line or go to some job agency. They want you to send your information about yourself. Now they're even asking for pictures. It's like, it's just a bloody dating agency or something like that. My name's Billy Bob, or I like the colour red. Rah rah rah.
Yeah, job agencies, I find them horrific. Recruitment consultants and all that stuff, because they're just a middleman in between you and the person that wants to employ you, and they're taking a cut of your salary. It's like, if they didn't exist, we'd all just get paid way more money. And then instead, there's one guy in an office, who's like recruiting for the company and then taking a cut of your salary.
Yeah, they've got a job. You're looking for a job. Their job.
Yeah, because not only would the company that hires you pay more, they'd actually have to employ someone else to deal with recruitment, most likely. So there'd be more. There'd be more jobs, and they'd be better paid.
And if you're a good recruitment agency, maybe you can. There's reasoning, but the ones that I've been to, they're shit. They don't ensure that you are who you say you are, that your qualifications are what they are. When somebody's like, do you need this? Oh, we've got this person right here on his resume, says this. I've got your person. Wouldn't you want to send to those people the kind of person that is qualified for that job, so that they're not going to fucking, after a week or two, something's going to happen. Oh, it didn't work out. Because a week or two seems to be a lot of cases in these job agencies. And also a lot of them, there's a lot of people that don't even want to work, really. But they do, but they know they have to, but they don't. It's like, the job agency itself is just not productive, especially when it's something that's being paid for by taxpayers' money, in a sense. I mean, a job agency should be more something that's paid for by the businesses themselves, if they want to go to a job agency that they have paid to keep going, because they trust the people in there to be able to be screening people the best for them to hire. Otherwise, if you allow the government to just fund money into a job agency, then obviously the people in the agency are just going to fudge numbers, fudge reasons to get more funding, as they always do in these kind of places.
I'm not sure they're funded by the government where I live, but maybe it's different in Australia.
Yeah, they're funded over here in Australia, yeah. I mean, there would be private ones, I'm sure, but the majority of them are government funded. Well, I certainly wasn't. I don't go to a bloody private agency and pay money to apply for a fucking job. It's like, I will go to the government funded ones, and the free ones. I don't have to be on benefits or anything to use them. I am allowed to just use them to seek work and all. There might be a lower standard than going to an actual one that you paid money to use, but I'm certainly not going to pay money to apply for a fucking job unless it's to, buy some fucking workwear or whatever it is that is needed for the job. I'm looking for a job because I need some money. Why the fuck would I pay money? Because I'm looking for the job.
Yeah, that's crazy. They make you pay. I could understand them making you pay after you got the job. You know, like
Yeah,
a
I can
cut
go
or
with
whatever.
that. Definitely.
But
Yeah, I'd go with that.
to get the job doesn't make much sense. I guess it stops time wasters.
Oh, it does, but yeah, like let me call up, and who's the boss, or who's who? Can I come and talk to you? You know, we'll have a fucking chat. When are you free? When did these days go? Or when did that go?
Where I lived, I think, I'm not sure this is right, but it's just my theory that soon there's going to be loads of jobs in London because come, say, June 21st, when everything reopens, apparently, like, millions of people have left the city, you know, like, to either go back to places in England or the majority of people living there aren't even from England. They're from places in Europe, and they've gone home. A lot of these people. So when everything reopens in June, and all the tourists come back and all that stuff, like, you know, theoretically there should be so many vacancies.
I might keep an eye on that, eh? So my girl's she would have been over here from America if it wasn't for this thing and all, but she'll be here, you know, sometime this year. But she's got friends in UK as well, and they'd be because I'd love to work over there where the dollar's nearly twice the amount of Australian dollar in the UK.
Oh yeah, it's really strong against the Australian dollar right now.
Yeah. It's like I'd have no trouble earning money over there.
We still get paid less than you though.
I know it sort of like correlates in a sense. Yeah. I know it works out so that it's not like I'd be earning double the money and all bit.
But our supermarkets are a lot cheaper than your supermarkets. That's what I noticed. We've got so many supermarkets with so many channels for importing food from all around Europe, wherever. Whereas, I guess in Australia, you know, bringing food into the country, it's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? So I guess that's why our supermarkets are cheaper than yours.
Well, another thing I like about the UK is you're like we call them like bogans over here. I'm a bit bogan-esque, you know. Definitely grew up like with the bogan-esque mindset and friends and such. Not to say I'm surpassed it, but the bogan type population or mentality of people, just fuck can't rah type ones. At least over there, they still sound distinguished. You know, they might be bogany and such, but to me, they still sound articulated and distinguished and whatnot. I find that funny.
Yeah, I think you've just not seen them. If you go up north, not even up north. Like, I just think you've not met them yet. There's plenty that aren't distinguished.
Okay, yeah, that's just how I imagine you say. Like, because I love the UK accent. You know, just it's a very proper accent to me out of a lot of them.
I don't know. I don't even think there is one UK accent, to be honest. But yeah, I think
I understand.
People think we're all really like posh and have this posh accent.
Yeah. That's the stereotype, man. Yeah, because I do live in a stereotype mindset more so than the actual reality of the situation in those terms.
Yeah, but for the most part, that's not true. It's just regional accents.
Yeah, I always found the English, like English girls, to have the sexiest accent until I actually come across my girl who's a Southerner in America. She's from the South, and I do love that. I love her accent. She's got that Southerner accent, and she's a typical Southerner girl as well. But until I met her, I just always thought I loved English female accent. To me, it's just got a real sexy sound to it.
Okay, I need to go for a bit. I'll be back on later. So, see you later.
You know, man. I'm gonna get going anyway. Nice chatting to you, eh?
Yeah, cool. Yeah, take care. Bye.
Test. Hello?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
You good?
Mic test?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
You're good. You're good.
All right, thank you.
Modding Dude says, yeah, we come back down because of gravity of the core of the Earth. There's no core or sphere on a plane. That's the comment from Modding Dudes. Dude, I can't believe what I'm reading. Gravity of the core, according to Newton's law. Amazing. These people are out of their fucking minds, dude. The shit they're saying.
What about the gravity of Jupiter, yeah? Of like a gas giant with no actual core.
Right.
Yeah.
Or electric winds on Venus. Holy shit, dude.
Raining diamonds on one of the moons of Saturn, was it?
Yeah, I remember Saturn being full of colors when I was a kid. It was on a coloring pencils. Now they're showing it black and white. Millions of light years away. Holy shit, the lobby is a shit show, man. Like, these people are fucking insane, dude. Where do they come from?
Minions, man. Minions protecting the cult, protecting the what do you call it? Doctrine. We're challenging the doctrine.
I mean, they're so deeply emotionally and intellectually programmed that, like, the hatred that comes out of them is fucking insane, dude.
Oh, yeah. They can say anything. They think saying shit about flat Earth gets to basically flat Earthers. Some probably do get triggered and all, but yeah, who gives a shit? You say whatever you want about something that you know is true. You don't care when you know it's true. It doesn't affect you.
Exactly. And again, they're here on a Flat Earth Discord, you know? It's not like we're on a Globe channel or something.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, that's what a lot of them also try and assert, that we're the ones trying to come at them and throw our shit on them. We're just forming places where we can chat, communicate, and correlate, bloody, and build upon information and knowledge and such as we see fit and deem it to be. Yet these people come at us and then tell us that we're the ones, coming at them.
Yeah. So much insecurity. It's incredible. I mean, the lobby is just fucking insane, dude. I can't even take these people seriously, you know?
I definitely don't take it seriously, man. They're talking about spinning balls in space.
Right. Asking for the edge of the flat Earth, never asking for the curve of the ball. Holy shit, man.
Yo, did I just find a video of Nathan? This isn't Nathan Thompson, is it? Oh shit. I put it in the wrong chat. Ha! I put it in 24. Okay, hold on. Oh fuck. Okay, delete. Oh shit. Is this Nathan Thompson?
No, I don't think he's here.
I've never seen a picture of him, so I don't really know. Well, I've seen a video, but I don't really care to remember his face.
Where'd you put it in live stream voice text?
Yeah, put it in the voice text here. I think he's the bottom left or the second to the left of the bottom.
Voice text 1 or 2?
Yeah, I don't see it.
No. I took it out of 24/7 to put it in ours.
Wait, the fuck? Yeah, if you post it again, I can tell you for sure if it's him.
Yeah, I'll post it. That's not him, eh?
Where'd you post it?
Yeah, I still don't know where you're posting things, man. He's just lost. He's like, he thinks he's in a different server or something.
You high, bro?
Yeah, that whole thing about can't take the people in the lobby seriously. 99% of them don't really expect you to. They're not taking themselves seriously. They're just there LARPing, goofing off, whatever. Yeah, you're not intended to take them seriously in there.
It's like some hotel lobby, where just anyone off the street can just sort of conjure in, gallivant around and whatnot, but they're not actually staying at the hotel. They don't get to get into the elevators in a sense and go to the rooms.
Shit, my bad. I totally been jumping back and forth to the wrong servers.
Yeah,
man, my bad. I'll post it again. I've never seen a video. I don't really know, but God damn it, it's the wrong one again. Oh my god, what is with me? Okay. 24/7, live stream voice text, photos. There. Is that him or no? Sorry for the screaming. It's totally troll video type thing, but I just came across on TikTok and I'm not sure if that's him or not.
No, I don't think none of those are him.
The second bottom to the left.
That's a really... No, that's not him.
Sorry. Yeah, honestly, you can just mute the video. It's a terrible video. I was just wondering the face.
Yeah, that's not him. Different Nathan Thompson, maybe.
Yeah, my bad. I'll try not to be lost in my chats here. Yeah, no, I know. I accidentally posted that also in the crypto chat Discord that I'm in, and I just got muted in there for not knowing where I am in Discord. Clearly, Jesus.
You just hopped around to 3 or 4 different Discords, not knowing which one you were in, and started posting it everywhere.
Yeah, I was hearing voice and then crypto and chat, and I don't even know.
It had to be that video. Like, that's the one that you're doing it with.
Well, that's why I asked, because I thought I was in, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was in Gem Panda server, and then I'm listening in yours, and I'm in the cryptos text. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know.
At Pandas, they probably would appreciate that video. They'd watch it over and over again and discuss it.
Fuck.
What's the video about?
No, I was going through TikTok and I seen Nathan Thompson zoomed in, and I was like, "What? Is that him?"
It's a picture. It's a video of a Zoom meeting where one of the people is on the toilet screaming, and the other people are watching them.
But there's one guy named Nathan Thompson with a hat on, and I just didn't know.
When it's really small like that from a distance with the hat, like it kind of looks like it could be him, but no, it's not him. We can delete that now.
Yeah, please do here. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Lou, you.
What?
I gotta go apologize to Crypto, apparently. Fuck, I'll be back.
What'd you say, PMAC?
You
kind of like, if you're using push to talk, it like me or missing or something. I don't know. You're cutting out.
He had to go and apologize to Crypto, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to PMAC. He's tried to talk a couple times, but I can't understand what he's saying.
Expensive.
Somebody want to translate that?
No, I can't. That was PMAC. I can't translate that.
Door. Step.
Door step. What else is going on over there?
Aliens.
Aliens?
People losing their shine.
P-Back, you all right, bud? You having a stroke?
Guys, can someone verify Paul Andries so we can talk to him? He seems to be delusional and confused, and he has a lot of questions. Maybe he wants to talk. Paul Andries. Can someone verify him?
Shouldn't he go up to VC check-in?
I'm just hoping he's gonna hear me. So yeah, Paul, if you have questions, come to VC, buddy. We want to talk to you. Come on, Paul. Don't be a keyboard warrior.
Where was he typing?
I think he's in lobby. I'm just watching lobby. Shit show.
So he's typing in the lobby, but he's in the voice here.
I'm trying to see if he's gonna hear me. I'm gonna tell him right now.
Yeah, they have to be in the voice chat to hear you. You do know that, right?
Yeah, but he has to go to VC first, right?
I don't see him in this voice chat. Whoever, like, how do you spell what you were just saying?
Paul.
Paul?
Andrew.
Like, with a P?
Yeah, Paul.
Yeah,
Paul,
there's nobody named Paul in this voice chat. What's with everybody being confused? Everybody forgot how to use Discord last night, or what?
Tell me about it. It's crazy.
Well, this is in lobby. This is lobby.
Lobby's text chat. They can't hear unless they're in here.
Oh, okay. So he's just shit.
Wow.
Hey, Jeremy.
did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh?
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar asset, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Anybody here?
Coming in crispy, Dave.
What's going on, Creation Bird? You got the sound effect board ready?
Psh, man, I loaded them up, man. I loaded them up. Got a couple good ones.
You did a pretty good job with those sound effects, as far as I can tell. So,
thanks, man.
If the Glober says something stupid, the appropriate sound effect, it's always cool.
I've got a couple ones that I haven't used yet. I'm just waiting to bust out.
Cool. So, do you have anything you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, man. So my girl is like super anti-flat Earth, but she is interested in this lake observation. So I gotta set this up, man.
Wow, you've got an enemy in the home. No way.
But she's willing to go to a lake and do an observation with you. Is that what you said?
Yeah. She's pretty confident. She's pretty confident that, it's a closed case globe.
She thinks she's going to see a hump of water in that observation.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. So we talked about this last night. Like, I drew it on paper. I just drew a circle with the radius value. So I just showed her, this is a radius 3959, and I kind of just drew a lake, and then.
All right, hold on. What's her intelligence level?
She's total normie. I mean,
all right, she's just a normie. Okay,
total normie for sure.
Well, she might not accept it, dude. Even if
I know. I'm prepared for that too, right? So, like, I know the arguments pretty well, but I want to simplify it down to
because
as basic as possible.
I used to date this chick that was an architect, so she wasn't a normie, so she could get it. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't just totally brainwashed, right? Because being an architect, she has to draw shit. She has to know dimensions. She has to know lengths, all of that shit. So she could understand the logic and the reasoning in it and the math, but it's just the other parts, she understood the when I showed her the dimensions and the radius and all that shit, she got that,
Nice. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out the attack. Just keep it to curvature. Maybe that'd be a good idea.
Well, maybe
we already touched on gas pressure. He's like, yeah, gravity. I'm like, okay.
She might understand that better though, dude. She might understand the closed system thing better than the radius thing. You see what I'm saying? It just depends, because certain people's minds can't grasp certain concepts.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, it's interesting. It's really triggering for a lot of people. I think that's really what it is. It creates like an emotional response, like flat Earth. What? That if you just put eyes on it, you won't be so confused. And I don't know, man. It's really simple. Like, once you really just sit down and look at it, you have to not look at it to still buy into the globe and all that stuff. You have to be like averting your eyes to still see ball,
It also shows you how well you don't know people you thought you knew well. That's what I learned, because I thought I had friends that were really open-minded and whatnot, and so when I shared it with them, with the resistance I got, I was totally shocked by it.
It's programming that's just been. I feel like that's just been programmed into them, right? Like, flat Earth is so stupid, blah blah blah. And they just take that, they swallow it whole, Like, I have a friend who's really intelligent, super smart, but he's already kind of like spoken out, like, oh, I think flat earthers are dumb, blah blah blah. So I really think the conversation with him is the one I'm preparing for, but I really want to just find the best way to go about it with your loved ones, because
So how long has your girlfriend been looking at this, man?
Practically hasn't, right? She just heard like it came up, and I'm an honest guy. Like I'm honest to a fault. So if someone's like, "You flat earther?" I'll be like, "Yeah." I'll explain it. I can't lie. So it's come up. She's known about it, and just lately, I think it's just been bothering her. So I'm like, "All right, let's go to a lake. Let's go. Let's go test it out." So she's like, "All right, that's cool. I'm down with that." And so maybe my attack now is just be like, it's a globe. So let's just go, let's just go make sure it's a globe,
Yep, go check out that hump of water. It's amazing that people think they're going to see that. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, man. It's a tricky one. I've only had like one person in my life that was like actually kind of curious, like, oh wait, how does that work? But what about this? And so when you find those people, it's really helpful. But most people are really resistant.
Well, even the guy that went and did the lake test with me back in 2015, he's still a glober. He thinks that we saw refraction of the mirror going across the top of the waters. They'll rationalize whatever they can in their head to make that hump of water be there, but it's just not there.
Yeah, I'm basically trying to frame it as best as possible before we go out. Like, okay, so here's what's going to happen, blah blah blah, without spoiling it. Here's what we need to see. But to me, it's really just a logical thing. Like, I'm a very logical person also. So when you put down the modus tollens, I'm like, oh, okay, easy. And I think a lot of people actually subtract their logic and use their emotions instead. And so you're just like fighting with an emotional person instead of just attacking their logic.
But there aren't that many logical people. It's funny because people like to say that they're logical, but then when you show them things that simply work off logic, they can't comprehend it for some reason. It's like they just block themselves off.
Yep, that's where the cog disc kicks in. It's sad because there are some really smart people.
The horizon thing is so simple. It's so simple to understand. I mean, a ball has to have a radius. It has to have drop, all of that. I mean, you look at if you shrink it down to like a basketball, you see the curve, dude. I mean, this is what the Earth has to have. So you just have to figure, all right, so the Earth is a certain size, and do the math. And you could find it without even having to use the Earth curve calculator. You can figure it out. You know the circumference, you know the radius, you know the size, you know all of these things. So just do the math and then go test it. All this refraction shit is ridiculous. It doesn't matter. You know what kind of refraction would have to make something look on a ball look straight? It's like
right.
It's fucking. It's an impossible feat of the atmosphere to do that.
I know. It's bending it and then making it look flat, and then it's just so ridiculous. So many mental gymnastics that you have to do to try and reify the sphere.
It's like, so you're telling me something's 100 miles away on a ball, right? And if I see that, I'm seeing around a ball. That's what you're telling me. So the atmosphere is working in a way to where I can see this. So why can't I replicate that atmosphere so I can do it inside my house, or do it inside a building? If I'm going to war, let me do it around the corner. Let me just manipulate the atmosphere to where I can see curvature all the time. Why should it only work at 100 miles? Why can't I do it at 5? Why can't I do it at 1? It's just so weird.
Hello, guys.
Jasper,
Are you having a good day, my friend?
indeed. How about you?
I'm having a nice day. Or boring day of quarantine, but
What brings you in?
it's what it is. What brings me in? Questions or
Okay.
maybe answers. I'm just a bit curious about the theory of the Earth being flat.
It's not a theory.
It's not a theory, just for the start. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, you guys mean that, but I'm kind of like, I'm not sure yet, but I think you have you definitely have some.
It doesn't matter what you think, really.
No, I guess it doesn't. But I
Vous parlez
just
français?
What?
Do you speak French?
No.
Okay, I thought you had a
I
French
don't.
accent. That's okay. But yeah, what you think doesn't matter. And flat Earth is not a theory, it's what you observe. It's what's in front of your nose.
I don't know it if it's not a theory yet. So I'm just gonna.
Absolutely not a theory.
Well, you have to listen to what he said. He said it's what you observe. Do you know what observe means? You have to see what when it comes to flat Earth, your whole vocabulary changes from what it used to be. Because words take on meaning now. You can't just say them without knowing what they mean anymore. So when you say observe, like you can say, hey, I observed this happening over here. How did it happen? So like if you observe something in the flat Earth, right? You're observing it using your eyes and your brain, your ears, all your senses. You're using your senses, right? So that's you have to start over when it comes to the flat Earth. You have to start over your thinking, because now words have real meaning. You can't just
I
say
guess
them.
that.
You can't just say them.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's just what it is. So that's why he says it's not a theory. It's what you observe. So what does observe mean? And that's what you have to start there.
Yeah, the way I would qualify it is every man, woman, and child has only experienced a non-rotating flat world. Everything else we got told.
Yeah, exactly. No one can prove it, and that's why I'm here, because I think you guys can prove it.
Well, so can you. You can prove it yourself. You know, it's not just us. This isn't our idea. You gotta understand, this idea has been around this observation's been around for centuries. For a long time.
For more than the idea about the Earth being round has been.
Exactly. And so why did that change? You know, they give the reasons for why it changed, but what was the purpose behind it? What has happened because of all of this, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you first.
No, you go ahead. You have the questions. It's all right.
Okay, thank you. So I've heard some people talk about the Earth being a cat shape.
That's memes and stuff. Erased
okay,
back
it's just
from
memes.
yeah, on the
thought it
side of
was pretty
ridiculous. Okay, like Big Dodo or Dodo Earth. It's just ridiculous. So try something else.
It's a
I think the Earth being a dog shape is more likely, but still just a stupid idea.
What do you know of the place you are?
I know that nothing.
When you
I
go
know
to the water, you've been to a beach
Yeah.
on a nice day. You've seen distant islands or land
Yeah,
miles away.
I have seen that. Yes.
And why isn't the land you see miles away hidden behind the curve, like boats and other things hide?
Yeah. Also, I've also thought about that, because they say that you shouldn't be able to see it, but I'm pretty sure you can see it.
So are we. And that's the problem.
Yeah, it is a problem.
If there was a curve or bendy water in front of you, you know, if boats were hiding and things were hiding on the other side of the curve, you can't see them. We have a line of sight. We look straight ahead from our nose and we see out to the horizon and not beyond. You can't see around corners or around curves and bends.
You know, so why all of a sudden when you go outside, they say you can see around corners and bends, you know? So it's like, what is the what's the measurement? I mean, it's like,
It's like if something's around the corner, you have to go around the corner to see it. If something's over the hill, you know, or on the other side of a hill, you have to go kind of up and over to see it, right? You can't see through hills or humps.
Or maybe the tail of a cat, if the Earth is a cat shape. Can't see through that either.
That's just going back to silliness.
So what?
So you're going back to just being silly now.
No, I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, Earth is not a cat shape. It's definitely not a ball either.
Are you sure? What about a dog shape?
Absolutely, positively. Have you looked in your DMs? I just sent you something. It's about these mountains in infrared. This is the world's record long distance photography in infrared. Did you read that about these mountains? 255 miles away.
Sea axis at the observation height of 9,824 feet. So you shouldn't be able to see the mountains
at all.
Nah. So
they should be a mile. Those mountains should be a mile below the curvature.
Wow.
5,280 feet. Well, we don't see this. No matter how far we look, we do not see this curvature that we were told about. Doesn't exist. That's why we've falsified the radius of 3,959 miles. This is absolutely a lie.
Yeah.
Where they told you live is a fairy tale, just like Santa Claus.
Damn. It's kind of hard to take. It's just so much.
Yeah, it is. It is hard to take. Just take it in slow, you know.
It's a big pill to swallow, but you know, you're young enough and not so brainwashed and burnt by all these lies that, you know, you can see through them without much really pain or suffering. Just understanding that there lies amongst many, many, many other lies that you've been fed.
Yeah. See, what happened is they told us we were all stupid, that we were all ignorant buffoons, and that we had to rely on the experts to tell us where we live instead of looking with our own eyes. And so what we did is we decided to look for ourselves. And when we looked for ourselves...
I'm something of a scientist myself.
And when we looked for ourselves, we do not find any curve anywhere. So see, the thing is, the globe has the burden of the proof because they're saying water curves on a ball. So we're asking, show us the measurement of curvature anytime in history. And no one has been able to provide this information to us.
Damn.
We've talked to PhDs, we've talked to scientists, we've talked to professors, teachers, doctors, physicists, astronomers. None of them can provide the measurement of curvature.
That's huge. That's insane, actually.
Yep. So stick around. I don't know how long have you been on the server?
Some hours actually only.
Okay, that's good. You know, down below the voice channel is a lot of information categorized, alphabetized.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
There was a guy who showed me.
Awesome. So yeah, make sure you look through that information. There's some introduction videos. Those are very good. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's a cool server.
Global boss.
Has he been through the 3 points? Does he want to?
What?
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that real quick. You sound like you're an honest young lad there. What we'd like to do when people first come in is discuss the 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes, and just ask you some simple questions about what you actually know about the globe itself. So would you like to go through that?
If it's quick, yes, I can do that.
Sure, it won't take long. You sound like you're very honest. Now, the thing is here, it's only to get an idea of what you actually know right now yourself about the globe model. There's no right or wrong answer, but if you say you know something, I will ask you to provide the proof of this. Like, so if you don't know, it's just more honest with yourself and the rest of us to just say, I don't know if you don't know. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's fair.
Okay, so the first positive claim, and I'll just go through the 3 claims first, and then we'll go back to the first one. So the first claim is that Earth has curvature. So we're asking for a measurement of curvature anytime in history before the space age. That's my question. But now we'll go to the second one, is the axial rotation. Earth is supposed to be rotating on its axis at 1,039 miles per hour. So we're asked for a detection of that. Then the third point is gas pressure existing next to a vacuum without a container. Okay, so we'll just go back to the first one now. Do you know yourself, young man, any time in history before the space age when Earth's curvature was measured?
I don't know, like, any of that. I'm actually kind of confused.
Okay, no problem. That's fair. It's only to get an idea. It's actually, this process is really going to show you that everything you know about the globe is only a belief. Okay, so we'll just go to the second one. So you don't know of any measurement of curvature. Fair. None of us have been able to provide that here, as I told you before. So no problem. Yeah, that's cool. So now, as far as axial rotation, the Earth is supposed to be spinning on its axis. As I mentioned, do you know when the axial rotation of Earth was detected? How, when, and where?
Wasn't it Galileo that found out about that, or they say that he found out about that?
Did he actually measure Earth spinning?
No, I guess he didn't. He just found out about, like, the day and night, and that the Earth was round.
Right. So they assumed back then, 500 years ago, they assumed that the Earth was a ball. Then they went about using calculations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the assumption is the problem. So as far as you know, you can't determine when axial rotation was detected. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
I guess.
So that is just a belief on the rotation as well. So now we'll move to gas pressure. See, on Earth we have gas pressure 14.7 psi at sea level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container? Can you show a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No, I don't think I can do that.
Right. That's wise of you, because see, that would be like going to the bike shop with your bike and your front wheel has no tire on it. So you ask the bike shop, I can't afford the tire right now. Can you just put the air pressure around the rim? Because I can't afford the tire. Now, that would be kind of ridiculous, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're telling us Earth is a gas pressure system, that it's open to this vacuum. When we know the second law of thermodynamics, as I discussed with, basically that's what we're discussing here, is gas pressure requires a container. If there's no container, there's nothing to stop the gas from rushing into the available space.
Okay, so there's a thing they call the atmosphere, right? So they say that is the container of the vacuum.
Okay, so first of all, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms, and the reason why is atmo is air, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Okay.
So, and the other thing is, we just went over, Earth is required to have curvature if it's a ball, right?
It definitely is required to have
It's
that.
required. So we have no curvature measurement. It's never been measured. So if you have no ball, and it's not rotating, you don't have the atmosphere you thought you had. So you can't use atmosphere unless you can show gases containing gases, like I mentioned. If you can't show a practical demonstration in reality that gases can contain gases, then it can't be true, because it would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
I guess you're right.
So what you're going to try to say is that gravity, right?
Yeah.
That gravity is containing. So if gravity is containing the gases, you need a ball and you need it to be rotating, don't you?
Yeah.
Neither of those are true.
Why?
Because there's no curvature and there's no detection of motion. So it's not a ball. It's not a ball, and it's not rotating. So where does that put gravity then?
In the trash can.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. That's very honest. It's in the trash can.
John,
The other thing about
you obviously need a ball and the motion first, right? He understands. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you've been very honest. That's really refreshing to find somebody that's honest about what we're asking you. Don't feel bad. It doesn't mean you're not dumb. No one in here has been able to provide any of those three claims, and some of us have been looking into this for 7-8 years.
Yeah, I've seen some dudes that have read about it pretty long time. So I just have a question.
Okay.
I think you sound like you know what you're telling me, and it makes sense. But why would the government hide the Earth being flat? I don't understand that.
Okay, here's the reason. The most profound reason is that they're hiding the existence of the Creator from you.
So which creator do you believe in?
Because if we're in a geocentric Earth and it's contained, that means we have a cover over us. of some kind because we have gas pressure here. So all the luminaries, the sun, the moon, everything rotate above us. The Earth is the center of the universe, if you want to call it that.
Why
But
do you
it's
think
not-
that?
Because it's a flat, stationary plane, and it's enclosed.
Okay.
So since that is the case, objectively, it requires a creator.
So obviously Allah.
Yes, whoever you think that creator is, it doesn't matter. I believe all the religions are pointing to the same creator in different ways, but there is a creator.
Yeah, I actually am more like the Jehovah's Witness guy, but it's kind
Okay.
of the same as Islam.
Yeah, yeah. You know about all the ancient civilizations, they all knew the earth was flat, and they laid out their cities and huge megalithic structures to within fractions of cardinal directions that cannot be duplicated today, even with all the technology we have. And those people were flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So very, very good. You know, I'm sure you have lots of questions, and that we have a great group of people here that'll be happy to answer any further questions. We'll probably give you a 3-point participant role.
What's that?
But yeah, just hang out, enjoy yourself. Thanks for the conversation. I'll receive.
Hey, I'm taking over this stream for a second. So we're about to turn this person you were just talking to a flat earther, because I'm going to debate this dude Nabin right now, and he's going to have answers that are so stupid anyone would become a flat earther. So you're unmuted, Nabin. Let's hear what you got.
That was actually pretty funny. I fuck with you. Like, I don't come in here to argue with you guys. I mean, I don't come here to argue with you guys. That's where you guys are super
Oh, you were just saying you want to debate. What are you talking about?
I mean, I will definitely debate with you, but every single time I come here to BC,
you want a debate. You just said that you want to debate with. Listen, don't talk over me. You just said.
Listen,
you just said in the chat that you want to debate against the moderators, 40 witnesses, and I can't. You didn't have a single post in live stream voice text, so I have no idea how you want to debate with anybody. So why don't you back up your bullshit, right, and debate me now? Any topic, anything about the globe, any subject.
Yeah, prove to me that the Earth is flat, and I will prove incorrect.
Okay, we got direct measurements, right? That the surface of the Earth is not curving, right? Period.
Let's see them.
Okay, right here. Hold on, I'll give them a second. You know what the live stream voice text is?
Let me check. I can't say I do. I don't spend much time in this. Server.
It's right above the live stream.
Okay.
This gentleman doesn't have any roles at all, so he probably can't see it yet.
Yeah, I can't see it, unfortunately.
I'm banging the VC verified. Do you agree to the rules of the server?
Yeah, I got you. Like when I say I win a debate, when I debate, I don't feel like arguing, and getting upset with each other.
So I don't debate either. I just present objective reality, and you can do what you want with it.
Yeah, I would say I would do the same thing. Yeah.
So, Sonny, not now. So this is a series of laser measurements done at 3 separate times in 2 different countries. The Globe Earth model makes a prediction that a laser that travels 25 miles will be 420 or 440 feet above the surface. Right?
Yeah.
But the laser was actually observed to be 4 feet above the surface. Right? The laser was acquired by what's called a laser transit, which is a horizontal painting of the laser through multiple reference targets at multiple distances. The targets were all the same elevation, right? 4 feet above water.
Yeah.
Right? And the laser is 10 feet above water at its starting point. Now, the Globe model makes a series of predictions that each target should be down, right? Down a certain amount because the ball is curving away from the laser, but that is not what is observed by objective measures in reality. The Earth being 72% water, right, has a singular property, right? It's all connected. So if it's not curving in one place, it can't be curving anywhere. And if the surface doesn't curve, then it can't be a ball.
Jeez. Okay, first of all, Yes, scientific studies can prove, but you guys just
Okay,
assume-
so are you going to address this?
No.
You're going to run away from it.
No. I mean, you are
It's not a scientific study. It's not a scientific study. It's a measurement, and that's a report of the measurement.
That's what I mean. But that's what I'm saying. You are the first person I've debated out of all of the mods here that's actually shown me proof that I cannot debate against. Because I mean, you have the results, you backed it up. What I'm saying is most of the flat earthers here. I'm gonna be a man.
If you're going to talk about flat earthers, you're going to get banned because we're going to talk about flat Earth, not flat earthers.
Okay. Well, when I say flat earthers, I'm just genuinely meaning the people that I've debated with here.
Great for the drama. We don't care.
Well, I'm not saying it for the drama. I'm trying to make a statement. I'm saying that the people that
a sociological statement. Nobody gives a fuck about your pop psychology.
Stick to the facts, bro.
Listen, no one gives a fuck about your pop psychology. Especially
I think you're getting so aggressive. There's no reason.
Because you want to talk about flat earthers and not flat Earth. Okay? I look at all your posts and I see you saying you're brainwashed. Why do flat earthers this? Why do flat earthers that? You're talking about flat earthers and not flat Earth. I don't see one lick of fucking evidence that you posted in your 100 posts, in your 83 posts.
I'm saying check the cognitive or the CogDis VC around noon PST.
You are literally assuming the Earth is flat simply because you believe literal photo evidence. What?
Yeah, you guys are right. We can't prove that the Earth is round, but you guys are only right in the sense that we are wrong, if that makes sense. You guys are making assumptions just like we are.
I
would rather take my beliefs for hundreds upon hundreds of testimonial evidence, photographic evidence, which you guys are saying is all CGI.
So hundreds of people have seen the Earth as a ball. That's what you're saying. How many people have claimed to have been to space, and how many people claim to have been far enough away from the supposed Earth ball where they saw the whole thing? Yeah, you said hundreds. You rather believe hundreds. Well, first of all, flat Earth is not a belief because that's what you experience. That's what I experience. That's what you experience. That's what everybody you've ever met experiences. It's not a belief. It's what we experience. Believing that. So it's not. You ever experienced the Earth as a globe? No. You think that there's other people, right, that do that over, and you're letting that override your personal experience. That I'd rather believe these other people and not what you experience.
Well, you guys are only right in the context where widely accepted facts among the scientific community are dismissed. Photographic evidence is inadmissible.
Okay, so
testimonies of hundreds are disregarded.
Because we tested this, right? So that photographic evidence, we can test whether that accurately depicts reality by measuring the surface of the Earth. Because what do they depict? They depict curving water. When you look at a picture of the ball, right, of Earth, say the blue marble, and you look at the picture, it shows curving water, right? The edge of the ball is curving. But guess what? Just like a house on the beach, right? Someone shows you a picture of a house on the beach. You can go down to the beach and see if that house is there and check it to see if that image accurately depicts reality. That's what we've done. We take the image, we go test it to see if that image accurately depicts reality. It doesn't. That's how we know it's fake. Because we tested it. Because claims which are unfalsifiable by test or experiment are pseudoscience by definition. And on top of that, no scientific journal in the world accepts photographs as evidence to publish without other things. So you can't just take a picture of Bigfoot, go to a zoological journal and say, look, I got proof of Bigfoot. No, they want scat, they want hair, they want footprints, maybe a body, DNA. They don't just accept an image. But you think that we should accept people's claims about existential reality based upon a fucking image. You think Plato would just throw out all his philosophy because you just showed him an image? Of course not. It's ludicrous. Okay? You should have a higher standard of proof than show me a pretty picture, especially in today's day and age where you can pretty much image anything your mind can create. Is this thing on?
Oh, it's on, all right.
Yeah. Pregnant pause.
But the reason I'm all ticked, because I'm looking at your post, dude, and it's just a bunch of trash. Then you're going to sit there and jump in the lobby and make all sorts of claims of victory, but no one that posts this trash could ever have a victory here.
Claims of victory? He's got that measurement of Earth curve?
Yeah, this guy.
Hold up.
Earth curve measurement, please go.
Well, he left a long time ago, man. It's been like a minute he left.
Oh, so I'm talking to no one? Now he's in my DMs.
He's already gone. Wow, what a debate.
I guess so. He won by quitting? Is that like the new special snowflake thing?
Good job, Indio.
Well, thanks.
Winning by rage.
You see there, where is the young man still there?
He went into my DMs. He said he has to work.
No, I'm talking about the young man I was speaking to earlier. Wonder if he heard that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's... I'm glad he came in here. I'm glad the young man was here because he gets to see that. Like, that's the best they can do with people like that. Like, that's the pinnacle.
Yeah. No, I guess he left too. Jasper, I think was his name, wasn't it? Oh, interesting.
The ultimate goal proof is that somebody else proved it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
that was a nice example of the globe argument right there, Indio. Good job.
Yeah.
I stole it from Eddie Bravo. So someone somewhere figured it out. Nope, they didn't. You just believe that.
Yep. One of my best friends told me that. He was just like, bro, why do I have to figure out if there's measured curvature when somebody somewhere that's a lot smarter than me did it? I was just like,
come on, man.
Chocolate, you're super low, Chocolate.
Come on, man. Oh, I'm
Good for me.
Mic check, mic check.
I hear you fine. Put your hearing aid back in, Sonny.
It might sorry, it might have just been the volume. Sorry about that.
You're good, Chocolate. Don't mess with yourself. It was Sonny. Go ahead.
My bad.
You're good, man. Come on, man.
Yeah. I got a volume.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
Thank you, bro. Oh, we needed that in there.
YouTube just removed one of my videos. Another one.
Is that because you showed your face on it, Sonny?
They just took down Sleeping Warriors channel the other day.
Again?
Again? I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
They.
been
Maybe they didn't. Oh, maybe they didn't. I might have been thinking of another one.
I don't remember his channel being taken down before. But yeah.
I think I was thinking about Taboo Conspiracy. I think that one got taken down.
Oh yeah, his like 3 times. I think he's literally it's Taboo Conspiracy 3.
Yeah, amazing.
He's been taken down so many times.
So, Chocolate, look in the live stream, man. This guy voted for Trump twice. He used to be black. The guy in the middle.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God. What the hell?
Bro.
Don't vote for Trump, man. You'll get translucent, man.
Holy mackerel.
Bro, he better get out of there. He about to burst into flames, man.
You're like...
That's almost scary, man. It's like, seriously.
Crispy critters. Dang.
Bro. Did Coca-Cola really do that? What is it? What is it? Be less white?
Yeah.
I didn't really look into that. I've been hearing about it.
Neither did I.
They've got be less white training.
I'm waiting. They were gonna go back to clear Coca-Cola, man, but they're like, "No, we can't do that."
Oh shit!
Remember when they had to clear Coca-Cola?
Yeah, I remember that. And they said it tastes just like Coke. Nah, it didn't.
No, that's straight chemicals, man. It was like go under your sink and just start drinking stuff.
So what's their suggestion to be less white? What are you talking about? How can you be less white?
I mean, I don't know. I wake up less white every day.
When I go out in the sun, I get less white every day.
I don't know.
I guess it goes back and forth because in the winter I get more white. But but I think it's only melanin related though, so I guess that's cool. Plus, can anyone here?
I guess I see now why I drink more Pepsi.
More Pepsi instead of Coke? Yeah. You don't want that,
I shouldn't be drinking any of that shit, but
yeah, not good.
no.
Well, I mean, beer is cheaper than soda. You could drink that all the time.
God.
Which is actually scary, right? That beer is cheaper than soda.
Yeah, I'm allergic. I'm allergic to alcohol, so.
Oh, do you have that AL? What is it? ADL gene deficiency?
Probably. Is that what they say it is? It's
where you get flushed if you drink alcohol. Red face.
Probably. I probably go fucking crazy.
Break out in hives.
Break out in freaking bipolar.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
In other words, you're a bad drunk.
That's right.
Yeah, well, I drank for a long time. You never knew what you're going to get. Could have been the nicest guy ever or the worst person you ever could encounter. Like literally violently antisocial or a sobbing mess.
Yeah, bad drunk.
Not good.
Yeah, bad drunk.
Suffered with that for a long time. Now I don't drink anymore. So 3 years, I'm happy.
Good for you.
Yeah. I don't need it anymore. That's the whole thing. I don't desire it. I don't think about it. Like, it doesn't affect me.
I could go the rest of my life and not have another beer or shot, and I'll be all right. But let me not have my greens, bro.
Yeah, no, that's a different story.
Yep.
I gotta have that. Yeah. That's all I need, though, so that's cool.
Quitting that isn't that hard either. Well, it is, but it isn't kind of like I smoked green nearly every day for 16 years, and then I managed to stop, and I feel like I don't need that anymore as well as alcohol.
Yeah.
I got to a point where like I'd be smoking it every day, and like I loved it, and I still love the smell of it, and kind of want to smoke it, but I'd smoke it and regret it every time. And to the point where I was like, I have to stop doing this because every time I smoked it, I just regret it.
Yeah, well, I think it depends on your motivation, like your intentions.
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know.
Because I think like my intention basically is as a meditation. Like my intention is to get closer to this creator, whatever that is. And so I think there may come a point when I've just gotten as high as I possibly could get.
Yeah, as high.
And then I won't need it anymore.
Yeah, well, I'm at a point now where I feel just as, if not more relaxed without it, which is all right. Before I thought I'd never be able to relax without it,
Right.
How is there a new contestant on the globe? Is Prove That Globe? Or sorry, Sonny, go ahead. No more
Have
new
you guys talked to
contestants.
John Hall yet?
I was just going to ask you guys, how was the rest of the morning earlier this morning? How was it here?
I don't know about the live stream, but
It was quiet, Sonny.
Pretty
text
quiet.
channel
Pretty
is a
quiet.
cancer.
Yeah, I usually don't go into the lobby or Cogdis too much. So.
Good morning, boys.
I guess I should try to drag. I guess I should try to drag some of them. Oh, did someone say good morning? I'm sorry. Good morning.
How are you? Sorry to cut you off.
We're doing well. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I kind of clunked out last night after drilling it and talking a bit of rubbish for like maybe 9 hours, 10 hours straight. I'd like to thank you guys for that opportunity. No, honestly, I really do. Because it's like a weight lifted off my shoulders. So,
nice.
From the bottom of my heart, honestly, thank you guys. No joke.
You're
Awesome,
sort of new,
bro. That's what we're here for. Like, serious.
Yeah. You're sort of new to the server.
Yeah, yesterday was my first time, and I drilled it for like 10 hours straight. I don't think I moved.
Wow. Yeah. Take it easy on yourself. I used to try to listen to it 24 hours, and I'd be up like in the middle of the night hearing a conversation. I had to tone that down a little bit. So.
Yeah, no, I was talking the whole time. I don't think I stopped.
That's cool. Probably needed to, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's been building up, and yeah, thank you for giving me a release valve. It's very, very refreshing. And when I say I'm thankful, it's not like an empty thing. I want you guys to know.
You're from the UK?
Australia.
Oh, okay. Actually, my first thought was that you were Australian, but I kind of mix the two up. Sometimes I mix the two up. If you sound a little more British, than most Australians, then there is kind of a range.
Yeah, I tried to refine the accent too because I don't sound like fucking this,
Now I hear it.
It's fucking difficult to fucking understand.
When's the last time you had a Vegemite sandwich? When's the last time you had a Vegemite sandwich?
I can't fucking stand that shit. It's got too much fucking salt. You know how much salt that shit's got?
Sounds horrible.
Bro, it's like spreading wet salt on your sandwich. It's that bad.
Something about a burned out combi. With a head full of zombie.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Just my brain's sort of processing it at the moment.
You come from a land down under, where women glow and men plunder.
Yes.
Did you hear the thunder?
And I look upside,
take cover.
Upside down. I look upside down under. When I ride my bike here, I'm actually on my back with the wheels in the air and I'm not touching the ground.
I know, right?
That's too metaphysical.
We have a meme. Hold on, let's see if we can find that.
Do you have a meme for that?
Yeah, we have a meme for that. I don't know if I can find it though, man. I wish there was a good way to search the text. Like I've gotten better at searching in the little bar there, right? But I don't get what I need all the time. It's really weird. Sometimes because I don't know what the memes are called. Like.
Hey, question for you guys, off topic. Have you guys ever looked at Kepler's laws of planetary motions and dissected the problems with them?
He's dead, so it's pretty hard.
Yeah, the problem is there's no Earth curvature or rotation.
No. See, the Kepler law is just about the observation of planets, motion, right? I'm just looking at his laws, and it's kind of funny because in his formulations he uses pi a lot, right? Here's the contradiction.
Ptolemy's law.
Well, he's gone and he's gone and worked off of Ptolemy, right?
Yeah.
But this is what I'm noticing. So in his law, his first law says that all planets are moving in elliptical orbits, right? That's one of his first laws. His second law is adding in a calculation for the constants of the velocity of planets, right? And then if you look at his other law, which is the period of the radius as it goes through its motion, he uses pi. Now, pi is the ratio of a circumference over its radius, which is only viable in a circle.
Correct.
But here's the problem. In Kepler's law, all the observations are elliptical paths. So he's applying a circular pi calculation to elliptical paths. Right?
This is a special pie. It's a special pie. It's got jam and mustard and stuff.
I can one up that. Kepler actually faked all his data.
What I was going to say
posted that in the live stream. Take a look.
What I was going to say is, when I got asked to join Mensa. Yeah, it's called what's it called? There's another special like group instead of like there's Mensa for the like normal people, and then there's Mensa for other guys. And my math was very, very good. I found maths very unnecessary. You should only need to be able to use simple math, and that's all. And the guy, when I was speaking to like the mathematician, and he'd been there for ages. He's just a maths guy, and he goes, "Maths is there just to confuse everybody. Nothing more, nothing less. The more math you have, the better it is to confuse everybody."
Yeah, it's pretty brilliant there. I just took a look at that Britannica excerpt there talking about the scholar finding out the hoax there, if you will. No, I understand. That's why I'm looking at the math, because once you do look at it, it's then very easy to see where the supposition lies. And that supposition is why I'm learning the math, because in arguments with globers or people who are just, space believers, if they tell me this, if they tell me the sun is 149 million kilometers away, I clearly say, please provide me the calculations, show me the formulations, and I'll show you where your supposition lies in the maths. Most 9 times out of 10, they won't go down that path with the math because I feel they don't know it. So,
they won't have a clue. It's a good thing to do, and this will wreck their brain, but it'll make them think a bit more.
Well, this is what
give them visuals.
So this is what I'm approaching it as. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just good to know.
With what that measure?
Well, here's the thing, and another issue with Kepler's quantification is if you look at the measurement of equation of time, which is the measurement against the sun movement versus clock time, right? There's a discrepancy, so it shows that
the sun's wrong.
No, it shows that we live on clock time and we don't actually live on natural sun time. We are changing our rhythm in our living off of 60 by 60 by 24 time. That's what we're being thrown off by. But anyway, needless to say, the equation of time is broken down and reified as Earth rotation. But in all the calculations, what they have to do first is they have to actually take the Earth's path and put it into the elliptical path that the sun goes into. But in all the calculations, they put the sun at the geocenter, and then they calculate the movement of the sun. So it's like they show you that the Earth is at the center, calculating the Earth and the movement sun, but then they reify it as the Earth is rotating and the sun is at the center. But all in the maths, it's reversed. So it's just interesting to see
the shiftiness.
Basically, what they're saying is their inference is a globe. Their inference is Earth rotating, but yet they're using a fixed spot that isn't rotating. Yeah, fixed one location, fixed point in space to determine their calculations. Well, that's a flat stationary plane Earth.
with any mathematical calculation, I don't care what you name it, what you call it, how you do it, you have to have a fixed point. If you do not have a fixed point, you do not have a calculation. Ergo, we're stationary.
Well, here's another issue. Well, exactly. Here's another issue with what I find the equation of time or Kepler's laws is that in his mathematics, he's equating that the Earth has velocity, right? And he's actually saying that the Earth changes velocity throughout its course. But then you, of course, the way around that is to say, well, there's a difference between velocity and acceleration. Well, if you have an object, if you have
differentiate.
Well, here's the thing: velocity, you can't feel it, right? You can only feel acceleration, which is the change in velocity. That's the problem. Is that in Kepler's law, it actually says that it changes fucking velocity. It changes angular velocity. So if Kepler's creating these constants based on observation, because that's all they are, he's imposing another belief that requires another calculation, which is why do we not feel angular velocity?
That's a good point on the angular velocity, man. Pinpoint, direct hit on that. Yes.
I was speaking to the guys yesterday.
That's written in Kepler's law, though, that there is a change in angular velocity in relation to the sun. It says it right in the equation of time from a Nobel Prize-winning piece of paper, calculating the equation of time, which is solar mean time. What's that?
There's nothing noble about that guy.
No, I'm just saying there is. I'm just, like I said, I'm learning, I'm making sure that I understand the maths, because when I do confront somebody on the maths, they have no fucking clue whatsoever. So it's good to.
Even if you don't know it, like I say to everybody, they think they need to know like calculations and blah, blah, blah. If it doesn't make sense to you, ask them to. You can ask that question upon the ball person, and because most of the people that come on here are very, very intuitive, intelligent, intellectual, and can think. The other guys, it like slaps them a bit up. You know, when you slap a kid, a bit to the left, bit to the right, it wrecks their head. They can't answer it. Because if you sit down and literally just do the math, it is a fucking, it's a headache, and it's useless. It's pointless. You can't, as I said before, if you need one point to start with, to get any triangulation, you need two still points. Even to draw a fucking line, you need 2 still points. So you can't, yeah.
Well, just digging into this Nobel Peace Prize award-winning paper, they go on to say that the angular velocity of the real Earth and the mean Earth are both constant, but yet they, in the equation of time, it does show speed change. So
can I explain that to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real Earth is proper. What we are on, main Earth is Greenwich Mean Time from England.
Exactly.
That's start the calculation.
Yeah, so that's the movement to the sun, the position 0, so to speak.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful. See how they shifted? Everything, like at that point, if since all this stuff has happened, I know how these retards work. Big Ben was stopped when all this stuff started to happen.
The clock.
Yeah, they haven't stopped the clock for like 500 years, 600 years.
So the clock in Britain stopped because.
Yep, Big Ben, where every time is measured for the whole world, because these guys know what they're doing.
They stopped the
have
clock?
to stop. Yeah, they have to stop it because they can't measure bullshit. They can't measure bullshit.
Well, the 60 by 60 by 24 was derived from the apparent motion of the sun, right? So they would use a pendulum in the beginning, and then fine-tune from the pendulum to get the closest to 1 second ratio they could, right? And I got to look into a little bit more watchmaking with crystals and vibrations and such, and how they quantified the size of the wheel. Because the size of it's not really the size of the wheel; it's the components that are attached to that size. Because you can have the circumference, various sizes, just different parts added, right?
Yeah, just look at the Jesuit spoke.
The Jesuit spoke?
Oh, sorry, the Jesuit emblem spoke. You put that into the wheel, into a circle. Sorry, I'm still trying to wake up. My bad.
Did you say spider?
Yeah, big hairy one. It's called the Huntsman. Yeah, you know the Jesuit emblem. So if you take out the P, that's got like all the spokes that you would need to put in a wheel. But I explained to the guys yesterday. Just so everybody knows, our calendar is a bookkeeping record. So it's not for us to use, even though we can use it. It's for them to use, and they keep an account booking record of all of us sheep. That's what calendar means.
Why wouldn't they use a more accurate calendar, like a 13 moon calendar?
Well, they've got a lot of sheep. Sometimes it gets confusing with them, you know. And you have to herd a lot of us in. I said that, but some of the guys were saying, you know, it's better for us to use the tropical one. Yesterday, I said if you use the zodiacal one, you know, you get 364 all the time. It doesn't go more, doesn't go less, you know. 364 and 13. You can't go wrong, but yeah, but just so you know, every time this works in a court of law, when you agree to a date and a time, you fall under the jurisdiction of whatever you believe in, the church, the Islamic faith, you know, if you're Hindu, Buddhist, whatever, and you have to pay according to that. It's just a bit of a spoiler alert. This is fact. This is not conjecture. Kind of going off topic. Sorry. But this is how depraved these people are.
So I was just trying to understand the spider symbol. I never heard that.
No, not the spider symbol.
It's like a web.
Jesuit.
No, I thought I heard you say Jesuit spider. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. If you find one, let me know. I'll keep him. I want to torture him.
No, keep him and he'll clean your house for you.
I bet now that you mentioned it, I bet you could go out there and look and you would actually find one. Really, I'm serious. Like that's what I'm finding. Every time I think of something outlandish, I go to look for it. I'm like, surely nothing's going to come back. Boop, there it is. Time and time again. It's astonishing.
How it makes you feel like something's not right at all when you just type in some gibberish and something comes up, but yet you've got a real question to a real answer, and you can't find nothing whatsoever.
Who would have thought that to find real science, you would have to type flat Earth first?
You serious?
And then, but then you have to weed through like 30 or 40 pages of bullshit to get to the real one.
Just out of curiosity, just a slight change of topic, still on flat Earth here. But you guys know that when this was introduced now I know it on hindsight, but in 2016, roughly 2014, 15, 16, in between that, it was a loose introduction to flat Earth. Whatever group introduced it, they're still running they're running that particular flavor of the week, but. What I noticed is since that introduction, in 2016, things have exponentially got fucking crazy or weird. So it only means that the longer we're into this flat Earth, like the culmination of it, things are actually going to get fucking even weirder than they already are. Right?
Yeah, I think we're actually changing the reality, like in some sense. You know, I know there's an objective reality, but I think there's also something about this spiritual, yes. And it's a spiritual world, and I think we're actually changing it. Like I don't know. I won't go too far into that.
We're definitely turning people back to the church. That's a given. That's 100% true. Whether you want to call the church Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, whatever it is, we're turning people back to the idea of God. I can see that, and that's what's needed. And so flat Earth is the jolt, because it's not whether, like, it is true, the Earth is made by God, and it's not this fucking water ball in a vacuum void with all these, which is not, right? But it's an idea of what that life is, but that idea birthed what? What did it birth? It was the exercise of freedom of speech to the ultimate. And that's what they're doing, is they're using that idea of freedom of speech with gender shit, with Bitcoin, with destroying Christmas and traditions and holidays. That's all. That's all it is, man. That's the Great Reset in itself.
Yeah, that's we've gone over it's called like the what is it called? It's like the tip of the vortex. You know, when you just
critical mass
too far.
Critical mass. Critical mass.
Not critical mass. It's like when you hit, like, you know, when the spiral comes in and it hits that omega point. Sorry, omega point. Yeah. You know, when you're just about to hit the omega point, when you've just pushed everything to the most that you can. You know, guys are not guys. You know, a guy's a monkey. He can be a tree. He can be a whatever. You know. Currency is something that I can think of. You know, I just raped somebody virtually in my head. You know, shit like that. You can't be doing that.
No, man. That's if you're grazing a whole bunch of kids with no empathy, no apathy, complete narcissism, complete nihilism, dude, they're going to be the first to fucking jump off bridges, man. In the name of kamikaze.
Yeah. You can thank the Romans for that. I can't remember which one of the Roman emperors is paper on nihilism.
It's getting close to that out there. These people are just absolutely going insane because of how they just followed along with, like,
dumb shit.
Yeah, just
overly sensitive, right?
Yeah,
the given story, and now they know there's something wrong. You can tell. Look in their eyes, man. They don't care. They seem to not care. They'll just keep on going along, and, like, I'm not really sure. I think I'm fresh out of fucks. I'm not.
It's because it really doesn't affect them, but they don't realize that even though it might truly not affect them, like, you know, to the hurting point. That action that they don't take when they know that intuitively something hurts them is hurting somebody fucking a lot more, because they might not be in that position that they are in, and your inactions is somebody's pain, or it can be somebody's good.
Yeah, and
I'm playing for.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I didn't want to detract from the train of thought. So, but I guess I go ahead. Yeah, I'm witnessing, like, people see me out there, and they're out there on trails, out in an open parkland, with a face diaper on.
Oh fuck!
I don't
Listen,
don't get them outside by themselves with the mask on. I don't get it, dude. I think
walking
they like it, dude. I think they like it. I think they feel like it's like Western days, 1880. You know what I mean? Like it's like. I think they like it. They don't understand what they're doing.
So check this out. So I'm out there. I always take the path less traveled. So these people that are walking along the little merry trail with their little dogs, staying within the lines, they see me in areas where I'm exploring my environment. And I'm going to end up in the most beautiful places that I've ever seen in my life and sit there with fresh growing grass around me and birds chirping, sitting in the sun. It's absolutely a paradise. Well, there's people that have seen me doing that. Then I come back the next day and they've gone and either they've called somebody to do this or they've done it themselves, which is really fucking psychotic. Go destroy that whole area. Chop all the bushes down. Just like haphazardly, just like slashed it all to pieces. So there's nothing left of this peaceful little place where I was feeding squirrels the day before. In paradise.
This is you're not just fucking exaggerating a little bit. These people are that psychotic. This is fucked.
Yeah, this is a real thing that just happened. So what they don't understand is I can go to any other area and set up my own little place and be just as free as I was in that place. But
what kind of pleasure? What pleasures does that give you?
It's evil.
What do you gain? What the fuck is it?
Yeah, it's evil.
Yeah, but it has to give you some fucking pleasure, and I can't comprehend. Like, I've studied psychology, I know these cunts. I know
they're letting off steam.
That they get hard.
Yeah.
They're letting out. They're letting out pressure. They're just opening their valve. That's it.
Right. So at first I was really upset about that because I really enjoyed this little spot, man. I got such peace and tranquility there, you know. And then this happens, and I'm like, okay. But I was really angry, and like I have to like let it go and not give it energy. It's really sad. And those people will get what they deserve. I don't have to worry about it.
Take photographs before and after. Like if you were there before, take photographs of the beautiful place and then take it after.
No,
and then post it online, you know?
No, that's the thing though. I don't want to give any more energy to it.
You don't have to. All you do is you take 2 photographs, you say your piece about 2 photographs before and after, and you're done. And then the whole world can see exactly how you feel with just 2 photographs.
Yeah, I don't want to I don't want to dox myself.
Hey, man, your name could be Tim Buckley, right?
No, it doesn't matter the name. It's like the place. I don't want to violate the place. They already did that.
Exactly.
So, no, I'm not going to expose it. No, I'm not going to go in there Now, the thought occurred to me.
Well, here's the next thing you do. If you ever have a situation like that and you're worried about your location, you don't share anything of the concept or the thought. You just post the principle. That's it.
Yeah, it's all right. I understand your point, but I've already moved on, and I'm fine with it.
No, you haven't. We're talking about it right now. You're about to move on, but you're still there.
Yeah, you got a point. You do have a point. It does rile me up, so there is something in there. It just irks me, you know.
Well, how about you use it? How about you use another scenario in the same example? Like you take a place that has been, for instance, let's look at Chicago. Or is it a good represent? Like, I mean, that might be an extreme if you're an example, but I'm looking at a place that's dilapidated in the States. It used to be the foundation. And if you look at back in the 60s,
the moon.
There were people in black communities that were mom and dads, businessmen, working successful. Like it was a good town in the eastern United States, right? And then you can show the afterwards. You can show the democratic policies and implement. You know, the idea when you try to save somebody from themselves. This is what happens to the city. So it's the same thing as in your context as somebody's trying to save you from going there and enjoying it, right? It's the same fucking thing. We're going to save you because if you don't go here, you're not going to make people sick.
Yeah.
It's the same context, man. It's just a different scenario.
Yeah, it's so stupid. But yeah, it's okay. No, I already have another place.
Thank God we live on a massive Earth, man. And you know the funny thing is, I don't even know if I want to call it Earth anymore.
I don't know. An anagram for heart.
I don't know if I want to call it Earth anymore, man. Because Earth, ball Earth, it's just like flat Earth. It's like it's like
No, it's an anagram for heart. If you take the
I like
H
realm.
out and put it front.
I like realm.
If you take
because
take
realm.
the H out, take the H out at the end and put it at the front.
What? Take the H out of what?
The word Earth.
Oh,
and put it at the front.
Okay. Right.
It's the heart.
Well, I don't necessarily want to call it the heart either. I like the concept of realm because it appears to be made when you say realm. When you say
realm just means reality. It's an old English word.
yeah, so
Right.
so when I say realm, it to me we can quantify that idea of realm in an ideology, but I think the inference of realm is that it's made, and when you look at like I don't know, when you look at the concept of giants and old mythology, it seems more in a realm stasis than a evolution stasis. And then if you have big creatures, it also fits in with the realm idea. Now, if that realm had a backstory where, like for instance, using Kent Hovind as an example, in his thesis, he talks about how prior to the flood, the Earth had more oxygen in it, and the upper atmosphere was actually closer to the Earth. And so it had different pressure as well. So under these circumstances of more oxygen and more pressure, people grew bigger, right? You think about it. If you have more pressure against your body's going to counteract that pressure by becoming bigger. Not smaller, but bigger. You reduce the oxygen, you reduce the pressure, the human being doesn't have to grow that big to compensate in its environment.
They have used hyperbaric pressure chambers to test this and grow really giant plants and really giant insects.
It works. They did it with dragonflies and such. Yeah.
I'm going to give you guys a bit of a I don't know, something to think about, but that's true. And I want you guys to think about this. If you, as we know, when we look up, we've got two major lights, yeah? The sun and the moon. If those two lights go over each other, how can they cancel each other out?
Well, this is the thing. There is alternate explanations for a black body, but it's not. I can only find it in Chinese astrology or astronomy. Sorry, not
there
astrology.
were two suns before.
There's
from
not
reading
two,
old.
There's not two suns, but there is celestial nodes. They call them.
Yeah, aren't they from the Vedas also?
Listen, man, the Vikings had their name.
As well.
The Vikings had their name. The Babylonians had their name. The Chinese have their name. We call them in modern society celestial nodes. What they are, according to what my research, because I didn't do much in the Babylonian,
define it. Yeah,
is that
define it for me?
Well, there's the according to a Chinese astronomer in over thousands of years ago. I have to bring up the article for you, but they still believe in a flat Earth, right? Some Chinese cultures still believe in a flat Earth. The thing is the only documentation I came across that timed these celestial nodes. In other words, he actually has a formulation for the pattern. So like the Soros cycles concept, it's the same thing, but it's for elliptics. So if you look at the Chaldeans were like the first to come up. Well, I think one of the first to come up with eclipse patterns. Okay, so they may. I actually haven't checked that out.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Whether they have. Anyway, the nodes are calculated and timed according to this paper. And
well, what's a node?
Well, that's what I mean. What is a node? It's a point in space, right?
Yeah, but how does that cancel out two lights glowing? Two glowing lights.
So I don't know about canceling two glowing lights out.
So how do you get an eclipse?
I've never seen the moon approach the sun. I've never seen the moon approach the sun during an eclipse. Have you seen the moon?
What I'm saying. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. So there has to be something else. But
So what I'm telling you, what it is, it's a node, which is a black dot in space. This is
Right. I've heard of these.
This is basically all, like, you want to call it a black sun. I don't know. It's a dot. It's a node. It's a circular thing that appears to be calculable throughout the lifetime here on Earth based on eclipses.
Yep.
There you go. So I haven't, to be honest, though, to be directly honest, I've looked at the paper. I've gotten a surface scratch sniff kind of test on what was suggested in the paper, but I have never looked at the calculations in detail. I just know through the abstract information and what I read is that it's an interpretation of these celestial nodes. And then there's two names for them in Chinese for these two nodes. There's a north one and a south one. And I can't remember the Chinese astrology name for them, if you will. But apparently, this has not been used in well, we have different understanding of the eclipses, right? The myth is that the phases of the moon. See, a lot of global believers believe that the heliocentric model teaches the moon shadow is caused by Earth, which is not. It's the phases of the moon.
Fucking syzygy, yeah.
Yeah, that bullshit, right? Too. The syzygy, the 180 opposing. It look, and then most of them, when you ask them if you ask them if you see the sun and moon above the horizon at the same time, they're like, yeah, and then some of them they're like, no. So
yeah, when they say yeah, what does that say anything to you? And they go, yeah, the sun and the moon are out. I'm like, for fuck's sake.
I think when I look at the tilting of the 23.45 degrees, it definitely has
6.6.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Well, it's 6.6. It's 6.655, so that you can round up to the 5. Because all the papers that I look at when they use the calculations, they don't say 20. What is it? 23 point.
23 point, what is it, 4 or something?
23.45, yeah.
4, yeah.
Well, they say 23.45 in the mass when I'm looking at this paper that actually shows you. It's funny because they go like this. They do a diagram, but what they do in the diagram when they're showing you so what they're doing is they're demonstrating the sun path for you. So what do you think they do to do that? And this is a Swedish paper that won a Nobel Prize. They put the Earth at the center, and then they show you the elliptical path that the sun takes. But what they do in the math, and they tell you in the abstract, is do this. It says the mathematical expression of the projection factor for the elliptical. Okay, hold on. We'll be for that. Is it in the abstract here?
Says, I am Inga, I am from Sweden.
Oh, yeah. So it says the plane. Okay. So it says here, the angular velocity of the Earth is relative to the sun varies periodically. So they're telling you the velocity varies. If the velocity varies, that means acceleration changes. Somebody will say, "Oh, well, not necessarily."
My head hurts already.
The plane. It says the plane.
Good. That's good. Wait, can I just pause you just for 1 second? Didn't mean to interrupt, but right there, the vestibular system.
Exactly,
increases and changes in acceleration, which they all admit it's an elliptical orbit.
Hold on, it gets better. They tell you what they have to do for the mass. It says the plane of the orbit of the Earth is inclined with respect to the equatorial plane, because that's an assumption, because they're reversing the position of the sun. The sun is actually the one that's inclined, but they're saying the Earth is, right? So they say the plane of the orbit of the Earth is inclined with respect to the equatorial plane. Therefore, the angular velocity is relative motion has to be projected from the ecliptic onto the equatorial. So they actually have to flip it. They tell you they have to flip it.
I'm gonna throw another wrench in the works for you. If the sun is a big ball, doesn't matter where the fucking ecliptic is.
Exactly.
You can rotate it.
But it's the fact that they're looking at it, they're observing it. They show a design of what we see. They show you the mean Earth, if you will, or the real Earth. Sorry. Or no, is it the mean Earth? Which ones? I had to go back and what does it say again?
The fake one is the main one. Yep.
Yeah, the
Because
fake
it's
one's the
very
mean
mean.
one, right? Right. Yeah. So the real Earth is at the center, and then they show you the sun moving around. But then they say, no, here's the mean Earth, and then the real Earth is the opposite. And they do that by taking the ecliptic and switching it to the equatorial. It's just and they tell you, right? It's funny, and then they give you the math, and then what they tell you also with the story is that they tell you that the first law is ecliptical paths, but then in the math they're using pi everywhere. So why the fuck are they using pi? Pi is only a good for a circle and a radius.
Yep.
You can't calculate accurately an elliptical. I mean, I know you can calculate elliptical parabolas or parabolas, sorry, and you can calculate them, but they
will change.
Well, they're either extreme on the short end or extreme on the long end, right?
Yeah, no, yeah.
The curve factor, if you will. Yeah. So what you can predict is the eccentricity, and that's the thing. It's that, and it's so funny. You can predict the eccentricity with it, but then you have to use circle, or you have to use pi to do it. But then everything's elliptical. It's just like everything is reversed, and then I don't know, man. And then they call it a law.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
The thing. This is what I'm trying to. I was trying to explain yesterday, and I got a lot off my chest. Is that these guys just use this? I actually was in a bad place, but I covered myself with a lot of books, and I got to meet a lot of people that were in special places, like E.G., somebody from the City of London, somebody that had access to the Vatican, and all the rest of it. So I got some information, and the biggest thing is they use language to screw with us, because language is what you operate on, so sound. And language actually operates your body politics, so where the way that your body ticks, as in reacts. So you can obfuscate, you can do good with it, as it says in the Bible, in the beginning the word was good, and the word was with the good, but now it's with the bad, and we're getting raped by these words. So that's how it goes. It's the big truth with everything. They'll put at the front, as you say, they'll tell you the bit of the truth, and then they'll word salad the thing, and unless you switch on like yourself, you'll ask a question, why is it contradictory? But most people think the quicker they can regurgitate something, the smarter they are. So, yeah. Am I still on?
Well, regurgitation is everything, isn't it?
Yeah. It wins Nobel Peace
Sounds
Prizes
like a good
and
t-shirt.
Nobel Prizes. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. I'd wear that. I'm putting that out there. Regurgitation is everything. And just, as you said, they label it law. Like,
how does programming work?
Yeah, law backwards is wall. So they're putting a wall there. Like, it's immovable. It's meant to be immovable. Do you get what I mean?
I think that.
Hey, Data on the plane. Do you mind if I ask you a question personally? You seem like a really well-spoken individual, and there's a little bit of drama in this. So if you guys aren't into that kind of thing, then I can hold off. But I would really love to get your opinion on something that kind of made me uncomfortable when it comes to flat Earth.
Nothing's uncomfortable on flat Earth. It's flat.
Yeah, as long as you're talking about the Earth and not a personality.
It's something. It's an argument that somebody made in the server for Flat Earth that that I thought was really bad, really bad. And I think there's plenty of great arguments in flat Earth and great reasons to believe, but this one was not one of them. And I was wondering if you'd be willing to review it, and if you'd be willing to condemn your peer on this one. All right, is going into the live stream voice text. This is a complete 100% transcription, whatever, from his slideshow. That's the modus tollens logical proposition that he presented. And then I did what I consider a mathematical reduction, just essentially reducing the variables. So I assigned X to Earth turn, star trails Y, sunrise and sunsets Z, and south R. So the reduction from a mathematical standpoint would read, if X causes Y and Z, then Z must always be R. If Z are not R, X and Y cannot be caused by X. And at this point, when we reduce it down to when we replace the words with variables, the mathematics of it and even the structure seems completely senseless to me. And I'm wondering if you would agree with that and condemn this, or if you would be.
This is cannot use A, B, C, D, F, G, Q, Z. But that's just a big fallacy. You have to fucking put a meaning on the thing, what you're saying. Otherwise, it's pointless, because Q, Z, P, R, W, X, whatever can mean whatever. You know, it makes a person go mentally insane. Sorry, brother. I'll let you have the floor. Continue.
No, that's fine. It's good to see you again, man. I hope you got some sleep last night. I know you were on late.
What are you talking about, dude?
Do you see in the live stream voice text what I posted or no?
Hold on. I mean, you're trying to use
I don't. What exactly did he say?
The words you'll see if Earth turn and if star trails, those two lines. That's what he said, right? And he presented that as a logical argument. And we know that when we present a logical argument, we can reduce it down to the variables and then see if the structure is logically sound. And
you're trying to determine a cause, my brother.
No, all I'm doing is reducing his logical argument down to its structure to see if it's to see if it's sound, right? That's all that matters.
But are you talking about the modus tollens? Are you talking about the modus tollens, or are you bringing up something else?
I think you got to see the text in the live stream voice text.
Yeah,
if you're not looking at that, it's
kind of like a waste of time.
Got it right here.
Dude, this is what your thing says. Your thing says if X equals Y, if X equals Y, then it equals Z, and if Z, then Z must equal R. This is not a logical formula, dude. If X equals Y,
I agree. That's what I'm saying. This is
X equals Y. Listen, this is what it's saying. If X equals Y, then it equals Z, and Z must equal R.
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's nonsense.
That's what all formulas do. That's what they're there for. I was just trying to explain to the guys, If ZQYP...
what the guy wrote is like it is complete nonsense. It's not sound in any sense.
You have to put a firm definition.
Okay. That's all. I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page about that. I was getting concerned.
That's by no
definition.
But you're trying to say this is the same as the modus tollens. That's wrong. And also, you have something that's saying a cause of something. What's the natural phenomenon?
It's a folk phenomenon.
That's all. I'm not saying anything other than what the X, Y, etc. is a mathematical reduction of the statement above. That's all. I'm not.
Where'd the statement above come from? A different flat Earth server?
I don't know where it came from.
Yeah, apparently someone else said it.
Came from Sleeping Warrior.
Sleeping Warrior. Well, why don't you talk to him about it when he comes in?
Yeah.
I would just think that if I ever have if I present a logical argument that is that structurally unsound, I want to be called out on it, please.
Right. Okay. Well, why don't you call him out to his face then? Because no one here is particularly interested in talking about. So 1 second, Sonny. No one here is particularly interested in talking about Sleeping Warrior's arguments. Like, we're here. Talk to us.
Crypto, you know, I asked the room before I didn't finish.
My head.
Right.
Wanted to save you from embarrassing yourself.
Why would I be embarrassing myself?
Well, you made a statement that nobody wants to hear it, but I asked if people wanted to hear it, and they said yes.
You clearly didn't hear what I just said. So
I think I repeated it word for word.
Well, you didn't. So anyway, all I'm saying is
you go ahead.
can talk to Sleeping Warrior when he's here, but we are here now, so talk to us here now.
Okay. That's fair.
What kind of question were you going to ask me anyway?
Oh, the question was if you agree with your peer that the logical argument that he presented as a modus tollens was structurally sound, and it seems that we agree, or we found common ground on the fact that it's not logically sound, that it's almost complete gibberish.
Well, you asked us to condemn him also. I think he should be allowed a chance to redact first. Come on.
I was thinking like just in like political terms, that people say, would you condemn your peers for signing this bill or whatever, that kind of terminology.
We would get it, but it depends. When you see a bill, you would read the heading and the first paragraph. Me, I'd read all fucking 1,500 pages when I read a bill. Something that's in law, and that's
awesome. We need more people like that care enough to get into the details. That's great.
So yeah, and everything has to be defined. When they do, I'll use the example as law. Every term has to be defined. And I'm going to say something that most people don't know. Bill Clinton, you know how he got off from all the charges from the "I never touched that woman"? Is he asked?
I thought he was impeached.
Lawyer,
was he impeached?
No, they didn't do nothing. He went on doing what he was doing, raping and having crack cocaine and all the rest of it. He asked the lawyer to define the word "is." And the lawyer could not define the word "is." Is it true, sir, that you did this, this, and this? He goes, what do you mean by "is"?
Yeah, it seems might be a little dodgy, right?
He got off on that.
I don't think he. I guess it depends on your definition of got off, but I thought he got impeached, like got kicked, like removed from office, or maybe he stepped down on his own. I don't remember.
Nothing happened. Somebody correct me, please, if I'm wrong. Anybody?
I believe
funny
he was in office.
The funny thing with
he definitely got off all right. He definitely got off.
What? Yeah, he got off. And the Oval
word is
they all do.
It's pretend.
Sorry, that was too good. I didn't mean to interrupt you with obnoxious laughing. That was just person. Really funny.
Yeah, sorry, brother. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
They said he got off. It's a play on words, a double entendre for.
Oh yeah,
when you
he got off in many ways. He got off in many ways, but one of the ways was
in the office.
In the office. So do you see what I mean? See what they do to us? But they know the game, and that's why they get let off. But we assume we know what everything means. It's that as assumption that makes an ass out of us. You know what I mean? You can dismantle most things if you don't presume. Everything that we know is because we think we know. It's like if I write something down, then you read it like 10 years later. You don't, you know, if I can convey, and if I'm a good like writer or orator or whatever, and I can write it down good, but you still might not be able to grasp what I really meant by that, and that's defined by how well I'm spoken, the lexicon I use, what dictionary I have. That's why they have like a fucking million dictionaries, a lexicon, and all the rest of it. It's they've perfected this fucking game that they're running on everybody. I don't know if anybody agrees with me, but yeah.
So, did Mr. Famous present any measurements for curvature?
No, I think he just reduced someone else's argument into a possible straw man and then tried to straw man it. Yeah.
In the hope for getting
he's
famous?
He's looking out for us. He doesn't want us to be embarrassed. He's looking out for our well-being.
Yeah. Listen, I listened to that whole thing.
He used to be a flat earther, right?
Oh, he was? Or is you just joking?
No, I mean for 4 days or 3 days, I think it was.
So someone told me that there was some Cobra that came in here and say he used to be a flat earther. Are you that guy?
Pretty sure it's him. Yeah, I think that's him. But for 3 days.
So you're the fake flat earther?
He did recount that. He did recant that. He said, "Yeah, well, I did. Well, maybe then I wasn't a flat earther if it was only for 3 days."
I'll be honest. You guys moved me like maybe 10% closer.
We're not trying to move
flat
you
Earth
anywhere.
last night.
Listen, we're not trying to convince
Indio,
you
I didn't ask what you were trying to do. I'm just mentioning that you guys moved me closer to flat Earth.
You moved
last night.
yourself then.
I'm less of a glober because of you. I think that, you should be proud of that.
I would say acting like a complete cunt in front of the admin of the server is a really bad idea. And if you do that again, I'll personally ban you.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Are you famous yet, mister?
It depends on what you mean by famous.
I don't know. Just checked your Twitter.
What does it mean by you to be famous?
I think I would need to get to 1 million followers on some social media platform before I.
You realize that syllogism only have 3 elements; they don't have 4, right?
Oh, you have 19 on Twitter, so
you're just talking about like typical modus ponens, modus tollens, logical syllogism with 2 premises and a conclusion.
Has 3 elements.
Yeah, 2 premises and a conclusion.
I don't think that's exactly it. Hold on, let me look it up.
So India, though, I do appreciate
2 premises. You mean so if reindeer magic and elf magic are both real, then Santa Claus clearly is possibility.
Yes.
That stands to that reason. Then there we go. Good.
just like the globe. It's just like the globe.
I concur.
What made you move this team 10%, mister?
I think it has to do mostly with what can you like personally, physically observe, which really limits the scope of
what you can believe.
Yeah.
So you just fill it in with what people say, then, huh?
Yeah. I'm not saying that's prescriptive, like that's what you should do, but I'm saying that's prescriptive of what people do.
That's what you're doing, though.
But that's literally the only proof for a globe is other people said so. Literally.
My dad told me.
I don't think it's proof, but
good because
yeah,
you're not even going as far as I am.
We agree on a lot more than we disagree on, but my conclusion is different, so that makes it complicated.
Why? Why do you believe in a globe?
This shit
Would you guys be opposed if I didn't get into a big conversation?
We know why
about it?
space pictures.
I'm
you're here
tired.
to talk, dude. You're here to talk.
Yeah, he got.
Oh,
to be fair,
if you're gonna compel my speech, then I'm just gonna leave.
No way.
That's
It's
not
okay.
my thing.
No one's compelling speech, my guy. No, hold on. No. You've actually misdefined compelled speech. Yeah. So compelled speech is forcing someone to say something at a specific point. No one here is forcing you to do anything.
Well said. Well done, bravo. I like that one.
So,
Mr. Famous, if you didn't want to talk about it, you don't really have to, but that is the topic of the server.
Yeah.
And we can always move to another, right? We
can talk about this butcher syllogism. We could talk about that if you want. This is an absolute abortion.
Just while we've got Mr. Famous, while we've got Mr. Famous in the room, he's just reminded me of another dumb glober I spoke to earlier. So there was a guy who, India, you might particularly enjoy this.
That's not naive.
Said to me that statistics prove the globe. So I said to him, okay, cool, please give me. So I said to him, okay, seeing as you know about statistics, tell me what the linear regression formula is. I mean, it's the most basic thing you learn in statistics.
Yeah.
Right? Couldn't tell me. I even said to him, you could just Google those words and it'll come up. Nope.
That's too much effort. That took too much effort.
Yeah, these people have we're doing hours and hours and hours of research every day, and these guys can't do 5 minutes. It's pathetic.
It hurts the brain, brother. That's what I was saying last night. It hurts the head to think.
Yep. People like to be informed in 5 minutes with the news and these small articles they get fed by their apps, right?
Oh, just wanted to mention that actually the idiot who couldn't tell me what a linear regression formula was is actually in the room. So I'm going to give him VC verified and he can explain why he doesn't know basic statistics. Go ahead, Paul.
All right.
Well, first of all, statistics can't prove anything. That's an appeal to probability logical fallacy, which can't be proof, right? So can't prove anything if it's uncertain.
Yeah, Paul told me that
the whole idea is just idiotic. But anyway, sorry.
No, I was rumpusing you. So the Paul told me that sun rays aren't parallel in the heliocentric model.
Oh, that was in lobby, right?
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know. They needed to be parallel. They needed to be parallel.
That makes no sense.
Paul, are you there?
How does that compute in somebody's head? Hello, Paul.
So Paul's now denying that he said that, even though he said that. So Paul, go ahead. Please tell us.
Crypto, do you know what recursion is? Recursion. Like a recursive algorithm.
Oh, right, yeah. I haven't heard that term before, but yeah, I know what it is.
Well, so someone, dude, you should enjoy this then. So recursion's when you feed the result back into the function, and then just keep iterating it, right? So, yeah. He asked me what recursion is. I told him the branches of his family tree.
Oh my god, that's savage.
Oh, what did I miss? I was on the phone.
Oh gosh.
I don't even know if I want to say that. That's one of those. In fact, I don't know if Riggs is listening, but there was something I said the other day to someone, and he goes, "That even hurt my feelings." Right?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's how I feel about that statement that you said to someone else.
Oh gosh.
Oh, our mate Paul is bravely running away from the debate. That's good. He says he can't talk, even though he seemed to be able to talk fine about an hour ago. So.
Yeah, I spoke to Paul for a little bit in the chat. He seemed a little bit dissed up, but I kind of want to see what Space Nigger's got to say. Have you just unmuted Space Niggers?
Come on.
Space Niggers?
Come on, G.
Yeah. We had some guy the other day called N-words in Paris, like literally N-words in Paris.
Oh, no.
You're not brave enough to just call yourself niggers in Paris. Like, do you think you're going to offend anyone here? Like, seriously.
All right, Space Niggers, you there?
I was having dreams of you, Paul, Paul saying to me, "IGZ, get on the mic. I can see you typing." Come on.
I guess Space Niggas thought the name was just enough. Then
Come on,
that's
Space.
all. Come in with that name.
Space niggas. You want to talk about space?
Come on, G.
Unmute that mic, bro.
Or something else.
No. They don't want to talk about space. Strange.
You're fired.
I want to talk about space, how it doesn't exist, namely, back at the news desk.
Is there some countdown to some NASA thing going on soon? So I heard someone talking about that in lobby earlier. Are they doing something?
Problem is, we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
Yes.
It's always a problem.
Post the Wile E. Coyote meme, please.
That's gold.
Rocket jetpack. Yeah, here we go. Coming right up.
So they're going to start increasing more and more rocket launches, right?
They're going to do more and more test launch rockets coming up here.
Oh, really?
Lots of them, man. Combat all this chatter of flat Earth.
Oh, yeah, that's true. They do kind of need to ramp up
to
the
flatten the
PR.
curve, bro. That's what it is. But you can't.
The little
flatten the curve.
chyron scrolling at the bottom of the CNN screen, it's just going to say rocket launch after rocket launch after rocket launch to make the brainwashing complete.
Yeah.
All
When
the
you
time.
I woke up this morning to the SpaceX as his land.
Exactly. When you see
exploded.
when you see stock guys starting to look at footage of the rockets when they've never paid attention before, and all of a sudden they're paying attention now. It's it's to counteract. Okay, so like I've noticed that just general good people, it's willful idiots on any. Nobody is free to escape the programming of being a willful idiot.
Yeah, that's true, bro.
Nobody can escape that. But they came across. So it's like coming across the. What you call it? Well, conspiracy theories, but I wanted to be a little bit for the blue-pilled people who come across these ideas.
The conspiracy effect.
It reinforces their belief system, right? When they come across something they don't like that confronts their belief system, they immediately want to reinforce their belief system. So I've noticed, and the average guys that have channels on YouTube are now getting more into space. Getting more into reinforcing their belief system of the Elon Musk and Mars. So it's really interesting what's happening, because then you have this side,
the Galactic Space Federation. Or whatever the fuck.
No, now you have this side though, right? Of the argument where we're trying to they're bringing in fish. Waiting for the school of fish to fly by, right, before they stop them and have a conversation with them, kind of thing. So it's interesting. It's going to see what happens, because they have achieved, I think, ultimately the divide on every level of. If we're to put two columns now, there's no third, fourth, and fifth column anymore. It's just really two columns of existence, and that's
the Omega Point's going to hit.
What's that?
The Omega Point, we're going to reach the Omega Point, and it's just going to go boof.
It's just funny how I see it happening, though, because now you have what's called the QAnon for the Trump, right? And then now you've got the Blue Anon, right?
Wow. Wow.
You've heard of it, right? I'm sure you've heard of it, but
yeah, I've heard of it, but now they're still going. The guy is out of office, man.
So you've got QAnon, and now you've got Blue Anon.
Wow.
So
keep it. Oh, fuck me, dude. Please.
I haven't heard. What is Blue Anon?
How do you keep this going in your own head? How do you do so much mental gymnastics to fucking lie to yourself?
Dude, I'm a historian, I guess, because I'm writing all this shit down.
Yeah, no, but these guys, fuck, it hurts me. Sorry.
Anyway, it just appears that now in Hollywood, they have their own version of QAnon, and now it's called the Blue Anon.
They're feeding the fire.
So it's just comical. It's very funny, and
adding fuel.
But this Blue Anon is revealing the white supremacy in Florida during Trump's CPAC speech. So it basically is saying that Blue Anon is revealing Nazis or white supremacy in the Trump party. That's the whole point of Blue Anon.
I don't really want to go down this line at all, but it's really funny when people think that Nazis and white supremacists are the same thing, because there's actually nothing at all in common between the two ideologies.
I hear you. I'm just saying that's the narrative going on in the political world now. Is the Democrats now have their version of QAnon?
Isn't that just called the mainstream media?
Whatever it is, man. I'm going through. I follow a lot of independent journalism, and so like YouTube and other feeds and other apps. I get feeds from independent journalism, and so I get, both left and right. But it's crazy how they both report. It literally seems as if there is one set of truth, and somehow it's sort of right leaning, and it's bizarre how there's like, even if you look at the $1.9 trillion bill that was passed, if you look at the actual funding and where it went to, it's insane.
The whole bill. Yeah,
I just got
to tell the guy.
I got a part of it is that a lot of the money is not actually going to help COVID relief.
Like 8%.
Yeah, the money is going elsewhere to other countries and other nonprofits. And when you see that, anyway, I'm getting off topic here, but
I was about to say, because we've got a few new guys. No, it's a well made point, but because we've got some new people in, let's try and steer it back to flat Earth. I mean, even if they're not really talking about it actively, we can still speak about the globe, since they're obviously listening. I don't know if Mr. Famous is still there. We don't have to have a debate, but you could help us suggest some topics for what might make you think it's a globe, and then we can just talk about them. Are you there, Mr. Famous?
Hey, yeah, sure. What about like all the, like there's all a bunch of, it seems like there's a bunch of people like selling globes and stuff like that, like, and it's like in classrooms and stuff.
The globe salesman. What do we think, guys?
It's his feelings.
Do you want to? Does he actually want? Hey, man, can we try this scenario for a second? Let's say I bought a globe off of you. You're like a globe salesman, and I bought an actual globe off of you, like a classroom globe. Does that sound like a fair scenario?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can imagine that.
You can dig. You can pick it up what I'm putting down. So imagine I called you up. Imagine I called you up and I say, "Hey, man, I'm in Perth, Australia, and I'm looking south, and I'm actually looking southeast at like 118 degrees, and the sun is coming in. But if I take your little ball model and I put a gnomon at Perth, where I am at, across the same latitude longitude line on your ball Earth, and I put the sun at the center, and so the Earth is tilted, so it's against the Capricorn Tropic of Capricorn, but I'm not getting the shadows right or the angles right on your ball model. Can you tell me why?
Look, dude, I just sell the things. Right?
Good answer. Case and point. Exactly what's going on here, dude.
Well
they
done.
Don't give a fuck what they're telling. They're just selling it to you.
Exactly. It's all a sales pitch. If you believe it, then who gives a fuck?
You got to put your flashlight 93 million miles away, and it'll work.
Fucking hell, dude.
Fucking
checkmate.
Do you see how
you'll make a phone call to your office on the moon, right?
With the imaginary cable running up to it? Yeah.
I did.
No, it'll be in his fucking shoe.
Is there refractor things when I think of refractors, I think of like a mirror. Are there those type of things up there that people are shining, like scientists are shining lasers and stuff off of, or is that what's going on there?
It's the Space Force.
No one's ever put anything on the moon.
Are you talking about the retro reflectors that they claim that they put on when they went to the moon supposedly, and they bounced lasers off of it? Well, it's interesting enough, if you like dig in, MIT was actually bouncing lasers off the moon before Apollo even went up there. So what that tells me is like now they're selling the story that like, oh, we put retro reflectors up there, so we're getting a bounce back and we're getting a few photons. When MIT was doing that without retro reflectors.
Hold on though. Can I interrupt for a second?
A few photons.
Hold on, gentlemen. Can I ask the guy if there's a difference between radio wave and laser wave, and what the difference is?
Good one. I love this.
I'm gonna go walk my dog.
Yeah, no.
So there is a difference
for him.
There is a difference between.
You need to keep it high level.
There is a difference between radio waves and a laser beam, but do you know what it is? They're the same thing.
Yep.
That there's photons in lasers.
Just a frequency change, bro.
Frequency.
That's all it is. It's the same thing. So you can take radio waves and bounce them just as you can laser and bounce them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They're made in the same. They're made of the same material, if you will.
If you increase the radio wave frequency or decrease or whatever, can you create photons? Is like photons generate out of it or no?
So the point is before they were shooting lasers, they were bouncing radio waves off of the apparent moon. But again, it's the apparent moon and the apparent position and the apparent idea that it's coming back to you. They still have no way to prove it.
Do you believe that's happening? Like we're bouncing radio waves off of something physical?
No, Mr. Famous.
Sorry. So listen.
You can only.
Hold on, gentlemen. This is actually a court of law thing. So a guy was charged with a speeding ticket, and he actually used the Rayleigh criterion to get out of the argument. Now, are you familiar with the Rayleigh criterion at all?
I'm not.
Okay, so basically, if you have a wavelength of light, it's going to have a diffraction limit. Okay, so radar guns.
What's the diffraction limit? Sorry.
So diffraction limit.
All inaccurate.
So a diffraction limit is basically the point of the signal where it no longer can read information. Let's put it that way. Okay, so it's a limit to the amount of information can be read. So all these radar guns have a distance to them, even though they're shooting little laser beams of light and then receiving a signal back. That laser light has a diffraction point. In other words, it will have a hard time relaying or separating. Let's say if there's two images in the distance and that laser gun's pointed at it, there'll be a point at that gun, can't tell the difference between one object or two. Do you understand? That's basically what the Rayleigh criterion is about. So this radar gun, the guy in court says, hey man, no, the cop couldn't tell.
Does that mean like it expands out or something? Like the objects are like if it was a cop running radar,
the angle of information at that distance becomes too acute to resolve any information out of it. It basically bands and blurs.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so like when the waves bounce off, like the idea that they're going to all bounce back and come right back to your thing that measures or whatever, it's not going to work like that because of the angle that it hits the object. Is that correct?
No, it's the actual physical light itself banding and blurring because it can't. It's reaching the point of angle where the information cannot be translated past. So it's the angle. It's the angle limitation of the wavelength of light. That's all it is. So every wavelength of light has an energy in it, right? It decays, right? So if I shoot a laser gun, it's not going to go on forever, dude. It'll eventually decay and end. Do you understand?
So does that same apply to this idea of space? Like if it traveling through.
So if you're sending a signal and operating the signal, that's different than receiving a signal. Everything from space is receiving. So what you're doing is amplifying the signal and bouncing that signal off of something that's being already made. It's out of your control. You're receiving it. So you're not amplifying it. You're trying to understand the brightness.
Right. That makes sense.
by trying to quantify temperature. But here on Earth, we're shooting light up and bouncing it back. Now, our signal is only as good as our signal strength. Do you understand? And now we have interference of different levels of radiation, different levels of things, and different bandwidths of frequency.
But isn't the idea under the standard whatever model or whatever that once
the point is, listen,
space that you don't have that type of decay anymore, that they can continue on without?
Again, it's only as good as our instrument and our interpretation of the data, dude. If you're walking in with a supposition on what you're perceiving to shoot out and receive what's coming back in, then I wouldn't call that science. I would call that confirming the consequent. So,
hey, Mr. Famous, before we get too far off into the weeds on this one, has anyone explained the whole space thing to you?
Does Mr. McFather in 5th grade count?
Okay, no, not that kind of.
Sorry, I don't mean to be. I hope I'm not rude when I.
No. Listen, you're all right.
That's not my intention.
No.
Can I just interject for 1 second and I'll leave?
It's helpful to have humor in this, so you're not too far off. So, does anyone want to go through the whole gas pressure issue with Mr. Famous?
I was just going to say one thing before, and somebody can explain. No type of current can exist outside of oxygen. No laser beam, no phone line, no mobile, whatever. For that to exist, there needs to be oxygen. Nothing can travel unless there's oxygen. That's a matter of fact, not of point, not of conjecture. Thank you very much.
So stuff can't travel through like nitrogen or helium.
Well, that's a part of oxygen. You can't go into air where there's a vacuum and have something travel in a vacuum.
You also can't have any gas pressure without a container. Supposedly, we're existing in an atmosphere with surrounded by a vacuum from 10 to the negative 17 torr. Well, how do you have that pressure maintained around this ball without some form of a container? That's your main problem with space. The vacuum of space. It's a problem for the globe. That doesn't exist.
And most importantly, the functionality of their void space is for their calculations and not practicality. That's why they have to remove it. They have to remove content from it, or else their calculations become more difficult.
Yeah, it's adjustment all the time.
Right, Mr. Famous, do you understand what's being said here about the gas pressure?
Yeah, but what when you say gas pressure, what are you doing? What's the difference between pressure and gas pressure?
Exactly. This is what I mean. We need to keep it really basic. If I don't know who's available, but Chocolate or Bong or El Baba
try
Yaga,
the airplane.
if you're
here. Wolfgang, try. When you depressurize, you have a high pressure system and a low pressure system. Maybe that'll help.
Like I know in a car when you drive and you open the window that you create a low pressure zone and that sucks air out of the vehicle and
it's like when you've got your bike tire, right?
For me is like a compressor, right? Like an air compressor. You know how you compress air in an air compressor? You can't have that compressed air without the container, right? Like if you were to puncture like the smallest hole into that compressor, that the pressure that's inside will leak to the space available, right? To the lower pressure. Higher pressure always flows to low pressure, or hot to cold.
When you say container, does that have to be a completely closed container?
A completely closed system.
Yes. No. You can have a glass or a fish tank, and that could act as a container.
Yeah.
Okay, so like a fish tank.
It's the second law of it's when you open your freezer and the cold air has to come out. That is a law, a natural law.
Yeah, but let's not get into
you guys are making it so
complicated.
We're talking about electrons want to move to
or the tire. Sorry, the tire. The tire.
Guys, could I ask that Jose speaks to him and we just do it like a little
one-on-one? You made it really complicated by saying a fish tank because we're talking about pressure. We're trying to spread pressure to him. Right, gas pressure.
He asked any container. And there are demonstrations of gas being contained by an open tank.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Before we go,
Okay, guys, Fuzzy, we're gonna let Jose speak to the guy for a bit if we can.
Right. So
so I'm sorry. I'm just clarifying. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So back to the thing, right? Like a compressor, right? Like the only way you can have that compressed air in that environment of it being a high pressure zone, right? You need it to be a closed system. You know, of course there are other occasions, you know, but I don't want to get into the weeds. I'm just trying to get to the whole debate of the gas pressure, right? Because that's what we're discussing. So what happens when a compressor has a hole, right? Can you explain? You know what happens to the pressure inside?
Typically, over time will equalize with the pressure outside.
Right. So what's this globe Earth model claims to have at the Kármán line, roughly where roughly where space began.
What's it called?
The Kármán line. The Kármán line is probably where like space, where they claim like the vacuum of space kind of begins.
Kármán line. That's cool. That's a badass term. Sorry.
Yeah, it's somewhere along the lines of like 60 miles to 70. I mean, some countries say it's 70, some say it's 60, but whatever. It's roughly around there, right? At that,
so there's
around
60 miles of things that are not going out into the space. That's
it's
what
60
the claim
miles
is.
of height. We hit the vacuum of space. That's all it means. The Kármán line, right? So at that height, it's about 10 to negative 6 torr, right? So now you have to think about this. We have this 10 to negative 6 torr vacuum at the Kármán line, right? And it's adjacent to the gas pressure of the Earth, you know, which is on ground level. It's about 14.7 psi, you know, pounds per square inch. So
does that change as you go up? It
does. There is a gradient. There definitely is a gradient. You know, it gets less and less. The gradient. Well, I have my ideas of what causes the gradient. I don't know if other people agree with this, but I think it has to do with like the energy that's input into the system from like the sun and maybe other things. But I think that the sun causes like, you know, like obviously most of the oxygen on Earth is made at the ocean. So we have the highest dense of, you know, materials closest to us. And, you know, with time, obviously that spells up. But my question is, how do you have gas pressure gradients without a container? Because gas pressure gradients doesn't prove that you don't need a container. To me, that just proves you don't need a container. All that says that there's something that's causing it to be different, lower where it is on Earth where it is where space begins. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Can I add something to that? Can I add to that?
Kármán line.
Yeah,
sorry, I wanted to remember that.
And there's also, it's all for the gradient. It also seems like these are the initial conditions for everything, right? Heavy, dense things on the bottom, lighter and less things at the top. That's the way it was initially configured. So yeah, and in order to have that gradient pressure, you also need a container. We call that an antecedent, right?
What does it mean to be heavier? Because I'm taught that that's driven by gravity, which is
hold on. Can I just add to that? The whole pressure thing is that even if you look at the equations they actually use for gas pressure, right? They need a volume to work. That's the point. You need a fixed volume to have your gas pressure or to do anything with it. Because the gas will expand to fill the available volume.
Yeah.
Before we move off this point, I also want to point out that all the gas is generated at the ground level, and then gas condenses back into matter or liquid in the form of rain up above. So
what about volcanoes? Are they're putting gases in the up or no? Or do volcanoes do gas come out of volcanoes? I'm sorry, I'm stupid.
Yeah, and cars and people,
money sources,
and it comes out of everything. Every time you make tea, there's gas. There's pressure. You know,
water, for instance, makes a lot of gas.
But the water turns into clouds, rains, and comes back down. But what happens? Is there other rain too? Like does helium and nitrogen and all these other things rain down, or no?
The whole point that you have to try to get to is that even with a gas pressure gradient, right, you need gas pressure first. Now, The definition of gas pressure is the force the gas exerts on the walls of the container, making the container necessary to have the gas pressure in the first place. Do you understand that?
I do. I don't know if I agree with it.
It's literally not really agree or disagree. It's the definition of gas pressure. The force
like the
gas
pressure
exerts on the walls of the container. Well, we're talking about gas pressure, so let's stay with gas pressure, right? So unless you can somehow provide a demonstration of how we can have gas pressure without a container, your vacuum of space is debunked. Do you understand? Because even if you want to go, and I understand you want to go to the gradient. I get that. But in order to have the gradient, you need the gas pressure first. So now, how do we have the gas pressure without a container is the question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I would say that that's where the science globe people are saying that gravity is causing
demonstrate that?
some sort of.
Can you demonstrate gravity?
Hold up.
Welcome
that
to
was the
Flat
right
Earth.
answer. Hold up. Go ahead, Chocolate.
So this thing, I don't want to get too far into gravity, but since you brought it up, right? This thing you call gravity, in your mind, where would it be the strongest?
In my mind, okay. What you mean by that is like, what do I think about it? It would be strongest in areas where there was the densest collection of particles, atoms. What's the difference between an atom and a particle?
Or matter.
It was just
You're saying on the ground level, right? If what you're calling gravity is coming from the Earth, the strongest place it would.
Well,
no,
I'm not saying no. That's not the. I'm saying
from his imagination.
It starts there. Come on, you know that. Yeah. But the idea is that it's a dense collection of particles or matter, right? So that could be anywhere. Like if for some magical way you had the ability to take all of the amount of particles that were in the Earth and compress all the atoms in the Earth and compress them down.
Can I just stop you here? I'll just stop you
and put them in a Gatorade bottle.
Anyone in this room never ever heard this before?
Yeah, seriously.
Do you think there's a single person in this room who hasn't heard that? Seriously.
No, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
So why are you doing this?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad that you asked.
Let me before you continue. Let me help you real quick. If you have a container and you pump gas in on one side and you take gas out on the other side, would there be a gradient in the chamber?
I'm thinking about fluid dynamics. If you're pumping it in at the same rate that you're taking it out, I would assume that the pressure inside the line would be consistent across the line or
so
across
you don't think
the
there would
tank.
Be a gradient coming from where you're pumping the gas in and where you're taking to where you're taking the gas out. You don't think?
No, I think it would be if it's going in at the same rate that it's coming out, then I think that there would be. I think the law of conservation of energy would apply here, and that there would be the same.
And you think the sky is uniform like this? We live in a uniform system, a homogeneous system?
That the sky is like this? No, I don't think, because I think that we have a different principle. I don't think that there's a container on the Earth.
Can I ask him a question?
Is a container in the classical sense.
Gas is generated at ground level, and then it's removed from the system above. And this is not uniform. This happens based on temperature and humidity and other different factors. So,
but I think our definition of above might be different.
For a gradient, and there are many different reasons for gradients, and gradients are something you would accept within a dynamic system inside a container, not something you would expect on a ball in a vacuum.
No, yeah, I think that the theory of gravity is a retro.
Can I just kind of pop in here with a question I got for you? So if I'm at the surface level, right, what direction is gravity pulling things in from me?
I believe it's towards the center of mass.
So pretty much down, right, wherever I am.
No, I believe down is relative to the center of mass.
Yeah, sure, but wherever I am on the surface, it would be down, right?
Towards the center of mass.
Yeah, okay, that's down. So what direction is the gas moving in?
Well, let me. Which direction is gas moving?
Exactly. Which direction is gas moving in?
It depends.
It's moving in
on
all directions,
gas,
right?
But gas is it seems to be lighter than solids in most cases. So like we have. What? Oh, it's omnidirectional.
So the determining factor is not the gravity itself. Then it sounds like from what you just said, determining factor is what's lighter or what's heavier. Is that what you're saying? Because I can get a helium balloon, right? I can get a helium balloon. Which direction does that go?
If it's in an environment of all helium, it's gonna stay put. It's not gonna go anywhere. But if it's in an environment,
am I ever gonna be in an environment of all helium?
Sorry, you're right. I'm sorry. A helium balloon would go down in a. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're right. Thank you.
A helium balloon would go down what?
No, he said that a helium balloon would stay neutral in helium, wrong. Which of course is wrong because the helium balloon is made of plastic or latex.
At that point, we just have a balloon, kind of, right? Well, I guess
right.
We have
the total density.
We have a container.
I'm on the ground level holding a helium balloon. Which direction does it go?
The balloon?
Yes.
On the ground level of, we're talking about Earth?
Bro, are you serious? Like,
look, if the science, if you want to be specific,
I am being specific. Yes. I am holding a helium fucking balloon, bro.
Look,
like,
it takes
where else would I be? Am I talking about Earth? Are you
the answer is yes. The answer is yes.
2 seconds to answer.
He obviously meant on the ground.
Yes, the balloon goes up. The balloon goes up.
Okay, so up.
That hard?
So it would be a serious problem for this thing you call gravity, right? Because gravity is supposed to make everything go down, but yet here I have something going up.
Oh, I think you misrepresented. Gravity is supposed to make everything go down. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Really?
So it's not acting on everything.
So gravity doesn't make everything go down? So why do we have this atmosphere here?
Gravity makes
this ball.
Right. Do you think about the idea of like buoyancy? Are you familiar with that concept?
Sure. Yes, we know what the idea.
So why are you asking?
Why am I asking? Because buoyancy sounds like a good story to tell me why things are going up.
I agree. The amount of things that get tacked on in the globe Earth to make it work is insane. It's crazy.
All right. See, here's the problem. Because I'm losing patience. You don't even have a globe in the first place. So before we go into the weeds of gravity and all this nonsense,
we're making progress. Right? Why are we rabbit trailing?
Are we?
Well, we were going forward
because I asked you where we were. I asked you if I was holding a helium balloon, and you're saying where on Earth? That doesn't sound like progress to me, bro.
Are you done?
Yeah. Helium balloon going up. What's going on? Where's the gravity?
So my understanding is that the gravity is having an effect on the helium balloon, but there's a stronger force of buoyancy that is pulling it up in an environment where it's surrounded by oxygen.
Oh wow! Well,
I believe that these forces work together. So sometimes you can't make a sure. I don't know if they would be considered scientific forces, but I think we have a colloquial definition of force that we could use here.
But gravity's not a force.
If you fart, do you smell it?
A force, but you can think of it as a force.
Oh, who said that?
But Mr. Famous, do you actually think that gravity explains this contradiction in natural law? Like, do you honestly think that, or are you just playing devil's advocate?
What's its scientific force? What?
Crypto, come on, man. Let me get away with something. Jesus. Do I think that there's a logical contradiction in the idea, or a mathematical contradiction of these two? I don't think so.
Do you believe that saying the words conjure the idea of gravity is a sufficient example of how to contradict natural law when you can't actually demonstrate it? Like, does that convince you?
I find it a sufficient explanation. I don't believe it's necessary.
It goes back to Martov's question. Right? We observe air to move omnidirectionally on the surface of Earth. Right? It doesn't just go down. You know that, yeah?
We observe air to move. I don't think that air has a natural explanation without it.
Air moves omnidirectionally, right? Air isn't pulled to the fore.
Yeah, right? If air was moving down,
moves omnidimensionally. I don't really understand.
Omnidirectionally in every direction. Kinetic theory of gases, right? So the gas molecules are moving randomly in every direction.
Right? Can I put it in layman's terms?
I don't know if
creates pressure.
I don't know if I would if I'm under the opinion that they move around.
Mr. Famous.
No, you're basically saying they're being pulled down, right?
Yeah.
So if the gas is pulled down, then where's the wind that comes from above?
Is it impossible that these forces or these things like wind and gravity can work together to generate the phenomena that we're seeing?
It's not a force.
Mr. Famous, if you look at the live stream voice text, I posted a little image of like how gas behaves, just so you get an idea what omnidirectional is and how gases move. You know, like
it just moves around like that. Like if you have if let's say I got a compressed air tank in here, so like in there right now the particles are moving around like that, like crazy.
Yep, in every direction, bouncing back and forth, and that's what creates the pressure. If it wasn't doing that, you would have. You wouldn't have uniform pressure in a tank.
Okay. So the idea is the temperature that as the outside ambient temperature changes, that it's introducing a flow of electrons through the particles, which causes them to vibrate and move around faster or slower, which is the experience of heat and cooling.
That's what's crazy. To me with the thermosphere. When you think about it, like when the gas hits the thermosphere, that means they accelerate, right?
The thermosphere. Sorry.
That's why you have a temperature variable in the gas equations.
What's the thermosphere?
Supposed to be an area. Where it gets up to 4,300 degrees Fahrenheit that they fly around with the International Space Station with.
43. That seems really hot.
Yeah, doesn't it?
The Van Allen belt. You've heard of it?
I've heard the word. I actually would love to learn tons more about it because I don't know much about it. But I've heard the Van Allen radiation belt, which I think. So, like, I don't know anything. So you guys are like total rock stars on this one. So.
I honestly think you know a lot. I think you're just playing dumb, and I'm not trying to be rude because you've said some words in here that like no Glover.
I appreciate that.
It's a compliment, by the way. What I'm saying, like, you're not dumb, dude. I know you know what we're talking about.
I got slightly annoyed because I could hear you kind of just lollygagging, but I know you know what you're talking about. That's why I got annoyed with you.
Is this the same Mr. Famous that said there's metaphorical truths last night and avoided the like
Hold up. What?
So is this
hold on, I was really enjoying this Van Allen radiation belt. We were moving forward. I was learning. Come on.
I got one question, bro. I got one question. Have you answered anything today directly?
He has metaphorically.
Guys, come on. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer that. Let's see if anybody else comes to my defense or if they want to be answer today.
I just want to make it clear.
The answer would be no. Can't even answer that directly.
Jeez, man.
Mr. Famous. I was there. I heard the whole conversation yesterday.
What's up with those metaphorical truths, man? I got to hear about it, man.
I don't know if I can take another beating from you guys right now. I mean, I was enjoying like going
Have
through
you
and
answered today? Have you answered any questions directly, or have you shared any evidence of your hearsay that brought you back to the globe? Which you clearly stated that's what it was last night. Hearsay brought you to flat Earth. Hearsay brought you back to the globe. Wait a minute. Hearsay brought you back to the globe, and you said you had evidence in that hearsay. So have you presented that, or have you answered any questions directly asked?
I don't believe I've been asked any questions.
Yeah, I want a question. Can I ask something? Can I ask
person after person wanting to ask this guy a question?
North Star, have you answered any of my questions today?
I just came in, man. I've seen you've been in here.
Answer the question. You're avoiding.
Ask me, bro.
Have I asked you any questions? Have you answered any questions that I asked you today? That's a simple question.
Finished?
It's a yes or no.
Are you finished? Are you finished? Okay.
So everybody watching right now realizes that you're avoiding the question.
I got a question for you.
So I just came in, right? And I seen you've been in here. How long have you been in here?
Look, it's a simple yes or no, North Star.
40
if you're not going to answer it, then that's okay.
I haven't been here. I just came here, so no, I haven't answered any of your questions because I haven't been here. So here's the thing.
Okay, so you see how the question is kind of
I haven't heard you ask any questions other than the question you just asked me. So this is what I'm going to say to you. How long have you been in here today?
I agree with Wolfgang. I don't know.
No, how long have you been?
I agree with Wolfgang. I would love to. I would prefer to get back.
How long have you been in here today?
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go because the conversation's moved to trolling. I enjoyed everybody for sharing and helping me learn. But this is not the type of conversation I want to be through. So thank you. Thank you guys for teaching me the stuff you did. I do genuinely appreciate it. I'll be back later.
Yeah, have a good day, bro.
What does the globe say? Not for educational purposes.
When he comes back, change his name to Snake. Okay, please do me a favor. Change his name to Snake.
Yeah, it's pretty snaky.
Sneaky snake.
I wanted to ask him a question.
What?
You weren't going to get an answer. I mean, yeah.
No, probably not.
Metaphorically, you were.
You just
would.
ask the room, and we'll just deflect and dissemble, and we'll pretend we're him.
I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, as long as
I'll fill his questions.
With only, as long as you're satisfied with only metaphorical truth, then you'll be just fine with it.
Can we hear the question, please? Great. Everybody zip it. Can we hear the question?
So when gases rise, the gases can sustain or contain a electrostatic charge, and if you look up, I posted in the chat 2.4 times bigger than the gravitational force. So how do they control that variable of electrostatic charge? How do you control it? Yeah, well, if you're doing an experiment, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're doing an experiment, how do you drain the charge? Like, how do you control that variable?
Well, I've heard Globers argue that they'll put like some fucking rod or some type of like metal to like ground it, and I'm like, dude, they don't do that with cabins.
Come on, man. No, they don't. No, they don't at all whatsoever. And they don't even have it in a controlled environment at all. I seen that blue whatever. He's like, man, this stuff is a mess. The things they come up with.
Shed is a controlled environment, isn't it?
Jose, man, good to hear you, brother.
His shed, yeah, but
been a while, bro.
No, I'm kidding, dude. It's not a controlled. Look, man, I doubt any shed built in the 18th century is, controlled environment.
I had a Glober tell me that they made the materials out of wood. Like some professor, I'm like, dude, you're lying. Like even wood
out of wood.
How does wood stop static? Come on, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, it doesn't stop.
Was it Holly?
Yeah, Rumpus was telling me that they have it at a science lab or a lab. They have it in a vacuum chamber. But I asked him for a demonstration of it, and he said they got it on paper.
Oh yeah, because the paper talks there and does it. Fuck my life.
I told him I will sell him a car that's only written on paper. Are you going to buy it?
Isn't it amazing, guys? Isn't it amazing how like they'll take a paper of the Cavendish, but they won't take an FE core laser test without the full video and a person recording the video of the video? You know what I'm saying?
It's a mess, dude. They say he told me it doesn't revolve around YouTube. Science doesn't revolve around YouTube. I'm like, what? They can post it on their own page. They have a website.
Oh, these people are mentally ill, bro.
Rumpus is a mess, dude. If y'all ever debated Rumpus, man, he is something else.
Is he like Rumpelstiltskin or just
No,
Rumpus?
the Rumpus. That's just
No, the
Rumpus. That's just the Rumpus. I don't know.
If I want to deal with people that are all coked up, I'll just go downtown.
Hey, Indio, remember that one time the Rumpus was on Nathan Oakley's show and he was like on fucking crack or some shit? He was like super Rumpus.
Dude, he
was almost rumpusing himself. His sentences were just like running over each other.
Dude, he's hard to debate sometimes, dude. I was showing him a video over there on Brandon's channel. Sky Free or something like that. She had a video that she had a placemat.
Sky Free is awesome.
Right, dude. Does some nice stuff. So she opened up her sliding glass door and allow heat waves to come in. I don't know what you guys call it. There's different names to it. But allow different temperatures to come into the house. And you can see bottom up start to distort. You know, it starts to the little drawing she has in the background. Rumpus said it's the placemat that is blocking it. When you can clearly see before she opens the door, you can see the drawing. And then when she opens the door, the drawing starts to go down. Well, it starts to, obscure because of the heat wave. And he blamed the placemat.
Well, what else is he going to say? He has like 4 years invested on Ships Over the Horizon, right? Now the geometric horizon that does not exist anymore.
Right.
So, he isn't going to just go back on that. Can't.
Can't, dude.
He's all in, man. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they assume.
You know how you can do a mad experiment if you actually do it with like what's it called? Like if there's a smell, instead of trying to gauge it with your eyes, with your senses. That's why I said to Mr. Famous before, if you fart, can you smell it? Like if all of us were sitting in a room and some dude farted, people would smell it. You get what I mean? So
right.
I don't know how else to put it like anymore in layman's terms for anybody.
It's a good example because the fart just diffused with the air and spread out. That's why everybody can smell it.
Yeah. Like you can only dumb down something so much for some people, but
according to him, it should fall to the ground, right? You should smell it. Your face is on the floor.
Only little people can smell it. Oh god.
Yeah, only little. Yeah, short people. What's that?
Yeah, that's it. Oh gosh. I don't know. The mind baffles sometimes. I don't know. I have to do mental gymnastics to things like these people. I can't do it. It actually hurts my brain. It really does hurt my brain.
Because they're just all they just don't want to lose to a quote unquote flat earther, right? A dumb flat earther. I can't lose to this flat earther. I'll do anything.
Yeah.
I'll lie, I'll cheat, I'll steal, I'll do whatever.
Yeah. Star Wars must be real.
The Starship Enterprise. Oh gosh.
Look, I'll tell you what. So in debate text yesterday, in the text channel, let me tell you this little stupid story. Guy comes in, he says, "I don't want to debate in here because you guys ban people and take away their rights." So, first of all, I was like, "What rights? Like nobody has any rights here. This is Discord's property. They have rights. We don't have rights." Anyway. I was like, we ban people for trolling, for lying, for sophistry, for spreading shit like propaganda. So, that's why we ban people. And then I said, typically when people lie, they come in and they start to lose the debate. So they start lying in order to to quote unquote win and not lose to a flat earther. Yeah. And what he said, that's your opinion. Okay, that's my opinion based upon 4 years of experience being on the server. That's fine. Anyway, he starts trying to debate. He ends up swearing at me and gets stuck in the detention. Then he starts DMing me, and then he says to me, "Flat earthers don't believe in physics, like Einstein and Tesla told everybody." And I'm like what?
Tesla told everybody the world was flat.
Then he starts telling me that Tesla and Einstein collaborated together. Right?
What? He hated him.
Yes, exactly. So I'm like, dude, I'm like, I need a citation for that, right? Because they hated each other.
Edison.
And I said, you know what I was
Thomas
telling you
Edison.
earlier about people lying to not lose to a flat earther? You're doing it right now. Then he started calling me a nigger, and then he spiraled.
Wow. Good for
him.
Joe Biden.
Wow.
Come on, Indio.
Yeah.
You have to be less white, Indio. You gotta join that Coca-Cola.
Yeah, I gotta vote for.
Oh gosh,
dude, it's so funny.
The diarrhea of the brain. Right.
I literally told him what they do, and he goes and does it. They can't resist. They have to lie. They can't lose to a flat earther no matter what. They just have to lie.
Yeah,
have you
that's
ever
just
read
your
the-
opinion, man.
Yeah, it's my.
It's like
It's all relative. It's all relative. Fucking hell.
Yeah, you can't know anything, right? We're just brains in a jar somewhere. You just can't know anything. It's just assimilation.
What are you talking about? We can't even know if we're brains in a jar, according to what they think now.
Oh.
We don't even know if we exist.
How do you know you even have a brain?
How do you know that you're there?
Do I
How do
have
you
to
know
look
somebody-
into my skull to know I have a brain? You guys
Yeah,
are
How do you
weird.
know?
the idea of brains.
How do you know if somebody punches you in the face? You don't.
Have you ever seen your brain? So how do you know it's real?
Dude, someone actually asked me that in a serious way.
Exactly.
You can't see your own brain, can you?
Verbatim.
Wow. Somebody actually asked.
No one's ever going to see your brain.
So, excuse me, but
somebody actually asked that.
We have Paul in the room telling us that a laser wasn't straight with the FE core transit.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh God! All right, before he gets into before we get lost in the weeds, can he be very, very, very honest about which laser test? The distance? Is it the one in which one is it? 'Cause there's like three. There's like 7 tests.
Ben's
he
got a
dropped
nice
the
one.
flat-
Ben.
He dropped the flatearth.ws laser link. So, Paul, come on, tell us.
Ben's got some nice ones.
But how can we confirm that the laser to the moon is straight?
Let's not get in the weeds. Let's go. Let's stick to the laser test he's talking about. So, which one? He needs to be very specific. Are you talking about the measurement 7, measurement 6, measurement 4? Which one? Because there's 7 tests. Are you talking about all of them?
He said he's not going to talk.
Okay, then tell him to keep his fucking opinions to himself.
Mike drop.
So, Paul, you're showing us a website with a cartoon, right? With a cartoon.
Oh gosh!
And you're then
People love
telling
The
us
Simpsons.
that the laser isn't straight, right?
All right, let me just crush this. Just for the fuck of it. If the laser wasn't straight, how the fuck was it visible at 41 kilometers? Let's just think about this. Let's put the scenario. Let's pretend the Earth is a globe. If the laser was just a couple of millimeters above or an inch above, it would shoot off into space. It would not be observed at the location of where the people were at, right? Or if it was a couple of centimeters or inches down, it would hit the globe, right? The curvature. So why would the fuck was the laser visible if it wasn't straight? Can someone
No,
explain
brother,
that?
we can't use any reasonable logic here. It's all, we have to use other stuff.
So we do demonstrations, right, with lasers.
The fucked up part was that it was a transit. It wasn't even just like a one-off shot, right? It was like a 6-kilometer target, a 12-kilometer target, a 41-kilometer target. All of them were about 1.5 meters of elevation. Laser height was about 2 meters elevation. All 3 of them got a hit of transit, right? The laser was able to transit through those 3 points.
Yeah, he's
3
talking about beam divergence now, bro. It won't matter. There's 100 meters of curvature.
Yeah, beam divergence. The beam divergence is what? 3 meters at the longest distance? You're talking about 3 meters of beam divergence? Come on, dude. We're talking about 90 meters of missing curvature. And you're talking about 3 meters of beam divergence. Do some math.
We can't use math. Too accurate.
Go and inform yourself, he tells us. Right. And we did.
The laser shoots straight and hit the target at 41 kilometers, bro.
That's it. Game over.
You're showing us cartoons, right? From a website. We show you demonstrations. Now you got this cartoon.
I bet you he brought up beam divergence and he didn't do the math. He didn't even put the specs in. It's about what is it? 0.8 MRAD, right? That was the specs for the laser, India?
Yeah, he didn't read it. He just wants to claim that lasers bend over.
It's 0.08 MRAD, which I think is 0.009 degrees. If you punch that into angle calculator, comes out at beam width at 25 miles is something like 3 meters.
Come on, Paul, talk. Don't go spamming your sites.
I hope he doesn't do the math like Bob did. Remember when Bob came in here, dude? Bob was like, "Oh, the spread of the beam was like 25 meters."
What the fuck?
Ridiculous. Oh. Remember the cosmologist? He said they had
skipping rock. Skipping rock, right?
Skipping laser lights, skipping like rocks.
I remember that.
He's again showing us a website with cartoons.
Brothers, I love you guys. I don't know how you guys can do this. My brain hurts. Oh my god.
That's why I took a long break, bro. I'm back now.
Yeah, with a vengeance. Sounds like.
That's why I fell asleep. I think last night so good because I got to say a lot of things. And
Indio, how long have we been on Discord for? Me and you. For how long? I don't even remember, man. How long has it been?
Well, it's March. I think we started in May of 2018. Yeah, 2018.
I think it's longer, man. I want to say 2017 in my mind, but you might be right.
Well, yeah, like 2017 on the ODD TV, well, before the Discord. I think the Discord, it was either, the older Discord is like May or March. So it's either like 4 years or almost 4 years.
Well, I've been debating Glober since late 2015, early 2016, and I was on Discord since its conception every single day on here, every day, Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. I was clocking in like work. Dude, I got overwhelmed. I needed a fucking break. I did this shit for 3 years straight.
You must have created a new account because this one is from March of 2019.
We lost our account.
I got banned. I swear to God, I think I got reported by Glover because, dude, I never talk shit. Like on text, I'm smart. I won't talk shit on text. But me and Indio and a bunch of the other couple of mods got our accounts banned. Like,
CJ.
Yeah. This one from Indio.
I always talk shit.
I didn't mean more vet avoid it. That's what I'm wondering.
Dude, he says retard retrograde mongoloid to every fucking person in here, and he hasn't got banned once. What the fuck?
What's wrong with these people?
Because it's funny. That's hilarious.
Wow.
He posted the Flat Earth Lunacy website. My God.
Oh, they didn't use a standard. What is it? The standard geodetic surveying equipment or some shit like that.
Yeah. Certified geodetic surveying equipment. This might be new. I think they might have changed that. They had to remove it because, you failed in the first sentence. I think they did remove it because he used to say that, but it's gone.
All the Mandela flat earthers like Lou are gonna be like, "Oh, told you guys, Mandela."
The Mandela.
I'm not calling Mandela on this one.
Nelson is back.
It says all laser experiments beyond the immediate land-water horizon, about 3 to 5 meters, are invalid because of beam divergence, atmospheric refraction, and atmospheric distortion or atmospheric interference from all kinds of distortions. Well, that sounds scientific.
Yeah.
All kinds of distortions.
Nobel Prize.
Do you think these guys read the meteorological data before they posted that?
Yeah, probably.
All kinds of distortions.
All kinds.
These people don't know how to read.
Right?
Lens that distort.
Any
there was so much kinds of distortions, dude. Just think about this, India. There's so much kinds of distortions that all 3 points were able to see the light with all kinds of distortions.
Yeah. Weird.
Weird, huh?
Hey, Baba Yaga, I'll tell you something. That the word actual distortion means no tort. So there's no distortion. So there's nothing. So it's actually clear. So he can actually look up the bloody word.
You learn something every day. Like when you mix all the distortions, looks like that.
You get a big salad of torsions.
Yeah. Astortions.
Yeah. Astortions. Oh gosh. This gets better.
Man, that's amazing. What a squirrel hole they have to go down just to try to like obfuscate from the idea of a laser going straight. They're a bunch of numpties. Like that's why the military and other people use lasers for sighting. So they're not. I can't even hardly talk about it. It makes it's so freaking ridiculous.
It hurts the brain, doesn't it? I'm correct. Yeah, it's not just me.
Well, at least they're getting a little bit better with their debunks. Remember the first debunk, India, was FE Core, where they have their mail-in shit. They're not even there, so it's all fake.
Yeah, they have a mailing address, so everything they produce is fake because they don't have a storefront where you can just walk in and buy something.
They expected to walk in and there'd be a building that said like FE Core and people from FE Core in there or something. That's what they expected to find, I guess.
So they expected to find a place that's like Amazon.
Why don't they expect the same from NASA?
Yeah, they've got like 2 people working at NASA, and they think it's like 500 billion people working there.
Shouldn't they have a question answer booth where we could ask them about
like an Apple store? Yeah, like an Apple store. You go in there and you ask.
No, they cannot have that kind of questioning.
Nah. As soon as you're able to ask a question, it is all over. Like I've done that kind of stuff for fun. It started off serious, but after I did it for fun, like this is a bit off topic, but call one of these places that just say makes orange juice, freshly, the best whatever. Call them up and ask them if they actually put oranges in there, and you'll be surprised. You'll be very surprised, and then they just won't answer you, because if you ask a question with some logic or some reason or anything to do with anything, you'll get shut down, and that's why these places are compartmentalized. You know what I mean? You can't do that, and it's only the people that are there that can, have access, and you can't ask questions, and you're not a scientist, and your brain doesn't work, or do you really have a brain, or whatever. It's really good. Did I really hear a whistle, or was it?
That was a real whistle, yeah.
I thought it was perspective.
Yeah, I think you guys can look at my definition of sort of.
If Paul here has an open mic, man, he can just unmute himself and defend himself. It's bullshit.
I can't do it. I don't know why you wouldn't want to just stand up for yourself. Just say whatever you have to say.
Yeah.
And then go back.
So, 25 miles, standard refraction. If you believed in such a thing,
which has no basis in physics or anything. It's ad hoc hypothesis, complete garbage. Easy to prove by citations of the scientific literature, but I don't even need to do that. I'll just say, yes, it exists. The lowest a beam could hit at 25 miles, beam is 2.92 meters above the surface of water. Accounting for standard refraction would be 85 meters. Factor in beam divergence, and you saw just the very lowest point of the cone. You can subtract the number 2.82 meters, right? So what do you have? What's left?
Oh, brother, you should charge him for speaking on his behalf.
I can't wait for him to either abandon standard refraction and say it's a different refraction, or just not reply.
But then he has to explain how they did it twice, 3 weeks apart.
He can't abandon it.
So, Paul, you have to account for another 82 meters that are left over after beam divergence, and standard refraction is accounted for.
Let me help him out. The laser wasn't level.
Paul, that's 269 feet, so that's a 27-story building. So you got to bend the laser 27 stories down somehow.
What's 27 stories between
I got
friends,
it.
bro?
The FE Core guys, they put a drone with a mirror, and they reflected the fucking laser. That's how they fucking.
No. I know it. Because there wasn't a table of contents. There wasn't a table of contents in the document, so it didn't happen.
Please tell me that's in Golden Globies, or was that spoken in here?
I think it's not in Golden Globies.
I wish it was.
That might have been spoken in here. I think that was spoken in here. Classic.
Gosh, we were missing the index, bro. That's what it was.
Someone literally said that. This isn't a joke. Glober literally said that I can disregard it because there's no table of contents.
Wow.
That sounds like
that's the level of desperation.
That sounds like how our courts are run right now, right? Like the standing, like they don't look at the evidence. Like, oh, you didn't file the standing right, so therefore we don't have to look at it.
Yeah, there's you forgot to cross that T and dot that I.
Yeah, it's not because you're not a part of the fucking bar system. It's fucking hell.
I don't trust books without tables of contents.
Hey, don't lie, Indio. I came up with a really good way to destroy the FE Core with the drone on the mirror, huh? Like no one's ever said that.
Yeah, it has to be that.
If there's no table of contents, then I don't think you know how to write a book or even an experiment. Yeah, I'm not reading that shit.
Yeah.
Get good, man.
Yeah. But if you're a real professional, you'll have an index. That's when you hit the big leagues.
There's no way we could have faked the FE Core laser test. How would we fake all that paperwork? Come on, guys.
Man, these are cartoons, man. What the fuck?
It's not like you can just type it, eh? Hey, Paul.
I'm quoting Bill Nye, the science guy. Do you guys remember that a couple years back when he talked about flat Earth? The moon, going to the moon. He's like, there's no way they faked all that paperwork to go to the moon. That's where I got it from.
Yeah, it's not like police lie to convict people. No.
M-Panda uses that too.
You know how hard it is to fake paperwork? How much money that's going to cost?
It would cost more to fake it than to actually complete that kind of an experiment.
That's insane. That one's insane. When I heard that one.
Jeg har 9.600.
Wow.
Hello, Jasper.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello.
We're on top of the world. How are you?
On the top of... No, that's me. That's me. I can't see you up here.
I don't know, I'm down under, so it's kind of hard. I'm laying on my back, and I can't see the North Star. Gosh. Can't believe people say this stuff.
What's the shape of the Earth, Jasper?
Some people say it's a cat, some people say it's a dog, but I think it's it's possible that it actually could be a flat a pancake.
Are you from England, if I may ask?
No, I'm not from England.
Where are you from?
From Sweden.
Dan, the lockdown. Wait, do you guys have a lockdown out there? Not trying to get into the COVID too much, but do you guys actually have a lockdown over there?
You can't call it a lockdown. Only some
whatever you call it.
No, they don't have nothing different.
Restrictions.
They must be very, very strict on there for you to come and troll us like this.
I ain't trolling you guys.
We just got hit with a lockdown. 9 months till the end of the year. Till New Year's.
Wait, where? Where do you guys live?
In Melbourne. Melbourne.
What did you say?
In Melbourne.
Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, sorry.
Melbourne.
Oh.
Yep. He extended
not Melbourne.
Hi guys, just quick.
$2 English from American TV. That's why I had to translate.
Let's get a quick mic check.
I need to polish up on my American accent because nobody seems to understand me.
I heard you, Crypto.
Okay, thank you.
But I am a member of your fan club, so I have better, more tuned in.
Brilliant.
I think the rest of them heard you too. They just ignored you.
Yeah,
sure that's what happened.
They're a member of the anti-crypto club.
That's right. Exactly. They're in the fan club of your rival, whoever that is.
Who would that be?
I don't know. Everyone who's not you, probably.
I'd have to say another leader would be me, Morvet, man. I'm in the retrograde Mongoloid plan.
Brilliant.
Mongoloid plan.
It would be the Fiat.
What did Crack Villain say? What was Crack Villain just talking about?
Very good. I was just wondering if anyone's managed to speak to our friend Paul Andrews yet, and if he knows what a linear regression formula is.
No, we haven't been able to get him on voice, and let me check. Did he reply to nope, he still hasn't replied to Indio in the live stream. We're still waiting. We're waiting on him to explain. We're still waiting on him to explain how to account for 82 meters of missing curvature from the laser.
Yeah, the old.
He doesn't know what a line is, brother. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, none of them do. None of them do. None of them even know what level means.
It's just a straight effing line.
Yeah.
Maybe you can decrypt it from crypto.
Yeah. Decrypt the globe idiocy.
Yeah, we have to decrypt it, and crypto's got the key.
But bro, haven't you heard of gravity?
I don't think globe idiocy can be decrypted.
Yeah,
I heard a dude
random noise.
I once heard a dude say that gravity was the dark side that pulls people downwards.
The dark side.
Yeah,
so
the dark side.
It's the evil people.
Join the dark side, Luke.
That's exactly what it is.
I am your
Bob likes
father.
that definition.
Of course.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say when I hear people say gravity, it's like they're invoking a demon. You know what I mean? Just replace it with a demon's name. What's that?
Yeah, bro.
Well, I've been informed that Squidden for Life wants to talk.
Oh yeah, he's texting a lot.
You know him?
Okay.
From the chat.
Everyone on ethnic slur alert.
He's trying to say that the Earth is a globe. So.
What's up, Squiddy? Why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Does that mean we can't say cracker?
So, first of all, I joined this server because I want you guys to prove to me that the Earth is indeed flat. But I just wanted to have a quick debate with you guys because I'm trying to prove my sources, but I'm not allowed to send any links in here.
Okay, you can DM me the links, but this is like high stakes, right? So if I like it, I'll post it. If I don't like it, I'll ban you.
No problem.
So Yeah.
So
No,
what's
why
your
do you have
name
to
again?
ban him?
Your Discord name?
Because I don't want him to send me the same stupid dinosaur meme I've seen 500 times. That's why.
Or a black dick. His name's Crypto now.
Yeah.
Just went into the other folder, Crypto. Damn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So while we wait, is there anything you guys could tell me about why the Earth is flat?
Why it's flat?
Yeah, why it's flat and not a globe.
What does that even mean?
Like, some people think it's a globe, and personally I do. But why do you guys think that it's a?
Why do we think it's flat?
Yeah,
we don't think we know
because we observe it, and it's confirmed by all science.
All science, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Really.
Newton, Einstein, they've all said it.
Real natural science supports the flat Earth hypothesis.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about maths. Maths isn't science. I'm not talking about social pressure, because social pressure isn't science. I'm not talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson's opinion, because that's also not science. I'm talking about actual just science, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we're also not talking about consensus.
Yeah, exactly.
But why do you guys then think that like there's been nobody to like go to space
fine.
and
Fine, we can do this. How do you go about finding the shape of something? What's the best way?
That's a great question, because there's many ways.
It's not
to
that
do
difficult. No, there's one objectively the best way.
That. What would you say that is?
Measuring it.
True. Yeah. So, have we measured the Earth? Like, we have, but why does that prove that it's flat?
Okay. So you must have just missed the FE core stuff, but I know you were in here listening to it.
I just went to VC like 2 minutes ago.
What? Can you rephrase your question?
Okay.
Please.
My first question was like, why do you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Because it measures flat.
No, the one after that, the one you just asked. Why do measurements? You said you were asking, right?
Yeah, why does that prove the measurement we have of the Earth? Why does that prove that the Earth is flat?
I don't think you understand the measurement, what it means.
What?
Do you understand what measurement means? If you can measure the Earth and it's flat, what does that mean?
I don't think
If
you
we measure the
understand
Earth,
what has to be done and what was done. You're misunderstanding.
How does that
Okay, could you then like please rephrase it so I would understand
Your
it better?
follow-up question should be, how did you measure it? Not
Okay, then I'll ask, how did you measure it?
I'm so glad you asked. Would anyone like to talk about FE core?
Crypto, why didn't you take FE core?
Crypto, go for it, bro.
Oh, cool. I will do. Fine.
Can I go back though? Because it seems like I just want to go back a second.
Yeah, go.
All right.
So a carpenter. How does a carpenter know a table is square?
Because he measured it, and
he measures it, right? So we're trying to figure out like what the profile dimensions of the Earth are, right? So we're just going to measure it. We're not going to come up with some crackpot theory. We're just going to measure it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, carry on. I want to make sure you knew what we were talking about.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I just want to get I've got a beautiful Canva picture for this very occasion. Let me just download it quickly. But you guys are going to be, honestly, you're going to be awestruck with how beautiful this this piece of high quality imagery is.
It's really nice. I've seen it. It's nice.
Yeah, you probably have, yeah. Okay. Right, so
Crypto, is it your accent is the best English accent I've heard. I have to admit.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Unlucky
crack.
We're taking applications for the Crypto Fan Club. The only requirements are, yes, once a day you must compliment Cryptos. We've already done that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. So, what is it about my accent that you like? What is it about my accent that you actually like?
Are you looking at a live stream?
It's very...
Bong,
it's
just
very...
let me comment on my accent, please. What is it about
It's very... There's no It's flowing. There's no up pitch, down pitch. There's no over exaggeration on any
buddy. I like
syllables.
to keep it pretty consistent, right? I like to keep
Shut it, Crack.
consistent.
Shut it. He's complimenting me.
He's fucking new. He didn't know that.
Yeah, you don't need a fan club, Crack Villain. You're the president of your own fan club. So yeah, just keep it quiet there. Keep it quiet there.
He's off the hook right now.
So
president and groupies.
Because I'm from Australia, and plus, you know,
really,
I'm from another country too, so my accent's a bit, you know, on the offside.
You sound like you've got a bit of Afrikaans in there. I don't know if that's true.
FE core.
Yeah, back on topic, man. That's
yeah. Has everyone had a
linguistics channel?
Yeah. Can you guys look at the live stream voice text before I start blushing?
Yes.
And so Squid was saying Squidden for life. Yeah. Do you see that? Does that make sense?
I mean, it kind of does, but obviously I'm not like on university level of school. I'm only in 8th grade, so it's.
I mean, this is like. Okay, this is like so that 8-year-olds can get it, right? That's why I did this.
Exactly.
Because sometimes it feels like talking to 8-year-olds. So we've got a laser that's shooting it like straight. You've got curvature, and the laser would deviate from the Earth, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, well, no, it would. That's
no. Don't get it. Just you have to know.
So go on.
What should I go on about? Because
no, someone else was talking. Iggs, you were saying something.
When you're doing things, you have to know. If you don't know what you're doing, then everything is pointless. So what is shown you there is a fact. If you walk straight and go towards the wall, you're going to run into the wall.
Mm-hmm.
True?
True.
Here we go. We just established a fact.
Cool.
And that what it just shown you is a fact.
Yeah. If it was curving downwards and the laser was shot over the Earth, then there would be deviation. Fact, completely objective. If you deny it, you're an idiot. The end. Now, if we go on to FE Core, this is what they were looking for. Yeah. They were looking for this deviation. Now, let's just say that you've got a laser 1.5, 2 meters off the ground. You've got target 1.5, 2 meters off the ground, and you're shooting the laser at the target. If you hit the target, then it means there can be no more than 4 meters of curvature. Would you agree?
I suppose.
Okay. So now we can do some quick maths. Realize that over 25 miles, there should be about 100 meters of curvature. So we have a choice. Either there's no curvature, or, I mean, the other option is that the ball size is much, much, much bigger. I mean, which do you want to go with?
Let's just go with the first one.
So the first one, there's no curvature. Okay, then in which case the Earth's flat. Thank you.
We can't compare like that one with the, like you said, like 3 or 4 meters with 25 miles. It's like such a huge difference.
Okay, maybe you didn't understand what I said. So we're talking about miles in front of you, right? So as that laser travels 25 miles, then the Earth's curvature will dip downwards 100 meters.
So there was no wall.
There's no wall.
No wall. After 25 miles, there was no wall.
So the laser shot 25 miles. If you were to look at if you were to actually measure the difference between the Earth and the laser, it should be about 100 meters, right? Which means in order to hit a target 2 meters off the ground, you'd have to be shooting through the Earth. Does that make sense?
I mean, not really, but I can see where you're going.
It either does or doesn't make sense.
We're going straight on a flat plane. Nowhere else to go.
I need to do another picture. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Let me get my Canva skills out.
Alright, is it alright if I just
make your arrows pointing to stuff, not curved.
Well, no, listen. Can I just say something very quickly to him, man? So, dude, what he's trying to explain to you is that if the Earth is a ball, right? Okay. When you look outward, okay, the horizon itself, okay, when you look across, the point where the ball, because a ball is circular, right? Yeah. First, right. You understand the way this works, right? If you look in live stream voice text, are you looking?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the top image and look at it, right, you have an observational point, okay? What happens is first the ground drops away from you, but there's a point where the Earth itself is going to be in line of sight with yourself, and things behind where the Earth itself rises up to your vision on a ball, right, where the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, when we see those horizons, that apparently is the physical curve of the Earth itself, blocking your vision from seeing any further. So the distance of the laser as opposed to another observation is neither here nor there. It's not about that at this point. What I'm trying to get you to is the point that that laser can only travel a certain distance, right? So if it can only travel a certain distance based because there is literally a physical obstruction, okay, we can work out the distance of the physical obstruction based on mathematical geometry, so spherical trigonometry we can use to work out that distance to where this wall is. If the laser supersedes the distance to where the wall is, that means the wall is no longer there. If the wall isn't there, and we take observations at different points all the way across the globe, and the wall isn't there, that means it isn't curving. If it isn't curving, it therefore means it is flat. Something that doesn't curve anywhere cannot be called a ball. Right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Right. So the laser test sort of creates it creates a illuminated straight line that would have to pass through the physicality of the Earth in order to continue. That's it. I don't know who was swinging on the swing, but
Nah, bro, you're on crack. I swear. That can't be true.
That cannot be true, did you say?
Nah, I'm checking this way.
Well, I'm confused now.
No. I was just no.
I'm about 30 seconds off of having a sweet picture for our friend Squidin for life.
Right, so who was?
I was trying to be funny, bro. Sorry.
That's all right, mate.
It didn't work out.
I'm too similar to the other guy to make funny jokes at that point. Yeah, I get you. Sorry. I can't laugh at Globus jokes. That's all, mate.
Just put a ruler on a basketball, man. That's your laser.
Just take out a level and see how it functions. Take a level. That's all you need. And put the level wherever, on your head, on your toes, on the ground, on a basketball, whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. A straight line cannot conform to a ball, right? So, yeah. Don't put it on it and expect the straight line will still go if you put it on top of a curve. Obviously, we're talking about putting it behind part of the curve and expecting it to continue at that point. Try and push a level stick through an atlas ball. Try and push a finger through a globe. It's pretty much that simple. It cannot be done, therefore, Earth, not globe.
Earth's not a globe.
It's also important to understand that this test is done over water, and the reason they picked water because if I were to do this test in Kansas, of course it would be flat, right? Because Kansas is supposedly the flattest state. So the whole point of doing it over water is because in the globe Earth model, you have this thing called gravity that pulls everything to the center of mass. Therefore, you should have a uniform curvature rate, of curve. So that's honestly the best place to measure curvature. That would be more, I guess, direct curvature, because the water is conforming to the ball as opposed to mountains, flatlands, plains, etc. So this test is done over a large body of water to get rid of that variable there.
Yeah, because most of the globe apparently is water.
Wait, is that Jose?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know you lived in Kansas. That's pretty cool.
I don't live in Kansas.
One and
I live in
only,
California.
bro.
I live in California.
I was gonna say that makes a lot of sense. Ah, no, it's on my phone, but well. I was gonna say that makes a lot of sense now, Dorothy.
Jose, I was trying to say what's up before, man. I had to jump off, man. It's good to hear you, brother.
Yep. Glad to see you, JC. Well, wait, is he in
Hello,
there? No, he's
chocolate.
not. Oh, what?
What's up, ma? How are you?
Good.
Always good to hear that voice.
You too, yeah. Having a good day. Spring is on its way. Everything's melting, and it's been a nice day.
Hey, Crypto, is your Mona Lisa ready?
Yeah, dude.
Hell
You've
yeah!
got it. There it is.
Right. So
Nice.
if you look at this, yeah, you've got Squidden for life. That's you there. You see you there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's you, and you're operating the laser, right?
Yeah.
And do you see the pink line? That's the path of the laser.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see the target there?
Yeah.
So how do you hit the target?
I mean, obviously, I'm not as educated as you guys because you have studied more on this, but what I would think right off the bat is maybe the atmosphere or something is gonna pull it down and stop it from going up to space. If it's
No, but in this image, it's not gone up to space. You've got a target, you've got a straight laser, and in order to hit the target, you're shooting through the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, how are you doing that?
Are we shooting things through the earth?
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, I've even labeled the Earth. It's in capitals and everything.
No, I just need to say something.
It's yelling at you.
This isn't about education at this point, dude. Like, straight line of sight doesn't take any form of like formal education. It doesn't take any form of even remedial education. I'm going to be honest at this point.
I feel a bit gutted. Sorry, I didn't draw in a target.
You should be gutted.
Let me add a target.
The target should be
still wrong. No way.
Draw the bullseye, brother.
Should I make the Earth green and blue as well? Should I make the Earth blue just to emphasize that it's water? I'll do that as well.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just say something to the young fella? Don't ever put yourself down that you can't think. Yeah, you don't need to be some imaginary figure that's in a wheelchair called Stephen Hawking. That's a dummy.
Yeah. Don't eat yellow snow. Don't fuck your partner's wife. We get it.
You know, you can think. You're just as smart as anybody on this plane.
Don't take that too far. Line of sight's eluding at the minute, so we won't go that far.
Not as smart as Puppy.
Yeah, so Squiddy. Go ahead, Hank. Take this.
If you want to understand how lasers go through the Earth, you guys just don't understand gravity. You flat earthers are a bunch of, retards. You don't understand how gravity makes lasers go through the Earth.
Squidden for life. Do you understand what they're trying to get across to you? That the Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears. That's what you experience, right? You look like, have you ever gone to a large body of water? The ocean, the Great Lakes, large lakes, and so on. Everything's flat. Water lies flat in a container. Look at that. Crypto even made a target for you. Does that make you happier? Do you understand how a laser can't shoot through the Earth? Do you understand? Squid?
But I think the other guy, I think was Hank, was in here like 20 seconds ago or something. As he said, it of course has something to do with gravity.
Hank was trolling.
So you're going to ignore what I said and talk about gravity. Is that your plan?
I definitely won't, but...
Gravity. I'll cover that real quick. So gravity for the Earth, the pull on light of gravity is almost imperceptible. Like if with the globe Earth model, the only way gravity can pull light like the way you would need it would be like in a black hole, dude. So like gravity has nothing to do with it affecting the light.
Yeah, photons have no mass.
Well, I need to make this further. Gravity would make it even worse, dude. It would pull it into the Earth.
Only
in a straight line of sight. If gravity didn't affect bullets, they would fly forever. So all that would happen if photons were affected by gravity is that they would hit the Earth even quicker.
Yeah, and I was trolling Globers, but you guys are incapable of perceiving it. So just ignore what I said because I was trolling you.
Just joking.
So, bro, I mean, obviously, I've done this amazing like Picasso for you, including this wonderful target. I mean, come on, that target's beautiful, right? Like, do you understand this idea, right? So you're standing on one side of like a body of water. You shoot a laser at a target, and the curvature is larger than the elevation of both you and the target put together. Therefore, you can't shoot it directly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you manage to do that?
I get what you're saying, but like,
right?
I haven't.
That is quite Picasso-esque, I must say.
I know, right?
Right.
And now it's probably gonna sound like I'm going off topic, but after you said there was gravity, this just came into my mind. Like, you say, like with if now I'm a globe believer, so I think that the Earth core is like, in Earth in the middle. But if the Earth is flat, then like where is the Earth's core and where is gravity pulling? Like, shouldn't there be like a center point?
There is no gravity.
There is no gravity. Gravity is a Latin word that just means heaviness.
But if gravity didn't exist, how come there be like, the pull is...
What goes up must come down. If you jump, are you going to come back down?
Of course, but why are we coming back down? Because of gravity.
No, because you jumped and you're going to fall down.
See, here's the thing. We all witness things falling down, right? But why? That's the question.
Yeah,
why do things fall down? Well, there's a thing called science, but science can't measure all bro. It's in the middle of a sentence, bro. It's in the middle of a sentence.
On the moon, for example.
What I said was, we don't know why, right?
But we do know why. Gravity.
Is this guy...
Can you guys shut up while Hank's talking? Like, well, he's actually cut out now, but next time, can you just shut up while he talks, please?
All right, so
squid.
Oh. Yeah, hang on. The question is why. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, go.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Why do things fall down? Right. Well, usually use science to figure out the cause and effect of things. So, can you remove gravity from the situation to test and see if it actually was the cause? No, you can't. Right? You can't prove it. So, what you have is a belief.
Okay. So
I want to. Things are the cause of things falling down is because something was moved up there, right? But nothing is falling down. Everything is at rest, right? So a bird falls down because it stopped flapping its wings, but it got up there because it used its wings to get up there. So nothing is really falling down. Everything is resting. And the only things that move are the things that the cause of moving comes from biological organisms.
Inertia.
Right. So
Also-
everything is at rest until force is acted upon. Yep.
Yeah. Like that's Newton. If he believes in Einstein, then everything that's falling is at rest and the ground is accelerating towards his
Moving
feet.
up. Yes, mate. That's Draco.
But I don't think he knows what he believes in.
okay, so as I don't remember what guy, but said like it is a belief, but I don't know if you've seen like videos where let's say you're in a plane and you go to a certain altitude and then you drop a lot of altitude like in a couple of minutes, and then you can see that you're going.
Yeah, that's called falling.
Yeah,
that's
falling.
called falling. That's Xanax said the other day how you turn gravity off.
Interrupting. Whether IBZ, just fall back a little bit, please, mate. Please. So, what did you say at the end? We can see what when you fall out of said plane?
Huh?
I just want you to finish what you just said. That was all. I didn't hear the end of what you said. You said we can see something to do with gravity when we fall out of the plane. The Glober guy we're talking to, the Glober.
Just give me a minute.
You don't need a minute.
He's talking about atomic comment.
Crypto, did you guard me? I didn't do nothing.
We know what the cause of rainfall is. Why is rainfall is heavier than the medium that it's in? It's gas turning into a liquid, right? So we know what is causing it to fall. The snow, same thing. Anything that falls because something caused it to be up there for it to fall. But everything seeks rest, whether it's down here, right, under the water, or in the sky, in the air. You know what I mean? Does that work?
You always speak so beautifully, Bob.
Okay, I'm back now. So
right, can I ask you to just restate the last part? That's all. So what we observe when someone jumps out of a plane. Apparently, we observe something. Something to do with gravity. You were saying. What is it that we actually see?
I didn't really phrase it like that. I said, I don't know if you've seen the videos.
That's what I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm not putting words into my mouth.
That's why I'm rephrasing it. So, let's say you're in a plane. You go to a certain altitude. You're still in the plane, and then you drop a lot of altitude while you're still in the plane. You'll go up, and you can not swim around in the plane because there's no water, but you know what I mean. You can go around in the plane while still in the air.
He's talking about those planes that do the tricks.
Right.
So
comment.
What are you talking about? You're on about vomit. You're about a parabolic. About a parabolic. He's on about parabolic.
Well, hold on. The reason why you're floating is because you're not strapped down with the seatbelt. Because I could probably say the same thing about a car, right? When a car takes off and I'm not sitting in a chair, I could probably float around in this car if it goes fast enough, right? So it's not really the same thing. Yeah. You know, you're falling. You're in a container that's falling. So there's a difference between what's happening outside, where there's a lot of drag, where there's a lot of stuff hitting the container you're in, and you're inside that container falling with it, and nothing's hitting you. You know, you're not. So it's a contained environment you're in, but you're both falling. So what do you think that is? Is that not the same thing?
Can I just outline it to him simply though? So what you're pointing at is removing all things underneath someone as things fall in order that the person floats, which is something you never ever ever see. You're thinking of floating and falling, two different things. So someone falling is somehow tantamount to not falling. So at the same time, this proves gravity because there is no gravity. This doesn't work this way, right? Unfortunately.
But hold up.
This is like
if this container hits the ocean.
Let me just say. When have you ever seen in the natural world somebody float ever due to this effect, other than when manipulated like this in this sense, right? The only thing you see floating is to do with relative density, right? When you put someone in the ocean and they create a certain amount of displacement. We sometimes see that.
Why doesn't it fall through the ocean? Why does it stop at the ocean? Why do you slam against it when it hits the ocean? And now what? You're at rest, right? We call that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you were at the bottom of that ocean, you would probably fall up and hit the next medium and stop there, right? Is that what you're saying? So when you're under the water and you release the submarine, the ball, and you're in that ball, are you falling up? Is that gravity? You're falling up to the sky.
I would probably say that that's because of water pressure. If you're very deep down in water, there's a lot of pressure, and then at the end you're always gonna end up. But okay, then let's take the moon for instance. Why does it take a longer time to get back on the moon if you're jumping on the moon?
The moon is not the same thing as an airplane in the sky. Okay, the airplane got in the sky because you put it there. The moon, we don't know what it is, right? So I can't tell you how it works when I don't even know what it is. It's a light, dude. It emits light.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I'm taking a new argument. So that's why I'm saying, for instance, let's take the moon. Why does it take a long time?
Well, the moon doesn't prove gravitational pull of the Earth, mate. It actually would assert the opposite, in fact, right?
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying, why does it take long?
Wait there. I'm not finished. I'm asking you a direct question because you're asking one. It's a question to your. It's an answer to your question. The moon doesn't prove gravitation towards the Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that speak about? If the cause of the moon being up there was gravity here, right? What would happen? it would crash into the Earth, correct?
Wasn't my question.
Huh?
That was my question. Can I finish my question?
Okay.
I'm asking you a question. So
why does it take a longer time to fall back on the moon if you're jumping on the moon than it does on the Earth?
How do you know that?
That's irrelevant.
How do you know that?
Anyways, bring it back.
No, hold on. Hold on. How do you know that?
We have literal evidence of people being on the moon. With
literal evidence. Okay, yeah. Can you point me to some?
Of course. Give me a minute.
Cool.
Literal
evidence. We're about to get the doom buggy.
I think so. Yeah. Some golf.
Yeah, but what? Even if so, what's the certain cause that?
Yeah. Why didn't you have a go at me? I didn't say nothing before. I feel really bad now. You're like, be quiet.
It is.
Yeah, because we can be besties later. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile,
I'll send you a
force.
Yeah, I'll send you a late Valentine's card, mate. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks a lot, bro.
Is he talking to you or me?
Well, it will be from you, so can't be to you.
No, I mean,
it depends. It depends what perspective.
The inertial reference frame, obviously.
Did he drop his video from 1969 yet? Or what?
Yeah, we have literal evidence. Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah. I'm waiting for that hot off the press evidence from 1969.
Is literal evidence the new hotness?
Oh gosh,
it's literal, bro.
2001 was
literal.
It's literally literal.
Years ago.
It's literally literal. Literally.
Yes,
well,
2001
literal.
was 10 years ago. 2001
and
10 years ago, guys.
Maybe while this guy goes and gets some literal evidence, maybe Paul Andrews can tell us what the formula for a linear regression
for literal is.
No, Paul still doesn't know the formula. Okay, cool.
Can somebody tell the formula for literal?
Not literally. No.
Literally landed.
What about, instead of a linear regression formula, what about the literal regression formula? Maybe Paul knows that.
Which is different from figuratively landing or metaphorically.
Yeah. Right.
Can I see some metaphorical evidence, please?
Oh, hell yeah.
Metaphors are evidence. Neither are photographs.
The only use of literal evidence I saw was the term given to proof that is offered as written evidence. So is he going to write us up an essay or something?
Well done, brother.
Yes.
You're a legend.
I think literally is an emoji these days.
I have some metaphorical evidence. I'm going to put my metaphorical evidence in the text chat. Wait for it.
Better not.
What in the hell is metaphorical evidence?
It's when the meta goes into 4 bits, and that's your evidence.
Oh, and then I see Aleki
anti-literal evidence.
Anti-literal.
You heard of a literature before?
Say that again.
Did you get my?
Are you still waiting for these videos from 69 to 72?
I think so. Yeah.
He's calling up NASA.
Link.
Oh, he's calling up NASA.
So you're saying is that the video from 1969 from NASA is real, or why is that not sufficient evidence?
Wait there, dude. Can we just find it for him? Because he's not even going to be able to post it, and we're going to have to go through the whole thing of him trying to fucking DM it to me or someone else.
Yeah, do you know how long it took me to find that GIF? 5 seconds?
2 seconds, yeah. Well, that was slow even for you.
So, do you think this happened?
No.
I'm asking our friend Squidin for life.
Here. He's literally not even here.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's right there.
I just asked you a question. So you're saying that the Apollo 11 moonwalk isn't sufficient evidence?
Well, I mean, do you know that it happened?
Yeah, we have video footage.
Oh, oh, fantastic. Okay, so is video footage evidence?
I would say yeah.
Cool. Okay. Can you please
Do you know that King
observe
Kong was here?
the live stream, please? Can you see? Oh, yep. Drace is pointing at something. So Godzilla is real. Bigfoot is real. Let's check out Loch Ness Monster.
I'm gonna post a couple things crypto for you right now, buddy.
Cheers, man.
That you actually really know about.
There's Nessie.
Dragons.
Cthulhu.
King.
Aliens.
Did you see King Kong? He was climbing the Empire State Building.
I have a video of Batman fighting Superman. I mean,
yeah, and he stole a white woman.
Kong.
It was amazing.
And I've got a picture of here's a picture of Bong Sao.
Ibaka.
Yeah, I love that photo, Bong. Yeah, let's take these ones out a second, guys. And then if you want, I can post them on my own. I can put. Do you want to see a transit of Venus across the space of the sun?
I mean,
maybe. What about my? It looks so fake. It has to be real image.
I do that.
Actually, show them to him.
So I just want to ask.
I wear mask on the wrong side of my face, right on my eyes. You gotta missing the point here, Batman. I'm Batman.
So I just want to ask our friend
Bane has the
for
right
life.
idea.
So I'm going to go down all of these things that have just been posted. So we've got the Apollo moon landing is real because it's on video. Right, let's go down here. Bigfoot, real or not real? Squidin?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yeah, Bigfoot, real or not real?
Well, as of now, I don't believe that Bigfoot is real.
Okay, but we've got video evidence, so real or not real?
But is it video evidence from
the video, bro? I just posted the video evidence at 13 minutes past.
Is it from a verified source like NASA?
Yeah. I took it. I'm verified. So is that real? Yes or no?
You're not a verified source.
Yeah, I am. Chocolate, do you think I'm...
I vouch for crypto.
Chocolate, do you think I'm...
He doesn't lie.
Yeah, crypto is a verifiable source. Yep.
Yeah. Let me ask a few people. Adam Meakin, do you think I'm a verified source?
I can verify you are you and you are a source of this information. Yeah, yes.
Thank you very much.
Very verifiable.
Indio, am I a verified source?
Oh, you're a little sus to me, but yeah.
Big difference.
I don't know.
He said source, not verified. He didn't say verified source. He said source.
That's what I was gonna say. Yes.
So if you change your name into an acronym, then maybe.
All right, let me do that. Okay, let me do that quickly.
Verified crypto.
Can you put a tick next to your name?
Oh, what qualifies as a verified source?
Yeah,
who verified their source?
How do we
Yeah,
verify
basically,
NASA?
what a verified source is whatever Squidin for Life already believed.
No, what I would say is there's a big difference between your friends verifying you as a source and, let's say, for instance,
No, that was a joke.
My friend works for NASA.
Wait there. How did
before you didn't say anything about verified sources. You said there was a video evidence. There's video evidence of the moon landing. Therefore, the moon landing is real. So we got Bigfoot, Godzilla, we got all these jump offs, right? So are they real because they are on video?
Bro, I just said there's a big difference.
All right, so wait there.
Yes or no question, bro.
So basically,
why is it cool? Why is it a big difference? Why?
Because if you say you took that video, you're not a verified source.
Yeah, well, he is.
Why?
I just got verified from an admin, a moderator, and a Spartan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Your friends.
That's an appeal to authority fallacy.
Are all government agencies verified? Are all government agencies trustable and verifiable?
Can I interject 1 second though? Can I interject and just shoot down his verified source? NASA is not a verified source because they don't have any of that video anymore. I don't know if you've been following the news, but they lost it all.
It's on their website.
They lost all the original. Listen, they lost all the original stuff. 2,600 bankers boxes, which is equivalent to 33 pallets. They said they can't find.
It's on
So
the website.
they're not a verified source because you can't verify the source material because it doesn't exist anymore.
So, India, are you saying that this footage of Bigfoot is actually more verified than NASA?
No.
Yeah, because the original probably exists somewhere.
Right. So, okay, let's go down the list, though. I just want, maybe Paul can join us and after he's told us what the linear regression formula is. So, Bigfoot, yay or nay?
You're not going to stop on that, are you?
Yay.
Okay, so Bigfoot doesn't exist, right? Godzilla, yay or nay?
Okay, can I speak what I want to say now? Because you
Does Godzilla exist? Yes or no?
No, Godzilla doesn't exist. It's a
Okay, he doesn't exist. Nessie, does Nessie exist?
Nessie, the Loch Ness monster.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Keep in mind, there's a live stream. There's a live stream of Nessie. Google Nessie on the net. There's a live stream of Nessie.
Am I allowed to prove my statement now?
No, I haven't finished my point yet. When I've finished, you can go on.
Because you keep...
The next one down is Cthulhu. Does Cthulhu exist?
I don't even know what Cthulhu is.
Well, if you looked in the live stream, you see.
Cthulhu,
but he's on video, so.
Yeah, 14 past. He's got, I don't, how many, what even is his mouth? I mean, his mouth looks like an octopus with teeth.
Look at my pictures. Games, look at my last two pictures at 20 past the hour.
I'm not familiar with Cthulhu, but...
Just look at 14 minutes past, ignore everyone else. 14 minutes past, there's a beautiful picture of Cthulhu. Looks remarkably like my ex-girlfriend. Check it out. Tell me if that's real.
As far as I'm aware, if we're applying the standards, you don't actually need to know who he is. As long as you're aware that there's video evidence of him and he exists. Isn't that the standard we're discussing?
You're not letting me finish my statement. Can I finish my statement now?
I'm waiting for you to look at the.
Do you know the names of the
video that I
Apollo 15 who landed on the moon? The video do you know their name?
Hold on.
Can I finish my point? Yeah. I'm waiting for you to actually look at the thing I posted for you to look at 7 minutes ago, right? Can you look at that? Tell me if it's real.
Where's your source? Like, where did you get this from? Because then I might be able to tell if it's real. But
what I did.
I'll say it's real.
You just asked me a question. Do you want me to answer, or do you want to just keep continuing?
Answer.
Okay, come on. So what I did is, you know the little box that says message, live stream, voice text, yeah? Go over to the right little bit. It says GIF. Click that. Then you type in Cthulhu. Cthulu. And look what comes up. Oh, there it is.
Let me guess. Is that from a movie?
I've no idea. It's a GIF.
I'm pretty sure
is Cthulhu real?
No, I wouldn't say.
Perfect. Right, let's have a look. Is Goku real?
No, Goku is also a fictional character.
Is King Kong real?
King Kong is the same, a fictional character.
Is Bong Sao real?
I don't know what it is, but I suppose it's a fictional character.
I'm Batman.
Right, let's have a look. No, there's Superman. Is Superman real?
No, fictional character.
No. Are fire-breathing dragons real?
No, fictional character.
Fantastic. So, I've just listed off a bunch of things that we have video evidence for that you don't believe in. Do you understand the problem?
I understand it, and now I would like to finish my statement that I stated.
Go ahead.
Good. So, would you say that GIF or your friends verifying you is a verified statement? Verified both statement and source. Does that make you a source?
Have you verified your own sources?
Yeah, NASA is a verified source.
No, that isn't. Just saying the name NASA is not a verification. Who did whatever you're talking about as proof? Can you verify who they were? How they did what they did?
They worked for a company, and the company released it, and that's why it's a verified source.
Did you ask for the original film? Did you ask for the original film? Did you ask for the original film?
The original film of what? The moon landing?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
So then it's not verifiable.
It's still uploaded on their website.
Did you not hear what the gentleman said? They work for a company, therefore it's a verifiable source.
Fuck me.
Do you know how many uploaded on a website movies of Superman I can watch? They're all uploaded.
Listen, Ronald McDonald is real because McDonald says so.
No, actually, he's an actual clown that can entertain children in real life.
Well, can we just cut through the minutia of nonsense? Right.
Right now.
Listen, the only way of
evidence.
the authenticity.
You keep on coming with your evidence, and I keep on coming with mine. And no one's going to change their
Listen,
opinion.
you can repeat our evidence. You can repeat our evidence. Listen, bro, you can go do a laser test yourself. We can't go to the moon. Right?
But why
Not falsifiable.
Build a rocket.
Oh, that's it. Just build a rocket.
You think the problem is you think your evidence is evidence, right? And it's like you think both of these are even on a scale. No, the evidence you're bringing is not evidence. That's the problem, right? And you think we can't know anything.
Even if I had the money to build a Saturn V in my backyard, do you think that the local authorities are going to let me do that?
No, that's why you need to get a permission.
Oh, so we have to trust other people then. Okay, cool.
Exactly.
So why can't you trust us?
What country trusts you? Probably you.
I want to point out some things, right? So the nature of the claims of what the difference of what you're claiming, that there's men went to the moon, hung out there, played golf, dropped some feathers and hammers, and then rode around in a dune buggy, and then flew back to Earth. That is a fantastic claim, right? You're saying you can go out and observe the Earth being flat, do measurements, and test that. That is not a fantastic claim. That's just a normal, everyday thing that anybody can do. You're basically saying, build a wardrobe, and if you build it right, you can go to Narnia. That is literally the level of fantastic of your claim.
First of all, you can't compare fictional characters or fictional things from the movie.
Yeah, we can.
No, we can't.
Yeah, we can. Because what's the difference? Somebody told us over a form of media that this is true.
You can't just build a wardrobe.
Photographic evidence.
You have to get the right permits in order to build the wardrobe. Otherwise, it's illegal.
So how do you solve this using the scientific method, right? You can test it, right? You can test it. You can test, like, are these images that you're seeing, can we test them to see if they represent reality? That would be the scientific method, right? Mm-hmm. Test them?
Yeah.
How can we test NASA's images for authenticity?
We can't test their images, but we can test the software.
Why?
To bring back.
Then why should we believe them if we can't test them? We just got to trust? Where does it say in the scientific method, where's the word trust appear in there? I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Let me ask you this question. When they launched the rocket from the Earth, where did you think it went?
Went out of sight.
The Bermuda Triangle.
Goes sideways.
It went on TV. That's
what do you think? It just goes straight up or something? People watch it go straight up? No, it goes up, makes a parabolic arc, and then goes out of sight over the horizon. That's what you see.
But where does it end then? If it goes over the horizon.
The Bermuda
Triangle. Know that.
In the ocean.
Literally,
they have recovery vehicles for this specific purpose.
There's actually video of them dragging rockets with ships and shit in Miami.
Can I ask a quick question?
So,
if you see a trail of something that goes up and then down, where do you think it's gone?
Obviously down, but it didn't. There was no trail.
So your eyes tell you it went up and down by the trail, but you say that's not what happened. It went into space.
No, there's no.
So you're lying to yourself,
bro. I'm not.
There's a graveyard in the South Pacific where they dump rockets and satellites.
And there was no person who saw the trail going down after it went up.
That is what they see, dude. That is what someone post images of rocket launches.
But you just agreed to that as well. That you see it going down.
No, that was not what I agreed upon. I agreed.
What did you agree?
I agreed that if I saw something go up and then the trail going down again, like the clouds that come out of the rocket or whatever it's called. If that
come out of a rocket.
Yeah, I don't know what's called.
They'll post the smoke trail.
Yeah, the smoke
When
trail.
when a plane flies away from you, right? It's flying in a straight line. It's gonna do what the sun does. It's gonna fly into the horizon, right? And if you put a smoke trail behind that plane, it'll form a straight line, but it'll go into the horizon. That's if you go straight. If it comes back down, then it's come back down. But if it's going into space, what should it look like?
There we go.
What do
you live stream voice text, man? Like, I mean, I don't know how many you need. It's what people actually observed if they go to, like, say, Kennedy Space Center and watch a rocket launch. They see it take a parabolic arc and come back down. That's what they see. It's not arguable.
But the thing is, okay, let's
and
take
now, for example, I've got one question for you.
Yeah,
Squidin, sorry, bud. Just like, this whole concept of you have to go back to the source to get the certified information. So, for example, if there's a claim that there's pedophilia going on in the Catholic Church, you have to go to the Catholic Church to find out if that's actually going on in the Catholic Church. And if your girlfriend's cheating on you, you can only find out through your girlfriend because she's the original source. And if you believe that everyone will always tell you the truth, then that's also not smart.
So
ask the sex robot neighbor. Maybe he'll confess.
So what if we ask an astronaut who believes that the Earth is round and has been to space?
That is your job to lie.
That's a lot of assumptions,
So
man.
that's asking the pastor, did he touch the child?
No,
so the child's come forward, and
if your girlfriend is cheating on you, who do you ask? Who
there
knows?
are astronauts. There are astronauts that have come forward saying it's flat. But when they go into that field of work, there's lots of NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, which they acknowledge. And everything is about your pay grade and what you need to know. So it's very secretive once you're inside that place. And there's many tiers that many people can work in. And then the ones that do achieve the quote unquote space flight, we were discussing it the other night. The rocket goes from like 0 to about 18, 19 Gs. Most people black out at about 5 or 6 Gs. When you're wearing special G suits, you can survive up to about 10 or 12. But when you see the inside cockpit, it looks like they could be playing a card game. They're not even phased in one little bit. And when you watch a pilot pulling 9 Gs, he's passing out. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, but there's a lot of people, well, not a lot. There's only about, I think, 500 people that say that they've been to space. So to get 500 people to all agree to something and then sign a piece of paper that restricts them from exposing the lie, that's very probable. So like I said, if you're going to the mafia boss, find out if the mafia boss is guilty. Do you think the mafia boss is going to tell you the truth?
No, of course not, because then he'll be sent to jail. Okay. But okay, let's say.
So what is a whistleblower? Is a whistleblower the source? The person who's committed the crime? Is that why we need whistleblowers? Because the person who commits the crime tells you, I've committed the crime and I've been lying to you. Or does someone else have to come and tell you that?
A whistleblower, because I could always be lying. And that... Yeah.
Okay, so then you answer your question in another way.
You're saying that whistleblower could be lying, but a government agency that gets $60 million a day might not be lying?
They obviously could be lying.
Okay,
but let's take
trying to show you where they lie. We're trying to show you, point out how they lie.
28 or 29.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Let's say that... okay, so you don't believe in the Loch Ness Monster, right?
No, I don't.
Let's say that you were paid $60 million a day to tell the world that the Loch Ness Monster existed. Would you do it?
I would.
Be honest.
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Okay.
I love that question.
Done. God bless. Great question.
I love it.
Hey, we should answer
God bless both of you. Crypto, well done.
Credit for answering honestly. Most people can't do that for some reason.
Yeah.
If you want me to believe in Cthulhu, it's going to cost $70 million a day. That's a bit. Of a
Okay. Okay. Then let's take the picture
Inflation.
that Sonny posted. That's what you stated here, that it goes back down. But obviously, as you can see in the picture, that says what NASA wants you to believe and real time lapse footage. It goes up into space and then is obviously flattens out and goes over to their target where they're supposed to go.
Yeah, in the ocean.
No, not the ocean. The moon.
Yeah.
The image, what NASA wants you to believe, is just animated CGI. It's not actual real footage.
So is any
So
of
you
these...
can't even tell, bro. That's what we're trying to explain to you, brother.
Hey, how is it that they will show a parabolic flight in real time, just like you're seeing in the image, and then when they switch to CGI, it's going straight up or at a very sharp up angle? But you can see in reality, it was not going in a right angle straight up. It was going in a parabolic arch.
That's just the placement of the camera.
Oh, okay. The placement of the camera in CGI?
No, not in CGI, in real life.
Yeah, CGI. They're switching to CGI. They're going a totally different angle than what you just saw with your own eyes, a parabolic.
Yeah, the point is there's no curvature, and I mean, if you want to believe NASA...
Let me tell you how you know this is CGI. Because the rocket would be so small at that distance that you would not be able to see it.
Exactly.
It's so easy.
Just prove my point. It's so small that you can't see it because it's so far away. No,
the image that you are talking about is just fabricated. It's not real. So it's not. You can't use that as a basis for anything.
But do you then have any real pictures of it? Because then you also can't use that.
There are no real pictures of anything going into outer space.
Look, we're gonna go round and round on the space image bullshit. Listen,
Exactly.
dude. You just believe somebody. You can't test the images. Claiming about them is pseudoscience, dude. Like, quite honestly. But listen, the very definition of pseudoscience are claims or theories which cannot be falsified by experiment. So we have claims. We went to space. We went to the moon. We can't falsify them by experiment. We can't prove them wrong. We can't prove them right. We can't do anything. You just have to trust the person that made him some stranger that, gets money to produce this stuff. You just have to trust them and say, I believe you. And that's it. That is your only option. You can't test them. But we actually can test them. Right? So we can test the images of Earth from space to show curbing water. We can measure water on the Earth to see if it's curbing, which goes back to the laser test that was talked about earlier. We know that there is no curbing water. That demonstrates that the images do not represent reality. Regardless. So if I take a picture of something like a house on a beach, and then I go to the beach and there's no house there, I know that that picture does not represent reality. So if I see a picture of a big curving ocean, and then I go to that ocean and see if it's curving and it's not, then I know that that picture does not represent reality. This is the situation we find ourselves in, that there is no measurable curvature anywhere. Regardless of what the pictures say, we can demonstrate that those pictures do not represent the physical world that we live in.
Okay, then let's say anything could be CGI'd. Not only the pictures that I come with, but also the pictures that you come with.
Is that like a Jedi mind trick hand wave? Like, did you even acknowledge anything I just said?
It's your interpretation.
We test the images. It doesn't matter how they are. It doesn't matter how they made them. We don't care if they made them with an optical printer, traveling mat. It doesn't matter. Like, they've been doing special effects since 1841 is the first fake image. Right. Doesn't matter how they made them. We know that the image does not represent reality. That's all we need to know. We don't need to know why, how, if, when. We don't need to know the details.
Is he really struggling with this? Sorry, Jace. Sorry, I'll just come back in. Is he still struggling
with his belief, man? That's what he's struggling with.
All right. Can I just show you something? Dude, can you check out the live stream voice text quickly?
Mm-hmm.
All right. What do you think of these pictures from NASA?
Those.
Yeah, what do you think of them?
I don't know what to say. Like, a planet, it's Oh no, it's
they're
planet.
beautiful. They look great. They're beautiful. But how do you know they're real? Like, there's just no way of knowing, right?
Because
just because it comes from NASA, it's real, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just because it comes from NASA, you know that that's real, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
But they didn't come from NASA. They come from me. I made them. It took me 10 minutes to make each one. It's a Lego ISS.
I suppose that they might be real.
Yeah, but that's the point. You don't know because I made them. This is what I'm trying to say. They make them. They admit they make these images themselves.
You're not a verified
That's
source.
the point, right? I verified myself by putting my own name in the bottom right corner. My point is, bro, it took me 10 minutes to make this shit, right? Made the fucking planet, I made the fucking ISS, and I made sure the ISS looked shit because I took it from a Lego model of it, a kid's model, and I took a photo of it, I superimposed it. I'm not anyone special. I don't have millions of pounds behind me, brother, right? I'm just doing this to show you a point. Like, I shouldn't be able to trick anyone with these photos, but it's easy, right? I'm not saying you're fully tricked. I sort of did that quickly, but that's the point. There's no real way of knowing. As soon as I put NASA next to that shit, if I put NASA in the bottom hand corner, I took 2 days to make them. What would that have done? Everyone will believe this shit comes from NASA, bro.
What's the saying? A picture paints 1,000 words. One picture, right?
Yeah, and he
It's
tried
your
to
interpretation.
He tried to equate our evidence with the unverifiable stuff from NASA when he can go for himself and see if our evidence checks out. No one can check NASA.
But how?
Squid, do you see the last picture I just posted there? You see it?
You'll see it.
What is that? What do you see?
I don't see a picture. Is it which text channel is it?
Live, the same one that you apparently were looking at with
VC
right under
check?
crack. No, live stream voice chat.
Let me just find it.
Right above the voice channel.
Oh yeah, I see.
So you weren't looking at cracks. You weren't looking at cracks pictures.
But I was just going back to log to see if. Yeah, I'm back in live stream voice checks now.
Okay, what do you see there?
I suppose Jupiter.
Right. Well, but I mean, how do you know it's Jupiter? I mean, are you saying that because you see the little NASA logo right there?
No, I'm saying that because the picture we have of Jupiter looks
okay, cool. So, but I mean, if you open up a textbook and you see that, and you're just going to believe all the numbers under there, right? In science class, the teacher hands you this page. This is all. How are you going to verify that those numbers are correct?
I couldn't, but I suppose that he would have verified that, or the school would.
Okay. Well, how would the school verify those numbers?
A lot of faith in the education system.
Yeah, right. How would the school verify those numbers?
They would verify through their source.
So they'd ask NASA if their numbers are correct.
Not only NASA, they could have gotten it from SpaceX or any source.
Yeah. Okay. So SpaceX has never been to Jupiter. By the way, just before we get too far into it, this is that picture of Jupiter that it's a wooden table.
It's a wooden bowl.
It's a wooden table, and with a bit of Photoshop shading, with a NASA logo slapped on it. You're going to go in school and you're going to believe every single one of those numbers, right?
Yeah, because my teacher gave it to me.
Right. Both of my parents are teachers. I believed it all. Right? That I can't verify the information for myself. As soon as I went to go check on the numbers that those teachers and educators and government agencies tell me, I can't verify it. The numbers don't add up. And that's a big problem for all of us.
Debating for like an hour and 20 minutes, like it's a never-ending circle. I keep on coming up with
because you have faith-based. Because listen, you have a faith-based thing, dude. It's completely your entire argument is based upon faith, just like a faith in a religion. It really is. I hate to tell you that, man, but it's like faith in a religion. Like I trust these people. They're saying something. I'm just going to believe what they say. I'm not going to test it. I'm not going to verify it. I'm going to just they're strangers, but who cares? I'm just going to trust them.
Just going to believe.
Guys, I don't want to upset anyone here, but I've actually got a real picture with the ISS, a satellite, a UFO, all in the same frame as a globe. Does anyone want to see it?
Yes, please.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, why not? A picture speaks 1,000 words. They say.
Oh, you sold me, Crypto. Yep, we live on a globe, no question.
What's that arrow thing, though?
Oh, it's Squid in for life. I was just pointing to him.
Oh yeah, there's Squid. That's where you live, Smitty. How come you not falling off?
I put him in Norway.
Astronomical object.
I guess he was in Norway, so I put him there.
Close to Norway.
So I want to ask this young man something.
Yeah, go for
it. What would NASA? So it seems like you trust NASA, you trust whatever. What would they have to say for you not to believe what they say? Like, how preposterous would it have to be?
Probably come with some outrageous shit. Like,
what if they said it rains diamonds on Jupiter?
No, because I know it does that.
You know it rains diamonds on Jupiter?
Yo.
You must be a girl's best friend.
You're dumb.
Yeah, go get me some of those, Squid. You've seen it for yourself. Great.
No, I didn't. That was not what I was meaning.
Because you meant Neptune. They were wrong, and they admitted it was Neptune.
Can I finish?
Oops. Yeah, go for it.
I said I didn't mean it like that. I said I knew there was one planet that rains with diamonds, and I didn't know.
Really?
You do? How do you know that?
Where? How?
Have you verified?
He knows they said it.
I can't.
Yeah.
Of course, I can't go to Jupiter and verify it. Like,
That's the point, dude. You can go
they
to
go to Jupiter and verify it.
Then how do you know?
Wait,
You said you know.
Wait there, guys. Let's get back to the surface again, please. Right, dude. You
Actually,
can
I
go
didn't
to
even
the
finish
surface.
my point because they got more than just Jupiter, right? So they say there's a star that spins at 70,000 times per second. 70,000 rotations per second, and it's like 100 times the size of the sun. You think that that is a preposterous claim? That's believable.
I don't know, man.
Just think about it for a second. 70,000 revolutions per second.
Someone's hot micing.
I don't know, man. Like,
how about if they say that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere?
I don't know, man. Like, don't know
Like
that much.
they said all these things. I'm not actually making any of this up. They said that they could detect that Uranus smells like farts at the concentration of 3 parts per million.
It does smell like farts.
If you have an actual sample with the most sensitive equipment on Earth, and you actually have the physical sample, it's called gas chromatograph spectrometry, and you take a real sample of something and stick it in this, its maximum resolution is 9 parts per million. But they can detect 3 parts per million from 16 million miles away. Think about that for a second. They make some of the most outlandish claims imaginable. They say they know the distance, size, age, speed of a star, trillions of light years away, looking at the rainbow of the star. I mean, this is mind-numbing stuff of what they claim they know based upon very scant, observations and these crazy assumptions about the way things work billions of miles away or whatever they think. I just want to know, like, what won't you believe? Because it seems to me like, okay, you believe the moon landing. Maybe you think that's plausible. Yeah, fine. But that's not the end of their claims. They make some pretty outrageous claims that are, they sealed the ISS with gum or something, or their finger from the vacuum of space.
It's hard to say what we know is real out there because we know a fraction of the whole universe. Like,
oh my god,
It's a smaller fraction than you think. Like, maybe we know nothing, and we just have a bunch of stories that we tell ourselves about the stars, just like every civilization has done for the past 10,000 years. And now we think, oh, we have mathematics, so we know more than all those other people, and we have figured it out. And those other people are stupid. It's just a story, just like they told. There's no difference. Nothing changed.
I want you to put something into perspective, man. Think of it like this. Isn't it amazing that the things we know the least about are the things that govern our beliefs, that it's a globe? Just think about that. Like, we all believe that, like, you know, when I was a globe earther, I believed that fucking rain, you know, diamonds in Jupiter. I believe that there was a gas cloud of fucking alcohol. But if you really think about it, all the things that they tell you, they're not verifiable, but that's what makes the globe fucking run, is all the shit that you can't validate. You have to take a look at that.
Yeah, he's really telling you the truth there as well, dude. Like, think about that. He's just said to you, the thing we know the least about are things like how they derive the radius. If you don't know that, you shouldn't know that Uranus can fart. You should not know that it's raining diamonds on some fucking planet. You shouldn't believe that a planet out there is spinning faster than any gyroscope conceivable by any man in modern day. So, like, what can you verify for yourself? You can verify maybe the circumference, the radius. If it isn't a sphere, okay, of the sizes or dimensions they give us, that is a problem. And if it isn't that, how do we know that? Well, we can see if it comports to those sizes, dude. We can test it. We know how far we should be able to see to the horizon. We see further than that. We see images where the horizon goes 10 times further away. We see obstacles inside horizon that are somehow being refracted up into our eye line. So we have light pushing things further back in the same frame of view at the same time as pulling things up and over a curve. This isn't even in the model for refraction whatsoever.
Think of it like this, dude. Think of it like it was a competition, right? Think of this as a competition. There's two opposing views, right? Flat Earth, globe Earth. And the competition is to give the best facts, the most evidence, you know, like factual evidence that we can actually prove, right? And I came with measurements. I came in with things that anyone can repeat on Earth. And then a person that believes in the globe tells me that it rains fucking diamonds in Jupiter. Sun is spinning so fast. Like, they give me all this shit that I can't test, like a fucking story. Who do you think would win that competition based on facts?
The way you phrase it is obviously going to sound like you're going to win it, because
it's not sounding like that's the way it is. It's not the way it sounds. That's the way it is. It's not any other way.
Hey, can I get a mic check?
Nope.
No. All right. Just testing out I'm on the truck's whatever, the Bluetooth or whatever. Testing it out. How's it sound?
It sounds like you're on the moon.
It sounds like a CB radio from the 1970s, but we can still hear you. Just say 10-4, good buddy. Say that 10-4, good buddy.
I just have a random question. Like, what time is it? Like, where you live?
Well, let Lou speak a second. Lou, come on. Let me hear that beautiful voice, please.
I'll check it to DMs.
Are you getting any feedback? Like, when I'm not talking, are you hearing any road noise or anything like that?
No.
No. Oh, there's our Whitsit. Hey there. Haven't seen you since you went on the road. What's going on?
You know, just living the life, I guess.
Are you living the dream? Is that what you're doing?
They say.
Living the flat Earth dream, but you don't believe them.
He's the flat Earth vagabond right now. Hey, if you guys don't mind, do you guys mind if is Paul still in here listening at least? I wanted to cover something that I did not want to type out. Paul, if you're listening, so you keep bringing up the ISS, right? I have a task for you, Paul. So I want you to go into YouTube and I want you to Google ISS view of Earth from night, okay? So when you do that, you're going to see the ISS view of the Earth during nighttime, right? Now, here's the crazy thing. That the lights from the city of, like, you know, America, Canada, whatever, they're all visible, right? Now, explain to me how that light is traveling through all the layers of atmosphere while the Earth is turning and they remain static. And that will tell you whether the ISS is real or not.
Short, he's wondering why they don't twinkle like stars, buddy. He's not going to answer though.
I mean, if you think about it, it's the reverse of it, right? Like, the explanation for twinkling of stars, like why they twinkle from Earth, it's not because they're twinkling, it's because they're the atmosphere, right? But it's like we don't get that same thing of Earth, right? The lights coming from Earth going through the same atmosphere, you know, twinkling.
Then why don't the planets do that? What about the sun?
Actually, anytime I've watched the ISS live stream, I've never seen any lights on the ground during night. It's only when they supposedly, like, take a long exposure or something like that they show up with lights.
Yep. It would also necessitate that as the sun disappears at the horizon, the ISS would have to also, due to the spherical nature of this Earth. Why is it that we actually see the ISS disappear way before it reaches the horizon?
And besides, the ISS live streams are all pre-recorded, so not live.
And the angular size of it as well, it being base of 100 meter by 100 meter object with an angular size roughly would be similar, right, at 30,000 feet to the Antonov 225. A plane, the biggest plane, in fact, in the world, that's 100 meters by 100 meters but has more surface area. Why is it that we can only barely see that thing about the same size as the ISS, and this thing's got an inverse square law on it when it comes to angular sizes of objects, but yet the ISS is how high up, guys?
252 miles.
252 miles.
I thought it was like, 100 feet above sea level in Houston Space Mock-Up Center, Building 9.
It's actually underwater, to be fair.
Well, there's two of them. There's the one in the pool, too, so, Which ISS? That's what I guess you got to start asking them. How come we can see the ISS? Which one? One in Houston or the one at the Neutral Buoyancy Center?
Yeah, I can unmute you, sure as king, but you have to put yourself on mute while you're not talking because you are hot micing. That's probably why you were muted. Yep. Thanks, dude.
Maybe when they asked Don Pettit about the leak, he was talking about a water leak.
Oh, that would make it make sense, bro.
Yeah, he's talking about a water. What? Stick your face in it.
He's like genuinely really slow, so he's just like, do they not know we're in water? He doesn't get it.
That leak's an interesting point with him regards to citing NASA as a verifiable source. Didn't that leak the original photo go back to an album cover and not anything to do with?
That was an album cover?
Yeah. So that's his verifiable source.
That was Scott Kelly that posted that up.
I find that interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna head off, guys, now. But I just want to say, no, it's 11 p.m. here in Scandinavia, and I have school tomorrow. So, but yeah, I just wanted to say I'm grateful and I respect your opinions.
That's right, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
it's not
It's not an opinion. It's a fact that we verify because it's empirical and testable. But okay.
Yep, start considering, accepting objective reality might improve your life there, Squidden.
Mm-hmm.
And also learn about geometry a little bit, because geometry is objective across all different languages. I get you got a language barrier, but you should understand that lasers can't go through balls. I'm just saying.
Oh, no. Norwegians speak very good English. Don't worry about it.
I know that. That's my point. And I'm saying...
Oh, is he a Norwegian?
No, I'm not.
Oh, what did he say? Where did he say?
Scandinavian.
Oh,
okay.
I thought it was Norwegian. It sounded Norwegian to me, but I'm sorry if I got
It's like basically the same thing,
Denmark. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Sorry.
Denmark.
Yeah, we understand that. You're let off. That's cool.
No, I always get.
I think the point we're really trying to hone in on you is you should think critically about what is presented to you and don't outsource your knowledge to third-party strangers.
Yeah, well,
of important questions like why do you exist? Why do you here? Like, where is this place? You don't leave that for other people to decide. You should decide it.
Yeah, but even if you leave it up to other people like NASA, they describe the phases of matter I just posted in the chat. You have a solid, a liquid, and a gas, and they admit space is fake. You cannot have the atmosphere resting next to a vacuum because the gas would disperse in all directions. The shape of the container is required. It might be unknown for the Earth, but it's required for gas to exist, gas pressure. So thanks, NASA. Even if you want to listen to third party guys, they have no argument. It's a flat and closed system.
Can I just say something quickly to the Squid Man?
Because liquid would just turn into gas without the pressure from the gas.
Squidman, if you're eating a burger, don't let me tell you how the burger tastes, or NASA, or JAXA, or Bob.
or us.
The burger and know what it tastes like.
That was brilliant advice, Iggs. Unfortunately, he's already gone, but yeah.
Oh, fuck me.
We'll have to tell him next time. Don't forget.
Thanks, son. Jeez.
Just wanted to let you know that it's slightly sweet but slightly spicy with a hint of the beef.
Well, that tastes better than my burger, so I'm going to take that advice right now. Iggs, your advice isn't always great, you know. I'm just saying.
No, but the guy, I know he was really, really deluded and wrong, but he did seem respectful.
He was nice. He was nice. I admit that. Yeah. He just didn't understand the diet, which annoyed me. I'll be honest. Sorry.
It's because people take other people's perspectives. It's like it's in front of you. You can do it yourself, just like putting on your shoes, whatever it is. You can do it yourself.
I don't know. I just feel like line of sight's even simpler than putting on shoes. Like with shoes, you need like line of sight.
Because you can see the shoes with a line of sight, right?
Yeah, dude. Like shoes are not naturally observed phenomena, dude. Right? It's just
it's subjective.
I think you'll find they are.
Oh yeah, I made a meme about that, by the way. Actually, do you want to see it, India? I made it like 2 days ago. Pretty cool.
What about me?
No, not about you, dude.
Stop picking on me, man. I'll give you like compliments.
Okay, I'll take them. Right there, I'll post it right there.
For your accent. Anyway,
I don't pick what you want. I think this makes me and crypto up.
I'm picking up crypto's standard and I'm carrying it on. Paul.
Yep.
What's the limit of your aggression?
Yeah.
I want the answer.
All right.
Exactly. No, he's actually done that now.
India, can
you copy paste the definition?
He put Y, what was it? Y, and then an apostrophe equals A plus BX or something. I was just like, yeah, close enough.
Grading on a curve.
Yeah, here, look, this is the meme I made. Is that what you changed your name? That's cool. So this is a signpost I found the other day. Boy, it was brilliant.
A Brenda shop?
Oh, it's a billboard I found, dude. Read it.
Yeah, does Brenda own it? Yeah, I'm reading it.
This is not a shoe. F off.
It's a natural observed.
That's brilliant.
Who's in the
Who's not liking? Stop gaslighting.
You alright, Roger? Is it you? Nope.
No, it was Roger, but now it's Lou. You didn't have the problem before, but now you do, Lou. You've got a lot of background noise.
Probably crashed somehow. Damn it,
Are
Lou!
you in space? Are you
any smokies up there?
No, it wasn't me.
Yeah, it was.
No.
It wasn't.
No.
Somebody was in a rocket shooting through outer space. That's why we were getting all the distortion. Because it's not a shoe.
Guys, I have exciting news to share with everyone. We found out tonight that Nessie, Godzilla, King Kong, Goku, fuck, who else? Batman,
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot. They're all real. They're all real, man.
Well, I already knew that.
He said they weren't there.
Video proof. We have video. We have video proof.
Despite all the video evidence, he said they weren't.
I know that.
There's
I
Aslan
know
as well.
I saw Godzilla.
Aslan? No way. Okay, no, that is.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Drake. Drake's just posted it. Maybe Aslan lives in Iceland.
So Narnia is real. I knew it.
Yep, and you can prove it if you can build. All you got to do is build a wardrobe to go to Narnia. That's all you have to do. Nothing.
Yeah, well, they've done that already. It's called the
It just takes the
Hydroplug.
right wardrobe. I once knew a guy who had a wardrobe. That's why I got that picture.
Yeah, but you also live in Iceland. Like those wardrobes are everywhere. I've heard. You just got to move some rocks first.
I heard Elon Musk is making wardrobes.
Probably.
Of
That
what?
guy's doing it all. You mean of what? Of wardrobes?
Yeah, but what are they? What kind?
Lion.
Magic wardrobes, obviously.
Duh.
Have unicorns
Lion
in
and the
there?
Witch. The Lion and the Witch in the Wardrobe, dude. That is what he is producing. No, I hope he does. You know, I hope he really goes through all these wardrobes, man. You know, they'll probably be renewable. They'll probably be great. They'll probably be treeless, right? Am I right?
Treeless wardrobe, bro.
Treeless wardrobes.
As long as you get the right permits, you got to get the right permits. Some are trees, some are not trees. You got to make sure you get the right permit from downtown.
Yeah, it's like treeless wood, you know.
So Elon is standing there and he's like, I need to make a wardrobe to tree or not to tree.
Or to synthetically tree, dude. Or to synthetically tree. Think about it, dude.
Just think about the possibilities. Just think about the possibilities. You have wardrobes in every country, all leading to the same forest, and now you have instant travel.
No. What if they make a wardrobe that goes to space, dude? No, that.
Yeah, that would make it easy because you can just bring one wardrobe to the moon, and then you can just use the forest.
I said space
in Narnia
To bring
as
you
a
up.
stop-off point.
I said space.
Yeah.
I said space.
Son of
not
Adam.
the Yeah, no,
Son
wait.
of Adam.
Guys, I'm in strong man. I said space, not the moon. We all know the moon is not space, right? Right.
What if all the portals were further away? So, like the portal from here and the portal in Oslo, it was actually where they landed up. It was further away. Wouldn't we have loads of Narnians coming and using here to commute quicker?
That's due to the whole time dilation problem. So I think that solves it. Time dilation.
Now the other question is if we have all these Narnians coming, is it going to be like
I had a mate whose wardrobe didn't go to
Nine all over
Narnia. It went to a second law of thermodynamics violation, but he only went once. He couldn't breathe there. No gas.
Yeah, on this shit.
So if you had a wardrobe in space and a wardrobe on Earth, and you open both of the doors, would all the gas get sucked out, or would it just sit on the surface of the Earth?
That's why you have
The gravity.
Nah, it just expands. You know.
Or to them, it should just sit there.
No, wardrobes don't suck. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, you would.
I love the
I
comment
don't know what
before.
wardrobe you've been locked in.
I love the comment before. If you went to Uranus and they told you it smells of farts.
No, oh no, dude, that wasn't a joke. Listen, when I said that, I wasn't joking. I wasn't joking because I read this from NASA not that long ago. My mum called me excited. Listen, wait, that one sec. Sorry, dude. My mum called me very excited and said, "I've just read in the paper or on somewhere. I don't fucking know, on her phone, whatever, right?" And just to let you know that Uranus now farts, and she sent me the fucking the link.
It's the same.
Can you send me that? Can you please send me that?
They're taking
You're a legend, bro. They're taking the piss, man. This is beyond life.
That's a coincidence.
That's not a coincidence. That's called
Nah.
That's the point I'm making.
Think you're
It's
so
not.
clever.
They do it regularly, don't they? It's
Yes,
another one with putting a picture of Pluto on Pluto. Yeah, see how incredulous, how much they can, how plausible, or how malleable
they can make it.
Are you going to even believe that? Because look at it. It wasn't Pluto that smelt of farts. It was Uranus.
Yes, obviously.
Yeah?
Dude.
You know what I mean? They're just taking the neck.
But that's the point. They knew this already. But most people will say this. Most like people that are normal, unlike you guys, right, would say, well, they obviously already knew that it was a very gaseous planet. This is why they called it Uranus. This is the way they will logicize anything because I've actually heard that be said already. Because I've had this argument with a Glober, and they actually said that. Well, they probably named that. Yeah, no, listen. This is what they said, dude. They said they probably named it that because they already knew it was gaseous.
Bro, like, do you know how hard it is to make your brain do those type of mental gymnastics? Like, I'm stuttering when I'm trying to think about the dumbness.
The right word. Oh, of course. There's a place called Gem Pandas. You should check that place out. It's pretty funny. The other day I was arguing for.
Oh, don't do that to him. You're mean. Cut it out. Don't go there.
Nah, because this like actually has a like physiological effect on me. Like I stutter. If you haven't realized, when I hear shit like this, it makes my brain go all like blur. Because
that happens to my mum.
I cannot understand.
What about fishing on the moons of Jupiter? Can we talk about that? I think that.
Oh, please don't.
Europa?
Please don't, bro. Please, bro.
Yeah.
Don't.
Is that more?
I wouldn't mind hearing him stutter a bit more.
Is that not silly? Is that less silly though?
Bro, that's retarded, bro. Like
maybe we should talk about walking on the moon or cows jumping over it. Is that scientific?
It's more, not really, but
Hey, can I ask you a question, bro? You ever seen a quote-unquote sun?
A what?
A sunset.
He's not.
Yeah, a couple of times.
Wait, you sound robotic?
No, you're right now.
Okay, so, dude, when you see the sun go away from you in the sky and it go further and further away from you to where you can't see it anymore,
it just disappears.
So, do you think that you're in fact falling backwards and it just makes it look like that, but the sun's not moving?
Yeah, I'm doing backflips, bro, when that happens.
Well, that's what the globe says. Yeah, it says you're falling backwards, and that's why the sun looks quote unquote sets.
Yeah, that's fuck. See, I'm fucking stuttering.
He's a flat earther.
Oh,
when the sun rises, you're falling up towards the sun.
Yeah, as I told you, boys, in the morning when I woke up, I decided to go for a bike ride. So I was on the ground with the bicycle in the air. You know what I mean? I was flat backing with the bicycle in the air. That's how we do it here in Australia, down under.
He's antipodal. All right.
Well, what about when it's when we get those 6 months of light up in the north or in the south? Does that mean we're
What happens?
You guys are trying to make me have a brain damage, yeah?
I use ankle weights and gravity bags. I hang them around my neck so I'm secured to the ground. You can hang it around your bike too. Yeah. So
have you seen the Black Swan image, right?
Fall.
Yeah.
Into space.
I've seen that seen that observation with my own eyes. Like, blah.
Hey, did you guys know that the magnetic gyro, mechanical gyro establishing north, only works on a globe Earth?
Sazu.
It's a game of
I missed the punch.
That's a good one.
I disconnected. Oh well.
That's
At this
gold.
point, they will literally claim anything at all that you can observe proves a globe Earth. They'll just say it doesn't matter. There's a white painted fence and that proves a globe Earth. They'll just say it, and then you just have to. I guess you just have to laugh at it.
I was like, can you substantiate that phenomenon is exclusive to the globe? And it's like I'm talking a different language.
Yeah, nah, bro. But I've known this for like my whole life, and it's gotten to a point like now I'm speaking like from my heart, and it's gotten to a point where it's really like overwhelming, and it's like disturbing.
It's actually affecting him
to me.
Guys. He has actually stopped being able to talk properly since we've spoken about the globe and its stupidistic.
Yeah, like I'm serious when I
Can you
hear
let him
this,
speak?
and
Crack. Yeah, go ahead, Iggs.
Sorry, when these people are like insisting that the wall is not there, but they're walking into it, it's disturbing to my psyche. Like, I can't comprehend. Like, none of it. Here is water, drink it. And the guy goes, no, that is sand. I can't. Dip your finger in there. No, I won't. It's sand.
Yeah, it's disturbing. I agree. When you, especially, I mean, I don't know how long you've been here, but especially when you first come to a place like this and you think, oh, it's just so, it should be easy to just tell people, present the truth to them. I mean, just like we did with Mr. Squid earlier, and just show him like these are objective, measurable, testable things, and everything you're talking about is fairy tale that you've only seen on TV. And it's frustrating. You see person after person just completely deny reality and want to stay in their little fantasy delusion. But what you'll find, Iggs, I don't know how long you've been around this whole flat earth community thing. Okay, well, so you've been just frustrated with that whole concept, but you have those of us here who are not denying objective reality, but you haven't had, let's see, 46 people right now. Most of these people, I think, here are accepting reality the way that presents itself. So at least you found that. There's a silver lining. Mm-hmm.
I'm thankful to God, about that, because hearing that guy, he's repeating what he's denying. So he's actually saying this same thing, but rejecting it. I don't know how you can do that. Me and you are saying the same thing, but I'm saying no for some reason.
Dandelion, he's been here, I think, 8 hours or 9 hours. And,
oh wow, I didn't know that.
So it's he pulled like an 8-hour shift. Yeah, he pulled like an 8-hour shift consecutive. So it could be shocking to, to come here with the people that are here, the super smart people that exist in this server. It could probably be overwhelming after dealing with normies your whole life.
Yep.
Yes, I can understand that.
That's why I made that comment.
I've known these facts since I was 14, man. Since I was 14, so I've known them for 20 years. I've known these facts. And when I hear Squiddy banging his head against the wall and he's bleeding and he's saying there's no blood and it doesn't hurt, the mind boggles.
Yep, and there's no wall.
But there's no wall.
And you're getting blood out of the wall as well that doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
That's why my comment was about as well, that I really wanted to comment. Like, you actually, when we did start talking about that, you can hear it in your voice. It's stressful, right? But
yeah, bro.
Roger told us there's some new people here that maybe have some questions. Roger, did you know particularly who we're looking at here?
Yeah, we have Daga, yes. Daga, you have control of your mic. Maybe you want to ask a question. Daga, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. What's up?
I'm just working away listening to you just have a chat.
You're echoing pretty hard, as if you're in a bathroom.
I think he said he was working while listening. Yeah, I think that's what he said. He's working while listening.
Well, that's cool.
And he's Australian too.
Yeah, Aussie, man.
Haha. Oi, oi, oi.
Well, no problem. If you...
Yeah, no, I'm just listening. Hopefully that there's some entertainment today and some bloggers coming in here. Squiddy was alright.
Oh, yeah?
We need some better ones than that.
Yeah, Dagger, I wanted to ask you, mate, are you a sad cunt or a sick cunt?
Sick cunt, mate.
Fucking sick cunt me, mate.
Sick cunt.
Nice one, mate.
Fully sick.
Yeah. And you do play golf?
Golf?
Golf, yeah.
Yeah, what about it, bro? Sorry.
He said, does anyone play golf? I've played miniature golf before. It's very fun. I like the windmill.
Yeah.
hole.
No, I'm just saying, well, when you hit a drive, why does Coriolis effect have no effect on my ball?
Did you account for Coriolis?
Exactly, never do.
We'd have no way of telling.
No.
Was it
We'd have no way
400
of
something
telling.
meters a second it's going to be spinning?
Yeah, something like
After that when you're teeing off.
Yeah, that's floor, yeah.
Yeah.
But you got to account for the conservation of motion as well, right? So it's accelerating with the Earth. If it's going that fast, when it leaves, it speeds up a little bit, right? So it's got to hang in the air for quite a while first. Well, the wind itself is, separate to this and sort of accounts for these relative motions as well. It's just relativity, dude. Got to get with the new school.
Yeah, you got to know your latitude, and then you got to know your heading.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to take a compass to the golf course, and then take the magnetic declination map so you know which way is geographical north, and then time your swing, and then swing it perfectly.
It's all selective,
because you might hook or slice because Coriolis.
We should have the formula for you, but all this long distance snipers and shit don't have any of the formulas. Sorry.
I think the formula oozed out of my ears.
Dude, who cares if there's a formula? I want to see that formula put in fucking practice. Because of course there's a fucking formula.
No, there isn't
There's
one.
a formula for
My
everything.
caddy has a PhD in mathematics. That's why he's so good at golf.
Wait there, Jose. There is not a long distance shooter formula for longitude and latitude. There really isn't one. That was my main point. That there isn't even a fucking conceptual formula.
I don't know what distances, but I've seen some formulas for the Coriolis, but I yet have to see some global or some person to put it in practice other than go on a video and be like, yeah, I account for the Coriolis. You didn't see the shot, but yeah, I accounted for it,
There's one formula. There's one formula that utilizes a number that you would use in a spotting scope that would be the wind speed mixed with the Magnus effect based on the individual guns. Rifling. And that's one formula. That is written down as the core.
Garbage.
There's nothing to do with the Coriolis effect whatsoever. It's a bullshit formula they provide and tell people what to do with that currently. Nothing to do with it. There is no Coriolis formula.
So you know what you said
there's no
before?
ball.
There's no. You know what you said before about there being no formula about that particular subject matter. If you were to say this a few more times to some of those globetards that are up there, they will make one up. I shit you not within 2 weeks.
Right. And then I will test it.
That's what they do.
I will test it. And the thing is they're going to have to give me north to east. They're going to have to give me every individual degree and every 0.1 of every between every degree. So there's going to have to be 100 points between every degree. They're going to have to give me the speed of the Earth's rotation, the tangential speed at the longitude and latitude. So it's not just the direction that we're shooting and how the speed of the Earth changes as we go across on the diagonal line, let's say northwest, right? You're going to have to give me the tangential speed of that bullet where it is representative to the ground, right? The bullet itself, if a faster bullet, right, we would then have to understand that any bullet that starts to slow down as it hits the target, maybe halfway in, it no longer negates the spin of the atmosphere of the Earth and it starts to be overwhelmed by it. So then it starts to actually rotate with the atmosphere because that's apparently spinning also. So it's going to have to know when the bullet's going to change. That could be down to the pressures on the day. There is I believe there's actually, when you look into it on a very big scale, if you looked at it on a very big scale, right, dude? Because they actually say that these bullets are affected by the Coriolis, right? We would have to basically shoot in front of deers and have the Earth rotate the bullets into their faces for them. It doesn't work.
So you can't miss the deer then. It's great,
You would definitely miss the deer, though. That's the point. You wouldn't be able to ever hit anything.
I know. I was just making a joke, bro. Come on, give me some. Give me a little bit of
My thing's
credit.
breaking up like loads, dude. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Sorry, bro. I was just saying, give me a little bit of credit, bro. I was cracking the joke.
I'm really sorry. I give you the credit.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to get this out there. How did they win the war in the First and Second World Wars? With their
all Coriolis effect.
with TV and newspapers.
Exactly right.
Got it.
Like hydrogen,
fake atomic bombs and crap, fucking lying pricks.
Yeah, we have the old brick fight where I'm from.
Any other victims? Or I mean, Cobras?
Yeah, we had. No, he jumped. That's too bad.
Patience.
Uh-oh. More sick people?
Any other victims? That was great.
Well, they're not victims of us. I mean, they're victims of, fires.
Yeah.
Themselves.
I think it's, I swear to God, as I was speaking last night, I don't know if you guys heard me, it's this projection on the human condition that they feel that they're taking in so much information, but really it's nothing. But they're bombarded with crappery. If that makes any sense. I don't know how
I've been trained to think that the concepts in their mind are the true reality, and what is external to that, like what you observe, is actually just like an optical illusion. It's tricking them.
Like right now, I didn't open the fridge.
Well, I mean, like, how many of these guys, like, they think that, like, mathematics is the language of the universe and these concepts in our mind, like, they think these fairy tales, and that, like, somehow out there there's math and that's the reason things happen. But I just ask them, like, if all human beings died, would mathematics still exist? The answer to that is emphatic no, it would not. And the universe would still carry on without us, right? So
exactly.
But they think that the concept is the reality. I mean, I've had Jose probably remembers this. The Glober. So someone went out and took a picture of Venus at like 11 o'clock at night, and someone said, "Well, that didn't happen because Stellarium says that it didn't happen." So he didn't observe. He didn't believe the observation. He believed the simulation of reality over reality.
Wow, like
this is not a rare occurrence. This is a normal. This is how they think, and this is why this information is so hard, because we're saying, look at your reality. Stop looking at the TV set. Yeah, exactly. Observe reality and see what you see, right? And just go with that. Stop going with your concepts. It's hard because they've been trained that the concept is real and the reality is false.
Yeah, it's like when you said before, I think you put it perfectly. Like when you said like they think mathematics is this ultimate like language. They've taken this esoteric thing, they've put it into the public. The public is just devoid of any, I don't know, knowledge of it. And mathematics was invented.
Someone's breaking up.
Mathematics was just invented to obfuscate even more, because people were actually understanding language better. So you put more effort into something that's got like, 10, what's it called? Oh, fuck, man. I'm sorry, his brain's like.
Sometimes you put. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sometimes you put more effort into things as well that are more fanciful and fantastical, because people like to believe much about nothing. Much ado about nothing. The saying goes. I don't know if that was where you were getting, but like we were told, I don't know how many times, that actually the moon that we were looking at, either in England or either in Scotland or America, or
you there, bro?
That was Lemon trying to talk and fizzled out. The crack disappeared.
Did he cut out, or was that me?
Maybe someone's in. Maybe he couldn't talk. He had to silence it. Yeah, well, I know what you're saying. Like mathematics is only like compactify our understanding, right? You could take like a bunch of equations and you could actually write out the words, but that would be like so super messy, right? You could write out the words 1 + 1 = 2, but we've invented numbers and stuff, and all we do is compact it, right? With symbols instead of writing out all these words.
Exactly, yeah.
And that is the only thing it is. It's just our regular English language in compacting this stuff.
Yeah, it's just, and that's what's made
it's not some occult mystic ritual of greater reality that's like, silly shit. That's the silliness to me.
But this is what they think, the creator made this, he had to get like Pythagoras and his mates to make what we're living in. It's absolute nonsense. You can't. And the other thing is, this stuff that they believe in does not give them any gain. Like, there's no benefit from it. Wherein what we're saying, they have greater benefit. Having this mystical theory doesn't achieve anything for them.
I've got a question for everybody here. Is the term universe more of a globe term, or blabber on about the term universal?
No, I don't know where that term originates. I mean, it could look real quick. I mean,
it just means one verse, as in the beginning was the word. One verse, as in stemming from the one thing.
Sweet, because my missus always gets angry when I say the universe. She's like, "What are you talking about?"
Tell her it just means a single frequency. A single frequency.
There you go.
Universe,
in the beginning was the word.
The universe
One
from
verse.
Old French, 12th century, is the whole world, cosmos, the totality of existing things. All things, everybody, all people, the whole world, all together, all in one, whole, entire, relating to, turned into one.
Yeah. So
sounds like I can keep it.
Yeah.
Sounds like monad philosophy, if you ask me.
Sounds like horse shit.
No,
I mean, we got to use some words.
It's even in the Bible.
I mean, one word's as good as another.
Yeah, I get it. I like the idea of a single initial frequency.
Another one is.
That's biblical.
Yeah, another one as well, guys.
It says there was the
quiz
word.
for everybody.
Sorry.
A little quiz for everybody. Does anyone know the fastest a human beings ever traveled?
Apparently, I'm going 1,000 miles an hour right now.
Yeah. Well, that's not fast enough. Apparently, in 1969, a few guys were traveling 11 kilometers per second.
Whoa.
Cool story, dude.
Are there any Globers in here that actually believe that?
Probably.
Yeah, like all of them. Like, what do you mean, any? Yes, all of them. I mean, there might be some that don't believe that.
How ridiculous.
So there was a bunch of philosophers apparently came in last night, and after about the third one, I was like done. I had to go to sleep. But did anyone hear the later last night conversation? I wondered how that went. Did anybody hear that? I guess I would need to say what time. Never mind. It's all right.
If you heard the conversation with me and
Mr. Famous.
No. Last night, he's in America. He's part Native American. He smokes weed.
What part of the world are you in, or what part of Earth are you? Just
down under.
Oh, that's right.
Down under.
Sorry. Yeah, you're down under.
Yeah, man, him went full esoteric for like quite a while, and
talked about sort of like the universe and all the rest of it, because there's a lot to it, but people need to understand the basic flat.
Bro, you don't remember? You don't remember it was me, you, and Battle Mod guy?
Yeah, that's Hey, yeah. Welcome back.
Well, no, I've been listening the whole time. It's just you're struggling to name Battle Mod, and you forget about me too. It's like, what the fuck, guy?
No, sorry, Vlad. I've been struggling to talk, bro. Like,
Well, I hear you stuttering. I heard you. It's like, what's wrong with you, guy?
Like, when I hear this,
having truth
it hurts
overdose.
me, bro.
He like took a whole bottle of Red Pulse, and he's having issues.
No, this guy, IGZ from Macedonia knows a lot of shit. Like, he's in Australia, but he's Macedonian, and he knows a lot. Like, he could tell you history about Macedonian stuff that is like he blew Battle Mind's mind. He blew his mind last night. That's how good this guy is.
And I don't make up, false claims. It's what it is. I don't like putting out disinformation.
Hey, Iggs, I wanted to tell you it's not brain damage you're suffering from. What your experience, I believe, is new connections being created. So I'll give yourself a break sometimes. Drink water.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Like, it's as I said, like, I've been living with this since I've been 14. I've known these, facts, not moving and all the rest of it, and the world has gone like completely crazy. And as I said, like, when I joined back in, I'm so thankful for you guys, because otherwise, I don't know.
Yeah,
there's only so much your soul can take.
Yeah, bro. I don't know what I'd do without this server now, I reckon.
Yeah, it helps a lot, bro. Like, a lot. It's you guys are like awesome.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. I feel like it was like a lifesaver for me. I mean, not that it was that serious, but it improved my life. It improved my life like tremendously, as far as just connecting with people, and that's what was missing like nearly my entire life. So
and they make it like that on purpose. It's made like that purposefully, where that is the source of everything, is connection, love. Like, but it's the opposite. Everybody's in their own fantasy land, riding unicorns upside down in a vacuum. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like finding a wonderful, calm pool of fresh water, and you can just envelop yourself in that fresh water, and cleanse yourself and let it purify us. And yeah, it's great.
I've still got hope. I reckon these globetards, even they will rebel, because it will impact their religions very badly. And we should actually, get together and form a proper community. Go somewhere and actually be in a community physically.
Yes, I think people are starting to do that. I would like to know more about people doing that, actually, because I feel this tremendous need now lately I have to get away from this place in the city. I can't live here for long. And I've lived here most of my life, and I have to get away from it now. But I don't know how. I don't know how that's going to occur. The transportation, the logistics, the whole setting up. So what I've been doing, I've just been preparing myself to be able to survive anywhere.
Bro, if you go somewhere with like-minded people, bro, listen, you only need literally one meal a day, and water. Yeah. If you're around good people, you can build it up to what you have in the city. It's just
something
being
better
around the good people. Yeah,
yeah, it'll be something better.
Yeah, you get me? Am I making sense, or am I?
Yeah,
you know.
Oh, you're making sense. Yeah.
So I've been through some stuff, and I thought, I've had a bit, that other, and then didn't have it, and it's like you realize, you don't really need much. What you really need is the people, and that's the real currency of this earth. People, once you get real esoteric, people are the currency. You manipulate the people. That's how you make everything happen. You are a current, so you are the current that you see. Well, we won't go there. We'll do that late at night. Late at night.
Flat at night.
I fluffed it. I know. I'm sorry. I fluffed it bad. It's just the brain went. The brain went into outer space for a little bit. Forgive me, please. Gosh.
No forgiveness needed, man. It's all right. It's all good.
But yeah,
what a life. What a life, I tell you what. And the best is yet to come. I really believe that.
No, I reckon too, bro. But we can make, if people pull together, and this community is really open-minded, loving and caring, and that's the best thing. That you can't exchange that for anything. You can't give it away. It's that pearl that you keep that you don't throw away to swines. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, we can give these people a hand up, and a lot of people come here and they do get a hand up, and they do get to realize they can see for themselves. And even those people that aren't taking the hand yet, there's still hope. There's still hope for that too. We'll just have to see. They're there for a reason, though. So maybe they just have to be the way they are in order for something different to occur. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes sense, bro. What does and does not happen or can go in two opposite ways makes a difference either way. But the thing is, even Squidman, he was having doubts at the end when we got through to him. You know what I mean? It was kind of stuttering like me. Sometimes it takes a while, and he'll be. And it's good that it will actually sleep on it. You know what I mean? He wants if they're trying to affirm his nonsense. That's the best way to do something. You research and then you sleep on it.
Because I think once the seed has been planted in here, they don't realize it, but it's planted.
Yeah, you can't unsee it.
You can't
unsee. If you see Bigfoot, you see Bigfoot, he's there forever.
No. What he's going to see is this Bigfoot relating to what he's saying, the very same thing about that film from NASA, from the New Hotness 1969, where we were using rotary phones to call from the White House to the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
A switchboard lady. Can you imagine?
Unbelievable. Like it's like literally you have to do these mental flip flops. You have to really strain certain parts of your brain and your physiology to be able to accept
be able to digest. Fuck, I can't respect when I say that word. To intake this crap. It's literally like garbage. You know, garbage in, garbage out. Like it's.
We are expected to digest a whole lot of crap. That's why it's best to work on people's discernment. Get them to start using the right tools to see truth again.
Yeah. People have lost their intuition, bro, you know? They've lost the ability to just use their five senses. How they're going to...
I think that's the worst consequence of the globe theory. You see a flat horizon, but you distrust yourself intuitively and want to go with a globe because they say so.
Yeah. It's... And yeah, it's like literally like one of the guys said before, like the dark side or something or other, and we made a joke about the devil. These guys like get demonic. It's right there in front of you. The guy actually, what's his name, Crypto, took the time to draw a drawing, beautiful drawing, just straight ahead. A lump. You got the bullseye. You got the guy with the laser, and the guy is. I see it, but you know, what do you mean you see it, but you don't know? How can you see it, but you don't know? If you can see it and you don't know, you belong in the loony bin. Padded walls and that's it. You see it, but you don't know. It's right in front of you. Fuck. Think I'm rambling.
I think it's flat, but let me check with the scientific authorities just in case.
Yeah, let me ask, you know, NASA if this burger is really a burger, or am I eating, you know, like grapefruit or something? Like, fuck, man.
Let me just make sure to run my thoughts by someone else real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's a real big problem. Like, not to be able to.
A peer-reviewed scientific study. Are you an expert? Should I obey what you say?
Yeah. Do you have this all printed on paper with the table of contents and an index at the back? And it's authorized by somebody that you pay? Gosh.
Do the right people think that this is true, or just you know, like a nobody? Because if important people think that this is false, then it must be false.
Yeah. And the biggest hurdle that people need to go over is that other people's view, especially the ones in power, will impact you. Doesn't matter what you think, what you know, as is what is happening right now because of ignorance and not caring about one another. These other people have caused a scenario because of their, you know, beliefs or the factual evidence that they know. So it impacts you, and people need to comprehend that. It's like if you're living with somebody, you know, your wife. If she's cranky, she's going to make you upset. Like, if there's 20 people doing something and you're on your own, but you're seeing something, you know, happen, it's going to impact you in a way. I don't know. It's very simple and.
See something, say something. If you see flat, say flat.
Yeah.
Good friends
That's
don't
like
let friends become globers.
Oh, you know, thanks to this, I'm able to have conversations, and like I couldn't have them before. It'd be like 2-3 minutes, and I'd feel like, you know, I don't know, hanging myself by my genitalia. It's like, come on.
It's tough, but I think people are waking up slowly.
Hmm.
It just takes some time.
Guys, have a good night.
Oh, good night, brother. Thank you.
Ladies.
Later, bro.
I think people nowadays wonder, okay, what's in it for me if I go with the truth? Especially if they've had it good with, say, the lie for so long.
Yeah, but the ordinary man or woman is getting screwed by the lie, and they're going along with it. That's what I was. I'm not sure if you heard me. These guys are going along with something that's deceitful, and there's no benefit. There's actually what's it called? They're getting stuff stolen from, physically, mentally, monetarily, in all sorts of ways. But us here, you want to get called crazy and whatnot. We have a benefit of this. Everybody's left. What's going on here? The Lone Ranger again. Right. Anybody there? Or am I gone? I'm alright, but nobody else is talking.
I'm here.
Ah, thank you, brother.
I'm just waiting for some Globers to join.
You're waiting for the target.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Good evening, guys.
Oh, how are you, brother?
Hello, IG. How
You
are
good,
you?
brother? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for asking. I'm good.
Good to hear, brother.
I was listening. Yeah.
I was kind of rambling a bit, but Ugh.
Oh, no. It's not rambling. Here in Europe, people are going to sleep of late.
Oi, get. Are you there, mate? Yes,
Yeah,
mate.
yeah.
You know what
Yes.
bloody rambling is, yeah? It's when you get out of the bush, right? And you get a bloody whack with a stick, right? And you go along that bloody bush and you whack the side of said bush and you get the bloody what do they call them? Those suicidal birds that get out in the middle of the road and they they headbutt the bumpers of the cars. They feel like they're invisible to cars or the people, right?
Kangaroos.
Oh yeah, the kangaroos that don't flap their wings, mate. You know, the gamey ones. The ones that are nice red, purpley, mate. They're called phasants. Phasants, you heard of them, mate?
Fazans.
Phasant, yeah, them ones, mate. They're fucking suicidal, mate.
Yeah.
That sounds a bit hectic.
Yeah.
They bloody love it, mate. They love a good death. I say my hypothesis is this. I'm not done an experiment yet, but
Yeah.
I predict. In fact, I know for a fact that pheasants are the only animal that actually reincarnates for definite. I believe there's actually only
interesting concept. Yeah, I never.
I believe
thought
there's
of
only
it.
6 different personalities of pheasant that exist. They may all be the actual same character. One in which they may actually have a form,
So
a form of a debilitating psychological problem, mate. Right? So they keep reincarnating, and they're in this fucking perpetual cycle of strife, right?
yeah, you perceive them something like the phoenix bird.
Kind of, but they don't rise up from the ashes, mate.
Yeah,
They always
yeah,
jump
yeah.
into the fucking ashes, right? They jump
just
into
get
the
run
fucking
over.
ashes. Yeah, fires. They love
Run
them
over.
too. Yeah, they're like the bloody adrenaline junkies of the fucking bird world. You know what I mean? Like same with chickens, mate. Because they
You're
can't,
taking the piss hard.
they can't fly on the fucking hot air thermals, mate. They're not allowed to. So because of their fucking weighty breasts, you know.
Right.
No bras for pheasants.
I shot.
I reckon you read this
quite
up.
a few of them.
Yeah, mate.
Pheasants.
Bloody hell, mate. Yeah,
I've
definitely
been
suicidal.
to
I know that
hunting
much.
when I was young.
Definitely
I was
suicidal.
going hunting.
Well, you shouldn't have to hunt these ones, mate. They just bloody run out in front of where you want, right? They just go where you need to. No Coriolis effect there, buddy. Like, don't you shoot out in front of these fuckers and have them rotate into the bullet, right?
Well, it depends how they fly. You know, that's how you must shoot. Not. I never calculated the Coriolis.
Well, did you not know that bumpers in America at the moment are actually cheaper than bullets, right? So the people that hunt pheasants, the people that hunt pheasants in America now, mate, what they're doing is just buying extra bumpers, right?
Drive the highway, yeah.
Yeah.
You're
You know.
taking the piss hard, bro. Come on.
Yeah, who is that
It's not-
Australian guy?
It's not that bad. Come on, man. Taking the piss hard.
You can kill more pheasants hunting them in a car than any other form of weaponry. I reckon I could kill more pheasants in a car than if I owned a Moab, like the mother of all bombs, right?
Trying to
My dad
picture a pheasant.
killed the deer and wild boar with the car.
Bong Sao.
Driving.
You know Bong Sao. Bong Sao's name is named after those boars that smoke weed. Sao.
Boars that smoke weed.
Bong Sao. You heard of a Sao before, mate?
Smoking bong all day.
The boars that smoke weed. Well,
Yeah, Bong Sao, mate. You know, he says it's something to do with Chinese wushu or something, mate. But I don't believe it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Well, I've never been paid to see a pig smoke a fucking joint, so I don't know about you lads. Sounds like stupid shit, mate.
Especially a bush pig. A bush pig.
Yeah, bush pig smoking weed, eh? The bush piggy on the bush pig, right? He just tucks right in himself after the fucking smoke, mate. He's like, bloody hell, put me ass on the spit, roast me around, and I'll have a go on this rump, mate.
I knew that was going to
You
fit you
remember
off.
Mr. Famous Pigs?
What about Mr. Famous? He ain't here again, is he, mate? Fuck's sake, I thought he made it already, mate.
They shoot spikes, yeah.
I thought we already bloody made it. He's not come back, is he?
What was that theory that he had?
He didn't cave back.
What was that theory that he had? This
What about the pheasants, mate? It's called special pheasanticity. It's a bit like special relativity, mate.
Bro,
So what it
what do
is
you
the
want? I
warping and
want
bending
some.
of space-time. Listen, the warping and bending of space-time, right? What it does, the pressure applied to the fabric of pheasant time space. Yeah. Each pheasant applies that pressure. The coalescence of all personalities of pheasants go into one body. Now there are not enough souls to power the amounts of pheasants that are on the earth. They became in a perpetual motion of strife, right, mate? Of depressed, complete narcissistic, and complete linear fashion, right? So they are all, as the phoenix rises from the ashes, jumping into the ashes themselves, mate. Right?
Yeah.
That's all. It's not fucking hard to understand. If you don't understand it, you're a fucking idiot. This is objective.
It's all factual. It's all factual.
It's objective, mate.
Yeah.
It's just fucking objective. Yeah.
Natural selection.
Natural science, mate. Natural science. None of that pseudoscience around here, mate. Only reincarnation of pheasants, mate. It's called pheasantism.
Strong.
I think I've heard of this. The law of the pheasant.
I
The
just
law
made
of
it
the
up. You're a
peasant.
liar. Fucking liar. I made it up. Made it up.
The lure of the peasant is us.
Actually, he's from Iceland, right? In Iceland, actually, they may have heard it in Iceland because the pixies and that, and the fairies and the rocks. They've definitely come up with this before me.
Yeah, we have a lot of legends from the fairies and stuff, and the law of the pheasant is in there.
Did you say legend? No, this is no legend, mate. Not no myth.
Yeah.
No.
The myth.
I'm just saying, we have a lot of legends.
Yeah, of course. You want chicken sheesh? Is that what you just said to me, love?
No, special.
Special chicken sheesh. You sure you don't want any of that special relativity pheasanticity? Right? Want some pheasanticity? Alright, alright. Well, they're fucking feeling depressed tonight, so you get 2 for the price of 1, mate. Alright?
Yeah.
How's my fucking Australian accent, bud?
You're fucking killing it. It's gonna give me earbleeds, but
Chilean salad sauce.
you've got a good Pommy accent, bro.
It's alright, isn't it,
not-
mate? I got more than one fucking region and all.
Oh, don't give me those. Don't do that to me. Don't.
What, like change it right up to a different fucking place, if you know what I mean, mate? Yeah.
Nah,
I feel
not that
like
one.
if you're going
The
to be
Pommy
Australian,
one.
you have to swear every 2 weeks. My Pommy accent. Oh, the one that I'm speaking right as we speak. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's clean. Like it's level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Earlier on, you're speaking to Crypto, and then I pretended to be him for a second because people
Yeah, I
mix
know.
this up this time.
Yeah. You've
We
got
genuinely get mixed up,
similar
mate.
tone. Yeah, you've got
Tonality, is
similar
it?
tone. Yeah.
Yeah, you see my muscles, mate. They're much more toned than his. Just thought I'd come in and pop a little wee joke with you, mate, because earlier you thought I couldn't take one, but I couldn't understand your jokes because my signal was dropped out. The pheasants had gone into the power lines, you see.
I was speaking
that's what-
better English back in the days, but since I've been to England, I messed up my English language.
the place where it came from wrecked his English. Yeah.
Yeah, every day I was
What was
talking
that
with
line?
Jamaicans, with Nigerians, you know.
What do you mean it messed up? What, so you come to England and you end up with a load of Nigerians? Have you ever heard that Grimes thing
I
that talks
barely
about
met
that?
any real British, yeah.
Are you serious, mate? That's fucking weird,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, in London.
You know, I've got a good joke. You know, in every nation, like here in Australia, like idiots call themselves, you know, Australian Irish, Australian English, or in America, African American, this, that. But the only place in the whole world where there's one people, you know, in China, there's only Chinese people. Everywhere else, there's all different types. Oh.
Chinese are bloody crazy, mate. They're only allowed to have 1 baby per family, right?
Yeah.
But they end up having like 6 tuplets every time, it seems.
Did they reverse that? Did they not change that? I think.
That's the
I
least
think now
of
they're
their
allowed to have more.
problems.
They're only allowed to have 1 baby. If they have a bloody girl, mate, they just abort it. And that's not it.
No, but I thought they changed.
The
Yeah, I
government
thought they
takes
changed
it away.
They changed it today.
I
Well,
thought
a lot of this shit
I'm
occurs
asking.
in the bloody rural regions, mate. Rural regions?
Well,
regions?
in the big cities, they have these
Regions.
laws. They don't show up.
Yeah.
But in the villages, man, what's going on there, we have no idea. It's everything
Exactly right.
censored. Yeah.
Just like up on
They
the
are
moon.
like slaughtered. It's different
Yeah, well,
world.
Probably shouldn't have brought up the Chinese Slaughter, should I?
We're
No,
going
I
on off.
mean,
Being like
the
the worst
pheasants,
moderator
the
ever, mate.
pheasants' children are taken from
Pheasant
early
children.
childhood, and they don't take them to school. They take them directly to war. You know.
Oh, I
They're
don't know
probably
if you
better
know
off.
about the pheasants in China, mate. They're all happy over there, actually, mate. I don't know if you heard that. No, you got that backwards,
Listen.
mate. That's not pheasant relativity. That's some. You're
Pheasant
talking about.
relativity.
Yeah.
You're talking about feather attract feather, mate. That affects that region of China. It's called regional reasons. Yeah.
It's only if you really believe it, you know. Somebody can be chopping your hand off, but really, is he chopping your hand
Wing.
off?
Wing, not not fucking hand. It's a wing.
Wings. Yeah.
Yeah, your pheasant wing. Sorry.
Yeah. It's all right.
But it's all relative.
We misappropriate the pheasant as a human at this point, right? It's relative, like you say.
It's all sort of relative. A wing, chicken arm, whatever, you know?
You
Depends
can
what would you
hunt them
prefer to be
whenever
cut off,
you
your
drive
toes
your
or your
car.
fingers, mate?
Yeah.
Toes or fingers
Just
cut
like
off, what
in-
would you prefer?
Like in Carmageddon, you know, you can hunt them.
Carmageddon?
Yeah.
Wait, that's real?
You don't know that game?
That game? I didn't game
Yeah.
that. Where did it game from?
Oh.
Is this on my back or something? I've not looked at this in the mirror in a while. My back, mate. It's on my
I
back.
know it was a famous game, you know, for this 2000 generation.
Oh, surely us bloody bodybuilders would know about this bloody game.
Yeah.
They had
What's the
this
game?
Grand Theft Auto also, something like that.
And that's a bloody great game.
Yeah.
My bicycle, amazing after that one, mate. In
We've got
four
a
arms,
game,
too.
Forearm. That's from Jerking Off, bro.
No, from GTA, mate. Much worse, more violent.
Shit.
I'm gonna have to order a takeaway in a sec. Oh my god. Like, it's 11 o'clock, that's 23 past the hour, and it's 33% battery. So it's 333. And it's 23 minutes past 06.
Oh.
But I've had to, yeah, but it's like a reification fallacy though, right? Because if you look at it, and then you know that, like, you only notice it when the shitty numbers come up, like the really bad ones. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but what's a bad number?
The objectively bad ones, mate.
666.
Like, no one ever says, all right, mate, I'm about to knock you off the side of the fucking block to hang you, and then go 1, 2, and then drop you. Do they? They always go 1, 2, 3. Right? No one was ever happy to hear the number 3, mate. You're third place, mate. Fuck that, mate.
Yeah.
I am, because I'm on the third rock from the sun, bro.
All right, mate. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of bollocks too.
Bollocks. I used to have this a pommy friend that lived here in Australia, and every
what's
time
his name? I probably
used
know
to-
him. We all know each other over here, mate.
Yeah, you all know each other, yeah. Yeah, I used to make him say "cunt" all the time, but he had this pommy accent that was like, he was like "cunt," you cunt, you special.
He sounds like a bloody northerner, mate.
Yeah, it was hilarious, and I would literally 5 minutes. Come on, say it, say it, say it, say it,
Do you
say
know
it.
why we're so funny in England, mate? All we've got left is laughter and fucking comedy, mate. We ain't got any dignity or pride left, I'll tell you that.
Come on, bro. I came to Australia thinking it was the best place in the world, and it's a fucking convict place, bro. You guys lied to us.
We never lied, mate. We sent all the bastards over there, mate. We literally
Yeah,
put
but
that
then-
down in the paperwork. No, mate.
No, but then, you know, we were part of the UK Constitution, this, that bullshit, and now I'm locked up.
That's not even
like
a written
hard.
document, mate. Type in
Yeah, it
the
is.
UK Constitution. No, it's not. Type right. Actually, being serious as well. Type this in now. Type in British or UK Constitution. type it in. You're on about the bloody Commonwealth, mate. Commonwealth is a band of countries, right? They all cut to us and give us a bit of dime on the fucking sideline. But for real, yeah.
No,
and
it
your
was put in by Lettuce Payton. It was put in by Lettuce Payton by Queen Victoria.
The British Constitution, mate.
No, the UK too. They're all companies, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying you said about the Constitution. I'm just saying it's not a written document technically. It's written
your
down.
one.
Our
Yeah,
one,
your
your
one is
one,
not.
all of yours. If it comes from ours,
No, we've got it.
Well, the original document goes back to that one, and obviously we've got the Magna Carta and we've got the pigs, black, the slaughter, and all that shit, right? I'm saying what's interesting about it is our Constitution is written down, right? But the very first part of the Constitution says this is an unwritten Constitution.
Yeah, because it's natural law.
But it's not like that, mate. It's
Yeah, because people have made it all like that. Because everything is subjective.
Gives you an out. Yeah, but that saying gives you an out, right? Because if you write it's unwritten, that means it's not technically something you have to abide by, not under paperwork or jurisprudence or court of law.
No, but you guys go by precedents and shit. Case law and stuff.
Aussie.
Uh-huh.
I'm just saying, if your country was founded from ours, right, originally, yeah, and you basically the real legality of it would never have held up, right, and that's why it doesn't hold up now. It's like the Magna Carta, I think it's Article 52 or 56, has been enacted in the UK for lawful rebellion against the government for basically not working in the correct way for the people, right, by the people for the people. And that goes back to
but that's
Cromwell, right? And all that shit.
Yeah, but that's not even for you guys. That's only for the nobility. The normal peasant, like me and you, we still get screwed.
No. Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. Why it's so funny. The peasants are not the ones that enacted that part of the Magna Carta, right?
Yeah.
It's the land barons themselves, mate.
Yeah, the nobility. Yeah. They don't care about us.
No, they're the ones that enacted the Article 52 or 56 2 years ago, right? 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, did they?
And that's lawful rebellion against the government, right? Okay? For when they go rogue.
Okay, so they actually did it. You know this.
The land barons themselves voted on this to enact said article, right? Yeah, no, I know this for a fact. Because we were trying to, arrest, prosecutors and shit like that. And it just never worked. We would just get nicked for kidnap and stuff like that, right? So yeah, it was ignored by the British government completely. The majority of amount needed of the land barons, the original families and the people that have the certain percentile of ownership. Well, the Queen can supersede it all, mate. She apparently owns the most land in the world, right? It's like 3 billion
She owns everything,
acres of land. She owns 3 billion acres, apparently.
She owns every single land on the earth. I know this for a fact because I studied law from the City of London, and I'll explain something to you. The Pope has given her in trust law to look over the land, but she's fucked it up.
That's the point. Well, the land barons are being superseded by her at the minute. So the Magna Carta, it's not like that. Technically, if people have more of a backbone, they could probably stick it out and do things but it's lawful, unviolent rebellion. They could stick this out and go and make it gives you the right to seize assets used by the government and all this sort of stuff, and money and buildings. If they stuck this really out hardcore, you'd probably get arrested 15 times each person before you started to build up case law and then provided your case in court of law, right? So I said, look, we're acting under the Magna Carta, this article, right? Lawful rebellion. The government or the court would either prosecute you or let you go. I'd say most of the time they'd let you go. Whereas we had many cases actually where people were let go. But after that, it was such an upheaval of their own lives that they couldn't do it. And this is where we tried to put an idea forward, right? This is 3 years ago, maybe more. I can't remember exactly, but she put the idea forward of young lads that were not working and hadn't been working for over a year, to give them the correct phraseology and the correct things to do and support them with the Magna Carta based expertise lawyers or solicitors or barristers, whatever one that makes sense to you. So when this happened though, it was very hard to find the people. We had volunteers, but it was like the people that were needed for the skills, the people needed in order to sort of make it happen. They just disappeared, because it was too much work. The first people that tried it should never have tried it, which is the first thing I actually said, in these, forums and different YouTubes and stuff like this. I was saying, like, you should not put your own backs into this. People that are on like 50 grand a year are like talking about doing it. The people that are intellectual enough and smart enough to know about this shit, unfortunately, were like middle-aged or older men who already had fully endowed lives. No, I'm going to test these, but they had fully endowed lives, and they were like not willing to just give this up on the whim of like giving their life a load of shit for 3 years, potentially losing their households and all this crap, right?
Yeah, but it's gonna be left for their kids.
That's my point. You should have just you should have directed the younger guys that didn't have jobs and stuff to do it, because no one really went to prison. It was just really shit for people that had careers, right? But people my age, we don't care, mate. Like, I feel so sorry for the generation above me that become FE and stuff. Like, people in like your generation, mate. I don't know how old you are. That's very rude of me. But people in
37.
like, right, so people in maybe just your generation is just on the cusp. I'm 27, right? So if you go, so you're 10 years older than me. I've noticed like people in my mum's age, right? People that are in their mid 40s, late 40s, yeah. I've really noticed that for them and older, it's so much more like controversial to become FE. And people my age, they just don't give a shit. They don't care, bro. They're just like, yeah, cool. Yeah, because they're so anti-establishment, but then at the same time, they're such cucked normies in other ways, right? They're just so blasé.
The contradiction.
People,
in other way, you're older also a little bit, and then you look like that. When you're older, you're tired.
Well, I'm tired now, mate.
See, we've over here. We've already
You will see when you will have your age of your mother how you will think.
No,
we've sent documents. We've sent documents.
How much can a man take? He can take very much.
Yes, and they know this.
Yeah,
I took plenty, mate, already.
Unless you
Not in
go
a gay way,
to
but-
extremes, you will always complain. Like, oh, I'm tired.
That's why the pheasants are where they are, mate. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't need to.
And the funny thing you said about the people in the 40s. I
In
was
their 40s,
struggling
mate,
with them. I was struggling with them in the 90s, telling them, sharing them, because I had access to internet, and I just wanted to give them the information.
They don't want to bloody hear it, do they,
I
mate?
knew this is information they don't have access to because they don't know to use the computer and stuff. They had no
Think
idea
I'll-
what's
I'll
out
be
there
lucky
in
with
the
that one.
internet. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right
It was
there,
hard.
mate. You're fucking right.
Yeah. It was very hard.
We sent documents to the ICC from here, and we're waiting for them to get it confirmed.
Yeah.
So they haven't rejected them, which they usually do within a week. But yeah, so hopefully this prick here, especially in Victoria, will get what he fucking deserves.
Yeah.
State of emergency till New Year's, till New Year's. Unbelievable. And these people
This period-
are just sitting back and doing nothing. I can't comprehend it.
It all started with the satellite antenna dish. Those changed the whole world, man. They turn it upside down. Yeah.
They've screwed us.
Yeah.
They've screwed us bad.
Yeah, those satellite dishes got into every home, and you had so many TV channels, and the TV channels were broadcasting a lot of movies and TV shows, and all the stuff you wanted to see, even
All
good
the fantasy.
ones, you know, but they were still corrupted here and there, you know. And people spent time because they wanted to see it. They thought they are sharing information, you know, common knowledge. But it was
But really-
just seducing them.
Exactly.
Kidnapping
Exactly
them
right, brother.
from their real estate. Yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly right. That's the misplacement of trust and faith, and that's what actually all law is based on: faith and trust. Trust law and faith law, and they've fucking abused it so much, it's beyond the pale.
Yeah. I mean, the lifestyle of urban people, you know, they go to work, when they come home, they just jump on the couch and watch TV. That was the 80s and 90s, you know. Every country, every city. But when I remember about my grandfather, he was waking up 4 a.m. and at 11 he was going to, he was always working with the animals, with the land.
Yeah, we're detached from that. I have to agree with you. If we were still doing that, they wouldn't be able to pull this stuff off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got documents from them speaking about this stuff like 200 years ago.
Yeah.
They already had the internet, proper internet. And I mean proper internet in like fucking, was it like 1930 something? They had it working properly, like full.
Yeah, they had communication. Yeah.
No, they actually had internet like we have now. This is all documented. And
In which times? In which time?
in like 1930 something, almost 1940.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they.
We're like 100 years behind in technology.
Yes.
Now
they had those computers with tubes, not transistors and stuff.
Yeah, that fake stuff that
they were
showed us
slower,
on.
but they were doing the job, you know, like basic communication.
They actually had good ones. Those ones that they showed us on TV, you know, those big things. That was just for show. They had other ones.
Yeah.
If I can find the documents, brother, I'll send you to them. Because I had another computer, but it crashed. I had all these fucking documents from them.
Well, that technology which is broadcasting television, because that's when they started in the 30s, broadcast TV screen, you know. That technology is the very foundation of the internet, the very basic.
Yeah, but they were using what we're using now back then, but they just didn't give it to us. Because once they discovered it, it's just the amount of amplifying what you already have.
The funny thing is,
you get me?
you know, that primitive technology, we think of it as primitive, but that technology they had, it was not engineeringly limited to its capabilities. When you buy your smartphone, the smartphone is actually today, there are many engineers which work on limiting your restriction and hiding the capabilities of your device, so that the user remains a blind user. He doesn't really know how to use it, you know.
Yes.
So they can manipulate and flood you with advertising, with all sort of things, and you have all sort of apps and programs, a sea of them, and not all the people know what these things are.
That's 100% correct.
Yeah.
It's a bit sad, but you know what? They didn't think this stuff was gonna catch up to them. You know,
Yeah.
it's caught up to them, so that's why they had to speed all
No,
this stuff up.
they really gave. The governments were aware that mankind does not have the necessary intelligence to know what it means when they gave us the internet, the www, World Wide Web. When they gave this to the world, they gave to everyone the root access to a public online server. Everyone can buy it, and he has root on it, root access, the superior
Direct,
access. And this means that you make a website or a program, software, tool, whatever, a platform, a network, you know, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And with time, you gain users. Normally, no man should have the power to look into someone else's communication. But
that is still the law, but people don't know it.
No, when you own, if you buy yourself a domain like Facebook.com and make a page like Facebook, and you get tomorrow 10,000 people, you have the capability to see everything that they talk.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, bro. I misunderstood. Yeah. I gotcha, brother. Yeah.
This is very, very great power which no man should have. Yeah. This power should have been created governmental institutions which administrate these powers, you know.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
But this was all made by the government. The government. Have you realized every time somebody invented something, it was this poor dude from college in his garage. Every single story.
MIT, yeah, right, in his garage. Bill Gates.
Everybody was in his garage.
Very rich parents. Bill Gates' father was a judge or big lawyer, whatever. He was a poor.
He was a eugenicist.
Yeah, he was a poor kid in his garage.
Yeah, everybody. The Facebook guy, the Amazon guy, everybody. How come
Tesla?
My garage isn't magical like that?
Yeah.
I wish I had a magical garage like that, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, because you're not the son of those people, you know.
Yeah. My garage isn't good enough.
No, but if you had parents in high positions in the governments, then your garage would have been magic too.
True.
You know.
Yeah. Unicorns and stuff would have been all there. Would have been great.
Didn't they ask you, your teachers in the school, what are your parents working? What do they do for a living?
Overseas, yes. Here, no.
Yeah, in
overseas,
Romania, in the communism, they were asking, and when you had the parents, doctors, lawyers, judges, those Children
They
would
had
go in the front desk class, you know, and
yeah,
the ones like with fathers in construction and stuff, they were going in the backside of the class.
yeah, of course,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah,
I know this because when I came back, when I went from Australia back to Macedonia,
yeah.
I got treated like perfect. But my parents weren't one of those people, and the teacher and the principal called them in, and they were expecting,
Yeah.
a bit of money underhand, or gifts and this and that. My parents aren't like that, and they realized like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
And then I went from being treated good from being put in the back of the class fucking room. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
But
you know,
with this practice, they, psychologically damage you, and it's such a slight damage that people easily get to ignore, and you don't realize it for almost your whole lifetime. You can live
it's
your
all
whole
too late.
lifetime and never realize. Yeah, but you have very slightly been damaged, scratched, and you have no
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, but they do these things where they do these little small scratches, and there's by the end of it, you're fucking bleeding from all sorts. You know what I mean?
From your, small incisions, small ones.
Yeah, yeah. This is it's a self-aiding like system that it shouldn't be like this. It should not be like this at all, right? Like I remember, we just when I was there, we just broke up from Yugoslavia. But before that, before we got like bombed by NATO and stuff, we were considered like communists and all the rest of it. But like there wasn't such a thing like that, like. I know you guys had it bad over there with Ceausescu, but
we had it hardcore, yeah.
Yeah.
Ceausescu was more communist than Gorbachev, than the Russians, than the Stalin.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
I know. We had
when Ceausescu
we had some
was
relatives.
when Ceausescu went to Russia, Gorbachev was like walking on wire. Like walking on barbed wire. Yeah. He was bossing him,
Yeah.
And when Ceausescu went to England, the Queen took her royal chariot and carried him in the royal chariot, with all those royal ceremonies and stuff. And the British royal family was doing these protocols only for the royals. They never did it for any president, any other president in the world. But the British wanted Ceausescu in England to sit and talk,
Yeah, to spread the good news, Communism's the best.
Yeah.
Like,
he got very high in the power. Ceausescu got very, very high in power. He had the world, he had the economy and industry, which he was a great power in worldwide. If you go in Australia, in these old train tracks, you can find train tracks which is written CFR, and that means it's a production factory from Romania, from Reșița. So we were exporting a lot of stuff, train tracks, also trains, auto industry, trucks, cargo
Food.
ship. Yeah, transport overseas, transporting ships.
Same with Yugoslavia, man. We had the biggest, same like you guys, but we were a bit more freer. Like the government didn't have a hold on, like a monopoly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was the difference, because we had like family or relatives I know in Romania, and they were telling us how it is.
Yeah.
Forgive me. Point of procedure, Your Honor. Forgive me. Point of procedure, Your Honor.
Yes, sorry, brother.
Hello, QE.
Meggie.
Hey, brother. How are you?
How's it going, Meggie?
What's up, man?
What's up? What's up, man?
Good evening, Meggie
Chilling.
and QE.
I haven't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, it's been about a coon's age.
That's right, sir. Hey, you check your PMs.
Yeah, false advertising. No.
No, not the false advertising. DM.
Oh, yeah.
There's some numpty clips in the hopper.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Come back and you got to go to work. That's the way we like it.
Yeah, I'll get them. I'll get them done tonight.
Good to have you back, man.
Yeah. I'm working on the project. That's why
I figured you were. Yeah. Then I stopped bothering you. I said, okay, I'm going to stop bothering him. All right, Mr. Yugoslavia and Mr. Romania, go ahead. Everyone's riveted.
Come on, bro. Great, guys.
Chime in with some Yankee Doodle stuff, bro. Come on.
No, my grandmother was from Yugoslavia, man.
Oh, God bless you.
Yeah. Croatia, as a matter of fact.
Oh, great. So we're all countrymen at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They have good foods in Croatia, good recipes, good kitchen.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I love food, so we're good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're good.
Have you been there, bro?
I have not. My daughter was scheduled to go there for foreign exchange, but they canceled it because of COVID.
Oh, that's sad.
Yep.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
Yep. She was looking forward to it. Broke her down in tears. I couldn't believe she got to go. Ironically, Croatia. So.
Oh, it's synchronicity, bro. Something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't believe in the accidents, in these Big Bang theories.
No. They can't work.
But yeah, what they've done to these children now too. Oh, imagine being a little child right now.
Yeah, maybe we can take this teleportation technology from the European Space Agency.
Well, beam me up, Scotty.
Yeah, so we don't need to travel anymore, we just teleport.
Yeah, you just
because they show us they
dissolve.
Have it, Yeah, those.
Yeah, of course they have it. The secret space agency,
Yeah.
All this bullshit. Did you see,
people materializing and dematerializing on the ISS. We're still in the Stone Age. Yeah.
Yeah. You know who irritates me the most is that Wilcox guy.
Oh,
Wilcox.
I hate it.
The ancient astronaut theorist. I just want to headbutt him right in the nose.
Yeah.
Oh, oof. Nah, I've got I love for hating him because he's such a effing liar, and he knows he's a liar, and that bothers me for some reason. Oh, not for some reason, for many reasons.
I don't know. I was thinking before. I think these guys they are intentionally lying, but actually, I wish it was not true. I wish that they were really so dumb and stupid, fools, not to see, you know, because they deserve. When I watch their documentaries, I often find that the things that they are saying is literally blasphemy, you know. They don't treat
And bullshit.
ancient history and culture, all these civilizations which we have.
Yeah, planets and spaceships and probing in Uranus.
They trash everything, and they want us to worship balls in space.
Yeah, let's worship a rock.
Yeah,
let's worship a rock. There's all this hidden technology, and tomorrow, and he's one of the guys that started that
in another
Q.
5 years.
That Q bullshit. I've got secret, intelligence, and the military is gonna save us, and rah 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 rah. Oof! If I saw him, I'd run him over. Unbelievable. Ancient astronaut theorist. Fuck, good for the bin.
And even this guy, Mikio Ku, that one. Which
Who's
is the Japanese guy, Mikio Kaku. This one is pushing a lot the agenda with the alien stuff, alien technology.
Yeah, because he's their front man.
Yeah.
He's their front man. He knows it's all bullshit too.
Yeah.
He knows. Yeah, we're bouncing, beams off the ionosphere. How can you bounce something off of fucking air?
Oh,
can't
he
bounce
knows
nothing
that.
off air.
No, he knows that there is extraterrestrial alien life, which is level 5 of evolution, and he say this means that these aliens they harness they build their home
with light
surrounding a star, and they say that they are harnessing the entire energy from a star, and that they have so much energy and they are so advanced.
Wow.
Yeah,
This is like Final Fantasy, let your brain explode and melt from your ears.
Brain fart,
Oh, bro. Yeah, when I hear this type 1 civilization, type 2, I'm like, mate, fuck. You wouldn't even know how to grow a tomato. What the fuck is talking about type 3, 5 civilization?
Oh my god. If I threw him outside the town, he would be dead.
Yeah, bad. And these are the guys that are apparently leading the world. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. Michikaku. He's a fucking kaka. That's what it is. Kaku.
Yeah, kaka in Romanian means poo.
Poo, yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It is. Michikaku is just full of fucking kaka. It's like fucking verbal caca just coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Bouncing beams off air. He bounce a beam off air. And people believe he's, sense, yeah, of course.
But now I have these flat earther memes, and I ask my friends, hey, did you know that the European Space Agency, they have teleportation technology? And they tell me, they ask me, what, for real? I didn't read that news. They tell me, I didn't got to read
I
that
did read
news.
the news.
Yeah, send me the link, and I send them the flat earth GIF, yeah. And
You're a legend, bro. You're a legend.
yeah, when they see that video, they tell me, oh, but that's not really real. And I mean, what do you mean it's not really real?
Look at it. It's real.
Like, yeah, can't you see it? Yeah, with your eyes.
It's right there.
Yeah, and then I
Look,
tell
it's
them,
Bigfoot.
then I ask them, do you see the curvature also? Yeah.
That's one of the best ways to get them, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But that's a good one. If you're doing those ones, bro, that's good. That's
as a
you know,
joke.
bless
I
you for doing
started
that.
with a joke, and then I just make my friend ask the questions, pushing the idea, and they assimilate it pretty good,
Yeah. Well, you're not beating them with a stick. You kind of it's the soft approach.
Yes.
Yeah,
And then
it's better than getting a stick and then a bigger stick, you know?
Yeah. And when I get a little bit like, explaining what the science says, I did also learn from QE, listening to QE here, some of his technique. And when they say these magic words, gravity, I try to pull them into gas pressure to explain them. And they talk. And then I ask them, but okay, I see that they don't know much about it. And then I tell them, do you know the second law of thermodynamics? And when they just hear these words, this question is like
it's like punching it.
They don't know it. They don't know it like a poem, They don't know to tell it. Yeah. And
but it's simple though. This is the problem. People say, "Oh, I'm not a scientist." Do you know how to read?
Exactly. It takes 1 minute to read it.
Yeah. You're probably reading it in English, brother, and you comprehend it great. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're in Romania. But these guys here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. For example, I found about that MIT is teaching. They don't teach gravity. They teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration as the down force. And I searched this in Romanian language to find scientific papers in Romanian, and I can't find it. We don't have it. When I search this, I translate this term, and I search it in Romania. They give me only about gravity. Yeah.
Yeah. What they're teaching in what's called MIT, that's been I need to look for the papers. Like that's been taught for quite a while.
That is school for elites, They teach a lot of
but
good stuff, but also bullshit, brainwash.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find the old papers that I had.
Yeah, they create this kind of minds like heavily indoctrinated. These people, when they come out of MIT, they are very high scientists and
it's like saying NASA. It's that authority.
Yeah.
You have authority.
Well, you saw that guy
Fucking
earlier,
hell.
right? He agreed that those fucking images that I made, right? You remember earlier? I was like, well, how do you know
Yeah,
these
bro.
things
He
are real? And he agreed they were real, right? He
Bro,
agreed
when
they
you
were from NASA because I told him they were from NASA, even though they said my fucking name in the bottom hand corner, right?
I can't believe that you made those.
Hey, they took me 9 minutes. That I was timed making them. It took me 9 minutes to make them. And
You're a legend, bro.
I had nothing to start off with either. Like I really need to take
You're
a
a
few
legend.
hours with it, but yeah, QE, that's my work. QE, QE.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. Nah, he's not responding.
Here's another one I did. Which one's real? One's from NASA, one's from me.
Let me have a look. Hold
Transit.
I reckon probably.
Done.
They are both the same.
No, wrong. Not what you'll think.
Looks like a fucking light bulb.
Yeah, well, that's because you don't know space.
Good call. Good call.
I know space, so
It's a good
those
call.
problems. So one's from me, one's from NASA.
I reckon the bottom one's yours.
No,
Yeah.
that one's from NASA.
Oh.
And every time people get it wrong, it's meant to be a 50-50 this one, but I think like one person out of about 90 got it right. I lost this for a while. Fuzzy Swan was the one who found it and reposted. He saved it from ages ago, so he loves it. There's my work.
Oh, did you find the fart Venus thing? I need that.
Oh shit, I'll find it. Mate, you just type in
I
Venus
can't-
farts and you'll find it. I swear.
I can't. Fuck, man. I can't believe that people don't notice that they're taking the piss out of us. Like, come on. Venus. Uranus smells like farts. I was the only one that was pissing himself laughing when you said that. I was like,
Everyone else has heard it.
huh?
Everyone else has heard it.
Oh, have they? I was like, fucking hell. I'm like, you're kidding. They're putting that out there in the public and nobody's questioning it. They're just like passing it on. Because, I mean, I have to admit, I don't know what space is like. So, yeah.
Well, space is filled with gas. It's all around us, you know.
Yeah.
This
But
is
it's
the
a vacuum.
reality. Yeah. But they tell us that space is something else. You know? It's a vacuum high above our heads.
It's a vacuum between people's ears, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been sucked out through their ears and their nose, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, the head has many holes. Too many holes. So it's leaking out.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh, but before I was stuttering something chronic, brother. I was like
That's all right,
stuttering like a madman.
That's what I did try.
I'm
and
so
interrupt
sorry.
you. I wanted you to shut up for a bit because I was like, wait, he might. What if he? Nah, it's alright. If you hear some of the Globers that we know of, right, some of them are just fucked, mate. They just sound like
Yeah, bro. Like
get. Wait, have you heard of that guy over X called Curve? You heard of him?
Which one?
What's his name?
Curved. His name's Curved. Over at the place we try.
Curved.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You haven't heard of him yet, though. No, he's just got. You know,
I
he calls me-
probably don't know him by his name, but I might have heard him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got. But yeah, it's just he's got a really
What's he
bad
saying?
sounding voice. He says he's just got a bad sounding voice, but he's like, yeah, like that, like really bad. Like sounds crazy like that. Yeah, he's a Glober, ardent Glober, but he calls me croaky throat, like, and it's really funny.
You can't even read.
Croaky throat. It's like what? Croaky throat? No, not because of reading it. Like he's saying my voice sounds like that. And
Oh,
it's
get
the most
fucked.
funny thing ever because his voice is like the most croaky one I've probably heard ever, right? So it's quite fun. It's just projection. But it's hilarious. It really is.
And the sound of the voice of a man tells a lot about him.
But you can control your as well, like definitely.
I know that many, these healers back in the days in village, they were not doctors. They were people who knew how to heal, and share information and stuff.
Yeah.
And they were when
Putting out the
they
vibe.
speaking to an elder, they told him by his voice, "Hey, your voice sounds like this, and you should be drinking this tea or that, eating those plants." Yeah,
Yeah, they could look at your eyes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just by the sound of the voice, yeah.
Well, yeah, sometimes reading people is all you have, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's something to be said about that side of stuff, but it's obviously not all ever going to be true. You can never fully. It's hard to explain that. But
it's more of a metaphysical.
Well, yeah, but there are people that can definitely read physical signs on people intuitively.
Yeah.
So like you can start to naturally like notice patterns, but they attribute sometimes like the spiritual to the actual physical natural things that we can sometimes notice, right? So
for instance, Chinese face reading is all about this.
Yeah, that's very
same with retinas. Well, if you can read the iris, that's really
the window of the soul. Yeah.
Chinese
was
face
it always?
reading. Oh, wow! I've heard of that before.
Yeah, if your face, like sometimes it slopes in certain places, and that attributes to certain body parts and whatnot.
Apparently.
Hmm.
It's probably again just more intuitive reading of people. That's the way I see that. Surely.
Yeah, but then to be able to give the person, some herbal medicine and to fix him, there's this. I got this. I got these
But if you believe
books.
in the person, if you believe in the person giving you said treatment, right? This is what they reckon about Western medicine. As people distrusted Western medicine more, right? The treatments will become less and less effective. It sounds crazy, but
yes. Yeah, because your psyche is rejecting it.
Well, yeah, if you have 10% of the effect that's real from a medicine, right, and then you have your, you have the placebo effect there, right, involved and implicated in it. Even in real treatment, placebo effect is a real thing. Positive thought is very powerful.
There were also, it was coming the circus near the village. And at this circus, these clowns, they were selling, they were making from all sort of bad weeds and stuff, some potions, which were not lethal, poisonous, but they were poison given with little drop, a little bit of it every day. And when you use it like this, it can help someone, a person which is ill, but in longer time, it actually destroys, completely.
Yeah, it kills you.
Yeah. And
I was reading these.
Yeah, they were selling snake oil. Yeah.
There were these tests done, and they had a few priests, a few monks, qigong practitioners and whatnot. The best test was when some people had terminal cancer, and these people were all around the world. These spiritual people, and by these guys meditating and praying for these sick people's health, and these guys, some of them were in a better frame of mind than the others, but 90% of them actually got rid of their cancer, and the other 10% were what's it called? Not almost cured, but better off, a lot better off.
Live the better life. Yeah.
And
I believe this. When someone is praising you and wishes you goodwill and stuff, that becomes a reality, you know.
Yeah, it can do.
But
Definitely.
You know,
this was done by, I think, MIT or something.
This
was done by MIT in like 2000.
Yeah, the thing is that these sick people, they got in contact with these 6 monks, and these 6 monks told them something to do and some things what not to do. And then the monks instructed them a little bit. And then they just told them, go in your life and live. And these monks now, they perform prayer rituals and stuff. And when these people go back to their lives and continue, but they keep those little rules and information which they were given by the monks, you know. And that faith, I know that monk is praying for me to be good, get well, healthy, you know. And this
knowledge
has
is well
impact,
thought.
spiritual impact, yeah.
Have you guys heard of the Kirillov camera?
No.
No? Made in 1939, could take full pictures of auras. 1939.
Apparently. I don't know what you're on about now.
The aura.
No, this is, bro. You can check this out. It's fact, bro.
Yeah.
But then now,
I said I think I've heard of this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they've got these machines now. I think
aura.
So the darker the aura is what like.
Yeah.
If it goes to like orange and red, it's bad, and the bluer it is, the better you are.
The healthier.
And they had this camera in 1939, and they, I was reading papers by these Russians where they actually these dude did experiments about if like sort of like telekinesis and stuff about, you know, same thing, wishing good upon somebody and wishing bad upon somebody, and they were taking pictures and stuff. And these cameras are awesome. They actually like use them to this day. They might have been a bit better improved, but still from then till now they're not much changed. So yeah, these guys are hoarding stuff. They're hoarding stuff.
Hey, Drace love wisdom, dude. That picture you posted with the Sith Lord and fucking the Pope, dude, that's fucking hilarious. That is fucking funny, dude.
I thought so too.
You guys go look at voice text. That shit is fucking hilarious.
Out. What is it? Say, unlock me phone now.
Hey everyone.
Yeah, we get it. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm here. I was watching some pictures, images.
Man, it's so quiet.
A little moment of silence for the globe. Laying down for sleep. Good night, everyone. Be great, family.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.